This audio presentation of Your Silent Partner, Cosmic Consciousness, Part 1, by Murdo MacDonald Bayne is brought to you by audioenlightenment.com. Copyright 2013, all rights reserved. Forward. Are you prepared to start a spiritual journey and learn enough truth to be set free? For in these pages you will find the pearl of great price if you are prepared to make the necessary sacrifice and apply the techniques given to you herewith. Most of us would like to change the world, to remove the bondage of the political, social, economic, and orthodox shackles which we feel keep us from our rights of evolution. We dream of a state of bliss and contentment where everyone is our neighbor. But are we prepared to begin this utopian foundation by changing ourselves? For we are the world. Can we relinquish our desires of the self, our endless craving for the things of the world, our blind illusions? Can we put aside all to gain all and search for truth and nothing else? To begin with, one has to face the self which makes up the one world within. Only by deeply discerning the limitations which you have imposed upon the conception of your finite self can you come to understand what is beyond this self and reach the kingdom within. Learning about our limitations, our weaknesses, physical, mental, and emotional, gives us the insight we need to realize that these are only relative states, having no power of their own. As we've been given power and dominion over all things, we can change our life by changing our attitude, our reactions, and our thoughts. Then and only then shall we stop eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yes, you will grow in wisdom and knowledge by reading and applying the techniques given by Dr. MacDonald Bayne, but only by your own effort can you reach the goal. On page after page, you will begin to understand that unless you clarify your thinking, you will be bogged down in the mire of your own limited concepts and beliefs, until such time as you begin to think for yourself. To know what is in your mind and unfold your greater knowledge and power is yet untapped. For it is through the channel of thought that you use the divine power of creation. As we follow his words, we are led toward the knowledge of our oneness with all life, intelligence, and power. Oh, that each one of us could reach that state of realization of our oneness with the Creator, our Father. What could happen in this world if most of us recognized that matter is mind materialized and used our power of creation to create true ideals for the betterment of mankind? Recognizing and using cosmic forces for the benefit of humanity and the evolution of all souls must be our only aim, and for this we have to attain a level of consciousness or awareness which will place us beyond the limitations of our confining physical and mental states at one with our true source. You will find in these pages a clear and simple teaching without vague statement. The words of the Master Jesus will gradually take on the greater meaning than ever before. The eternal truth that the same life in the Father flows through the Son as a means of creation, for thus we are made in his image and likeness, becomes at long last established in our consciousness. Infinite life contains within itself its finite conception, you and I. So now we can understand that Christ saying, I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. So go in peace, dear student, on this journey of the soul, and be assured of your success, for it is a divine decree. Paul Truxler, Pretoria, South Africa, 1989. Chapter 1. The Silent Healing Power. In this communication, I will direct you in the development of the silent healing power. By understanding the action of thought, you become aware of the action of your own thoughts, so you put upon them a greater value in regard to the kind of thoughts you think. If you are ignorant of the law of thought, you place no value upon them, and when you are affected by the result of their action, you naturally rebel against the condition, and in all probability place the cause at every other source except the right one. Now, by rebelling against these effects, you only increase their intensity without gaining any understanding or relief. The greatest battle in the world today is the battle between individuals. In every nation, in every group, there is a conception of reality, which they call God, yet all their efforts and prayers and their energies directed towards this reality is dissipated. Instead of individuals helping each other, they become barriers to each other, because most people do not approach reality with affection for reality, but only as a means of getting something from reality for themselves. In approaching reality, we must not merely discuss reality without any value to our practical life. If you will look into your minds, you will see that you have been discussing reality as an idea, something outside of yourself. In all literature of this nature, there is the same mistake made. The mind is directed to create an idea of reality. Now, reality is not an idea, nor a conception of something that the mind can grasp. Reality is life itself, the foundation of your own being. The question must not only be on reality, on what is ultimate reality, but must be the translation of that reality into conduct in the individual life. You must not lose yourself in philosophies, in questioning something that can only be realized by oneself. If I begin to philosophize to you on the wonders of this reality, you only build up an idea of it. But if through your own awareness you realize this life, this pure being, then all conduct will ultimately lead towards that pure being. So the question must not only be on that ultimate reality, but on the practical way of translating that reality into conduct. The silent healing power is not obtained by your reaction to things or forms or conditions, but through your understanding of them. The silent healing power is not obtained through a time or space factor, but through the understanding that life is one whole, is omnipresent in its entirety. Therefore, at any moment of time, all life or spirit is concentrated at any point in space that you may choose to fix your consciousness upon. Pure being, life or spirit, whatever name you may call it to give the appropriate meaning, must of necessity continually subsist, whether in a corporeal body or not, and from it all phenomena of being must flow whether in an angelic, mental, or physical plane. The knowledge of this fact is the basis upon which you can more easily develop the silent healing power. You must not approach the question with the idea of how good a healer you may become, for this is seeking something for yourself, which is frustration. If you seek to corner the infinite being for your own welfare, you will become antagonistic to others, and this leads to frustration. But if there is affection towards reality, there is friendship for all who are approaching reality. It is an opening up inwardly towards that life which is ever-present love. It is not a looking at something that is external to the self, but to find the self in that being, which is behind every other self. You will notice, if you examine your minds deeply, that you are all seeking reality separately, individually, as separate entities, each elbowing the other out. This is the cause of the contradictory spirit in the world today. It sets up antagonism between religious groups and individuals who are all approaching the same reality, all trying to realize and understand it. And instead of affection for all who are approaching it, there is rivalry. But to understand, to approach and to realize, you must come with affection, not in the sense of possession or competition as to who is to understand more or who is to understand less. Reality must become the dominant factor and not individuals. Reality must become a living, perceptible, enthusiastic realization of itself in activity and conduct. In this way, you will not lose yourselves in theories, beliefs, or philosophies, but you are all the time highly concentrated on translating your understanding into daily action, into conduct. So your conduct in affection does not need the backing of a highly complicated philosophy or a ritual to which you have to conform. True conduct is self-realized conduct through affection and understanding, not based on any philosophy or religious belief, but based on one's own experience. Hence your conduct becomes the translation of your realization into activity. You are not judged by your philosophy or by your beliefs, but by what you are, by the manner of your treatment of others, the manner of your friendship, the manner of your speech. If you are loving and kind to all and antagonistic to none, then you are translating reality into action. The presence is never antagonistic to itself in any individual. Then what makes you antagonistic, competitive? It is the idea of your approach in which all your energies are dissipated without result. If you think that by your philosophy you may be thought intellectual, then you have lost the real and see only the shadow. As soon as you try to realize the central living reality in everyone, and to which everyone, however, awkwardly is moving, then your affection, your thought, your whole enthusiasm is turned towards it. You cease to be antagonistic towards other individuals who are also approaching it. It is difficult for those who are approaching this mighty reality for the first time because of the terms used, which are words meant to convey a meaning. Many terms are used, such as absolute, infinite, universal mind, divine mind, life, reality, ether of space, essence of substance, matter, etc. If the students will keep in mind the wholeness, the oneness of all there is, seen or unseen, they will realize that the term used is the most suitable to convey the meaning or kind of manifestation which is referred to. When we use universal mind or divine mind, we mean that which comprehends, that which embodies, and includes all that we call consciousness, individualized or otherwise. We mean all that is visible or invisible, all that is known or unknown, all that can be seen, touched, handled, or sensed, all that can be apprehended, and all that which is beyond apprehension. All is God, and there is no separation, no division. If I may put it this way to you, the universal mind consists of the manifested and the unmanifested. The manifested portion can be apprehended by the human mind, but that which is unmanifested cannot be apprehended. Yet the manifest is in the unmanifested, and of it there is no separation. There is a plus element which is always above and beyond that which is manifested. Thus manifestation takes place within the unmanifested, and that something, that plus within, brings forth the manifested. And it is this ineffable, this indescribable, this pure being that remains within its creation, yet always transcending it, and is this reality which we approach with affection and love. And as we realize it more and more, we translate it into action, for it is this that is behind our own thinking. In this realization, God alone lives. God lives in you. He guides all your actions. He leads you where He would have you go, to work in you, to will and to do whatsoever He would have to do. Then let the external manifestation be what it will, believing that is just what divine mind would have it for the present, even if it is exactly opposite to what you have planned. This cessation of struggling brings true expression and true freedom. Now let us consider the human mind. Much conflict exists in the world today whether or not the mind is dual in nature, that it is two separate minds. The difference of opinion is so great that it prevents the establishing of a true picture of what really exists. Some say that there are two minds, one is conscious and the other is subconscious, but in reality there is but one mind. There is outer and an inner function, and the silent healing power can only be developed by a true understanding of the relation of each function. Now the outer is associated with the relative world and reacts to the condition of the personal environment, which is very much limited. It takes into cognition time and space, events, etc., and is influenced by them. Therefore, you will understand that this outer consciousness is limited, and reasons from the individual point of view. That is to say, it draws conclusions from supposed facts and effects which are seen on the surface, yet the real cause is hidden in the inner, or where a part is only seen while the whole is not recognized. A good simile here would be the discernible part of an iceberg, the sparkling pinnacles which are seen above the water, but are a fraction of what is underneath the surface. But the iceberg is one whole. That which is seen and that which is unseen is one and the same iceberg. So that which is seen on the surface is but a limitation by one's opinion of what one sees, and with a lack of understanding of the seen and being unaware of the unseen. Fear, doubt, and apprehension is caused by assuming that the limited opinions of what is seen on the surface are actually true, while they may be entirely false. Now I want to place before you the one who is wholly affected by what he sees, and the other who has actually realized the reality and at the same time discerned that which is false and incomplete or limited. You will see clearly that it is a state of consciousness or awareness. When the consciousness becomes aware of reality, there is a sense of perception that reveals that which is false, or that which is only partially revealed on the surface, and with this understanding there is at once a doubt, a questioning of what is seen on the surface, and this leads to reflection and discernment. On the other hand, with the unawakened consciousness, there is an acceptance of what is seen. Therefore, what is seen on the outer is believed in the inner, and there is a reproduction of what is seen faithfully and logically, with all the detail accurately produced, whether the facts are true or not. Thus it is most important that you must discern that which is unreal and false before you can know that which is true. You are what you believe you are. When the truth of your true being is realized and understood, that the eternal life is ever rejuvenating the mind and body, that the presence of the eternal presence is your silent partner, you begin to understand the power of the silent healing power. But if your mind is full of falsehoods and belief which makes you antagonistic to others, then you will only create inharmony. When this inharmony is dealt with by yourself alone, you will then have revealed to your consciousness something of the real, which is harmony, love, wisdom, and healing. To establish this truth in your outer consciousness is the solid foundation upon which to develop the silent healing power. When we begin to see that the outer is but a state of consciousness unaware of reality, and that which it is aware of is but effects of which is created from within, and not knowing the true facts, we react to what we believe to be true. But immediately you identify yourselves with the ever-present intelligent spirits which prevails throughout the whole universe. You see clearly that the inner consciousness is that which is one with the universal consciousness, the creative power throughout all nature. It is this understanding transferred to the outer that gives you dominion over all things. This creative power gives rise to all forms, which also give rise to the outer consciousness as the external manifestation of that which is within. The reality is that creative power, that love, wisdom, and healing that is always at work, active regardless of time and space, for time and space do not exist in the eternal ever-present. But if you are lost in the outer and cannot discern what you see, then you will only create sorrow and conflict, because with your feeling of limitation, your feeling of insecurity, your feeling of inward poverty, you will crave, and this craving leads to frustration, sorrow, and conflict. To attain to that which is true, you must think in the absolute, and not in the relative, which is but a restrictive state of consciousness. Now a final word to you in the developing of the silent healing power. Take your realization out of the relative, where it is restricted and surrounded by beliefs and opinions which are false, and transfer it to the absolute reality, where it is not thus limited, and approach this reality with love and affection, so that you will externalize and conduct this reality in your daily living. The blessing of the angel of light is upon your work of the sanctuary of the silent healing power. Benediction. O love of my heart, I open my soul to thee, that all the fragrant musk of thy love will scent the atmosphere that surrounds me. O blessed one, sing in my heart, I shall be thine forever. I will laugh at all dangers, for I always hold thee, protecting love and thy constant remembrance of thee. In thy blessed light dissolve all shadows and fears of my imagination, so that in thy blessed light I shall remain awake forever. May thy love shine forever on the shrine of my devotion, and may I be able to awaken that love in all hearts. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 2. Absent Treatment. In this lecture I will deal with healing as it concerns so many of you in trying to understand the modus operandi. I am not saying that you can reach a stage of perfection in the manifesting of the healing power overnight. This requires a lot of diligent thought and observation, as well as practice. Nevertheless, what I am going to say will be of great benefit to you all spiritually, mentally, and physically, for this is our aim, to make you free to function in all planes perfectly. Firstly, before any real results can be accomplished between healer and patient, the two minds, which appear as a barrier, must be removed. This is the most practical and valuable application of the principles of healing. This is acquired by the complete understanding that pure spirit is present in its entirety at any point simultaneously. As soon as the healer realizes this, the barrier between the personalities is removed, and then he can speak to the subconscious mind or inner mind of the patient as it were his own. He does not have to think of his patient as separate, but feels that in himself he is claiming that which is true. Being pure spirit, the thought of their identity makes them identical, and both are concentrated into a single entity at a single point upon which the conscious mind of the healer can be brought to bear. The principle being that whatever the consciousness is aware of, there is in the inner a reproduction which must eventually manifest. This is a universal law that can be demonstrated by anyone who tries faithfully to follow instructions. If we concentrate upon the diseased condition of the patient, we are thinking of him as a separate personality, and are not fixing our minds upon that conception of him as pure spirit which enables us to enter into the very heart of his being. It is most necessary that we must practice until we can withdraw our thought from the symptoms, even from his individual personality altogether, and must see him as pure spirit individualized, and as such must necessarily be free from all conditions, and consequently externalizing the vitality and intelligence of pure spirit. By thinking of him or her as such, we make strong mental affirmations, conscious of this fact. If the consciousness has not realized this state, there is a mixture of thought that displays the doubtful attitude seen with most healers. Sometimes those who may appear to be confident on the surface feel this doubt internally. This state must be dispersed by the continual realization of the truth of your own being. We have proved to ourselves that we are eternal in nature, being infinite, for we cannot be otherwise, and if we are eternal, then that which is eternal must be perfect. There is a strong telepathic connection between healer and patient, and the healer and patient become aware of this truth, so that the patient's inner consciousness becomes imbued with its own life-giving power according to the law, that what the subjective mentality accepts, so does it produce into external manifestation. When this law is thoroughly understood, then no time need be wasted in denials which often confuse the issue. Now the great idea is to strengthen the individuality of the patient and not to dominate it. We must free our own minds before we can free the patient's mind. Sometimes the trouble may be deep-rooted, so much so that the patient cannot cooperate. This is often seen with those who have been under medical treatment for some time, where all sorts of treatments have been applied without results. A mind so affected must be taught to see the truth gradually, and this requires patience. Strong belief of incurable disease is often the cause of failure, but we know that no matter what happens, the truth helps in many ways. Once fear is eliminated, it is easier to get deeper into the mind of the patient and place there the truth of being. Any antagonism that may appear in the patient should be removed first. There is nothing so effective in doing this as absent treatment. If you have grasped all that has been said about spirit and matter, you will see that time and space does not exist, and you operate upon a plane where these conditions do not exist. And it is quite immaterial whether the patient is present or in a distant country. Under these conditions, I have found that the most effective treatment can be done during sleep. In the first place, the patient's whole system is in a relaxed state and prevents him from offering any conscious resistance to the treatment. And furthermore, the healer, who has practiced this method, can more effectively treat during his own sleep after a certain amount of practice and going over details before sleeping, impressing the subjective mind. Actual contact can be made between healer and patient. This method I have carried out with amazing results, even while the patient treated knows nothing at all about it. The only thing that amazes them is that they get well so quickly or so miraculously. This method I have tried with young children with great success. There are many healers who have been chosen by the spiritual forces for this work because of their peculiar makeup suitable for such work. These are the most successful. There are others who choose this work for themselves, and although they do good and useful work, they find at times a lack of energy and often work under great difficulty. Nevertheless, the student who can grasp the fundamental laws of spirit can do excellent work for himself and others. In many cases, I never see a patient personally, although the advantage would be helpful, to give him or her oral instructions, which is often a great benefit, and the visible presence gives a suggestion that something is being done. What we have to realize is this, that the inner mind or subconscious does not have to work through the intellect or conscious mind to produce creative effects. It is part of the all-pervading creative force of nature called intelligence and knows how, while the intellect is not creative and does not know how. It is a distributive factor in the human personality. The practice of this type of absent healing leads to the transcendent power of clairvoyance operating by virtue of the law inherent in us. What the consciousness is aware of the intelligence will fulfill. Therefore, we must guard against allowing our imagination to run contrary to the direction we desire. We must aim at consciously concentrating our minds instead of letting our thoughts cause us to hurry hither and thither in a purposeless manner. When the imagination is directed upon a particular object, this creates a spiritual nucleus, which in its turn acts as a center around which the forces of attraction begin to work. Directed by a knowing how or predetermined knowing of the infinite, and continues to operate until, by the law of growth, the concrete results become visible to our external senses. If we can grasp the true meaning of repose as a mean of gathering strength, this repose does not mean a state of purposelessness. The inner mind or subjective mind never rests. It is universal in nature. It is the objective mind in its connection with that physical that needs rest, and there is no doubt that to get rest, the general practice is to try and stop conscious thought altogether. But this often fails. The method to use is to quietly dwell upon what we are in reality. Not that we need bother ourselves with philosophy or metaphysics in arriving at any conclusion, but if we dwell upon our relation to the universal livingness of life, and thus gain a quiet centralization which, though maintained through a conscious act of volition, is the very essence of rest. From this standpoint we see that all is life, and all is good, for that which is visible to that which is in the depths of our invisible are entirely devoted to our individual use. We have the key to all her treasures, and we can now apply our knowledge of our law of being without entering into all the details. And when we do follow this path, we find that all the details lead us to a consciousness of our oneness with the whole. This is the great secret, and when we have once fathomed it, we can enjoy our possession of the whole or any part of it, and can increasingly make it our own, realizing that we can draw from its vital energy, which will make the very sensation of our living a joy. We will then radiate from us a sphere of vibration that will deflect all injurious suggestion on whatever plane. If we would have life enter us, we must enter into life. Enter into the spirit of it just as we enter into the spirit of a game. There can be no action at a center alone. There must be a perpetual flowing out towards the circumference and back again to maintain a vital activity. We must realize this vital pulsating life so that the outflowing consists in the mental habit of seeing good in others. We will thus develop avenues for the expression of this pulsating life so that we can build up our own vitality, and each day we will find ourselves more thoroughly alive than ever before. In our action and response alike, we find that our strength lies in our recognition of the unity of the Spirit and of ourselves as individual concentrations of it. The eye is the lamp of your body, so if your eye is generous, the whole of your body will be illumined. But if your eye is selfish, the whole of your body will be darkened. Then what a darkness it is! Seek God's realm and His goodness, and all will be yours over and over. Matthew 6:22, 23, and 33. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 3. Divine Life Fills Me. I will again deal with healing as it affects most of us. To apply the healing power effectively, we must realize the fountain from which it pours forth. With this knowledge, confidence and faith will be built up. Knowledge is the key to the most thing, for it fortifies the faith. Blind faith often so weakened through lack of understanding that it becomes useless and doubt takes its place. We must remember that every thought, every reaction, every movement causes a change in the body through chemical action. Unless we can discern our thinking and our emotional reactions, we are bound to suffer. The main thing in healing is to know the truth. Let us summarize what we mean about the truth. We must know that divine spirit in man is inexhaustible and infallible. It is perfect intelligence, knows all, and is able to restore even organs that have passed all artificial or material aid. The divine spirit is perfect in its expression, and is expressing itself continuously. It does not have to be urged, it only needs our understanding and cooperation. The more we are aware of this, the more powerful it will show itself in our minds and body. Suggestion has a tremendous effect upon our minds and bodies. The most wonderful and powerful forces are set in operation through this agency, and also the same agency can do untold harm. The majority of people are malpracticing on themselves and others. What I mean by malpracticing is when they see someone suffering badly, they think of the disease as a permanent reality and have already condemned themselves and others to a life of misery or to even death. Thoughts are things and are absorbed by the sufferer. The tongue of the wise is health. When you see illness in others, or if you are affected yourself, you must at once see your divine nature and at the same divine nature in others. By this means, you not only help others, but also heal yourself. We heal ourselves through the truth as we heal those who come to us. The life principle is the only reality, and the disease has no power of its own. We must realize and recognize our oneness with the infinite. There is no flaw in the infinite, which is the foundation of our own existence. When we recognize this, we will not now practice on ourselves or others. To see the divine force in action is to a great extent the fundamental principle underlying all healing, no matter what method is used. It has been proved thousands, yes, millions of times that disease that has resisted all other means to cure has responded to the life forces directed by a faithful consciousness aware of the truth of being. We must realize that the life itself is the builder of the body, and this life intelligence is within. There is but one mind in which we all live and move and have our being. Each one of us is a cell in a divine mind, imbued with a divine consciousness which is the director of all things, and is also the source of our own thinking. So each one of us is manifesting the divine intelligence under the direction of the one divine consciousness which makes us all individuals, having the power of free will to think. So we are to a great extent responsible for our own conditions. The physical body is made up of cells controlled by an intelligence which controls and organizes them into organs, all united into one whole. Even the cell which floats on the bloodstream belonging to the economy of a particular organ finds its way back to the organ through the intelligence within itself. All these cells are under the control of the divine cell, which is within itself the complete blueprint of the organism, and through the nervous system messages are carried to all points of the body. That is why each thought or action affects the body through chemicalization. Conditions dissolve away when harmony is established in the mind, so the life in you is individualized in the cell of your body, just as the life of God is individualized in each and every one of us. The same life intelligence moving through all. So this intelligence responds to our awareness of it. In fact, we are the externalization of the one consciousness of God. Do you not see now that the body is the temple of the living God, not a dead God as some appear to think? It was this mighty truth of the eternal living God that the Master knew and demonstrated. He never malpracticed anyone. He said, "Stretch forth thine hand, take up your bed and walk. Thy faith hath made thee whole." Now let us contrast with the way we mostly think and act in our daily lives. Our various mental states and our emotions produce in time their effect upon the physical body. It is common knowledge today that the mind affects the body. I have seen people faint when serious news reaches them. In fact, I know many cases where serious illnesses have occurred in this way. I meet this every day in my work in healing the sick. For most cases, the doctor prescribes medicine which has little or no effect. Yet how easily these people are healed by relieving their minds through the truth of their divine nature. The reason is because the chemical action set up through fear disappears when harmony is established through divine healing and divine understanding. Fear and worry have the effect of closing up the channels of the body so that the life forces flow in a slow and sluggish manner. Hope and understanding open up the channels of the body so that the life forces go bounding through and disease is cleared away. Dis-ease is ease upset. When ease is established, the disappears because it has no power of its own. It has no substantial force to support it. People who have no forgiveness in their heart eventually create disease in themselves. I have known people who suffered from unknown diseases being speedily cured by loving all who have done them an injury, for the path of love through the soul is a heralder of good health and happiness. It has been known that a mother suckling her child while in an angry mood has poisoned the babe, which was immediately convulsed. Anger and fear change the chemical properties of the digestive juices, eventually ruining the digestive process. Severe fright, anger, or shock may produce jaundice or diabetes. I saw a person after a violent outburst of anger who developed palsy. He was cured of his complaint when he realized the truth. Various negative mental states, emotions, and passions have their effect upon the mind and body that they produce their own peculiar forms of disease, which, if continued, may become chronic. To counteract these conditions, we must encourage the emotions and thoughts that have the opposite effect. Kindness, love, goodwill, faith and hope, cheerfulness create a harmonious chemicalization of the body, excite the healthy flow of all the secretions, and open its channels so that the life forces surge through the organism. A method that I've advocated with unbounded success to many people with so-called incurable troubles is to lie down in the open air and breathe, repeating the words, "Divine life fills me," saying it so often that it becomes an actual fact to themselves. What we say with conviction is outpictured in action. The reason is that the physical body is a mechanism specially adapted for the transmission of the inner or mental action into modes of external activity. The whole body is traversed by a network of nerves which serve as channels of communication between the indwelling spiritual ego and the function of the external organism. The nervous system is dual in nature. One system is known as a sympathetic and is a channel for all those activities which are not consciously directed by our volition of will. We will call them the involuntary processes of the body, such as digestive processes, blood circulation, repair of the body, and the excretory system of the body where we get rid of all waste matter, etc. The cerebrospinal system is that system under the control of our volition. We receive impressions through our senses and exercise control over the movements of the body. This center is in the brain, while the sympathetic has its center in the ganglionic mass at the back of the stomach, known as the solar plexus or abdominal brain. The cerebrospinal is the organ of the conscious mind, and the sympathetic is the organ of the subconscious mind. The conscious and subconscious require an interaction so that the orders are carried out. A corresponding system between the two nerve centers is necessary, and one of the most conspicuous connections by which it is provided is the vagus nerve. This nerve passes out of the cerebral region as a portion of the voluntary system, and through it we control the vocal organs, when it passes onward to the thorax, sending out branches to the heart and lungs, and finally passing through the diaphragm. It loses the outer coating which distinguishes the nerves of the voluntary system and becomes identified with those of the sympathetic system, so forming a link between the two, making man physically a single entity. The frontal portion of the brain controls the voluntary action. The back portion of the brain controls the involuntary action. The intuitional faculty has its correspondence in an area between the two, and it is here that intuitive ideas find entrance. The brain is but an outer formation of an inner structure which supports it, while the mind controls both. The intuitive ideas are at first more or less unformed and generalized in character. As they are perceived by the conscious mind, the effective nature is to bring these ideas into a more definite, usable shape. So the conscious mind lays hold of them and induces a corresponding vibratory current in the voluntary nervous system, and this in turn induces a similar current in the involuntary nervous system, thus handing the idea over to the subjective mind. Therefore, every mental action implies a molecular action of the brain and the twofold nervous system which controls every cell in the body. Thus we see cause and effect in operation. Therefore, the truth is that there is always a tendency for actions which were first voluntary to become automatic. That is, to pass from the conscious region into the subconscious region and to acquire a permanent domicile there, continually exerting its influence upon the whole structure of the body. Now that we are convinced that we can reach our subjective mind, we must tell it the truth, that there is only one living being in existence, and that being is God, divine life, and this divine life fills me. The fact that we are alive is proof that divine life builds the body for its own self-expression, for the body does not exist by itself, and all the complicated operation is the work of the divine intelligence so that it can fulfill its mission, which is complete expression. The only thing that prevents this is because of our lack of understanding. We do not cooperate, but through our understanding that we are the individualized entity of the divine nature, then we do cooperate and results are obtainable. The divine design is always within, is outpictured through the subjective mind. All tension must be taken off the mind and body by means of mental and physical relaxation. When this is done, all strain is taken off the vital center, and nature begins to work harmoniously. Remember, the imagination is a subjective will, and this is brought into operation through ideas that dominate the mind. It is the deepest thought that counts. Do not become anxious about your condition, or try too hard to get well. Remember, as a man thinketh, so is he. It is not what you want you get, but what you think deeply. Get your imagination filled with the idea that divine life fills you and it will. This is the way to apply the healing power most effectively. The soul is the ethereal vehicle of the deathless, immortal, productive spirit. The spirit is the immortal part of the human constitution. It never tastes death or sickness. Associate yourself with it, for it is your real self. It holds the only consciousness that you can ever have, and goes from glory to glory in an eternal progression until it reaches home. From perfection I have come, to perfection I shall return. Psalm 23. The Eternal shepherds me, I lack for nothing. He makes me lie in meadows green. He leads me to refreshing streams. He revives life in me. He guides me by true path, as he himself is true. My road may run through a glen of gloom, but I fear no harm, for thou art beside me. Thy club, thy staff, they give me courage. Thou art my host, spreading a feast for me, while my foes have to look on. Thou hast poured oil upon my head, my cup is brimming over. Yes, and all through my life, goodness and kindness wait on me, the Eternal's guest, within his household evermore. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 4. Inspiration and how it can be acquired. It is very important these lectures remain closed for this series. Quite a number of people have been seeking admission. We have been instrumental in their being refused because of the nature of these lectures. We have admitted on special occasions a few of your friends, but even this could not be encouraged. The spiritual forces are building up a certain power substance that can be transported to any part of the world through the ether, and they are taking this power substance from the atmosphere around you while the lecture is proceeding. This is great work being done in your midst, of which you are mostly unaware of, although you are taking a very active part in it. We also ask that you make every effort to attend, even if you have other engagements. You should remember that this work comes first. The spiritual forces have taken control of these meetings for this series, as the condition of the world at present warrant it. And each night, one of the many ascended masters will address you, in some case through telepathic communication. Many bands of spiritual workers are working in different parts of the world in conjunction with us here. Every one of you can be inspired, for it is for this purpose that you have been drawn here, not entirely by your own desire, but by those who love you and are near to you in the spirit. You should cultivate the gift of inspiration, for it is of the most utmost importance. It is the pathway of all true knowledge, and all the great people of the world have used it. Without it, the scientist would not reach that which you cannot see at the moment. The philosopher uses inspiration to reveal the truth to others, and as a true guide to him or herself. The great mystics of the world were in touch with a higher spiritual force through the channel of inspiration. The great Master Jesus, whom we reverence just as much as you do on earth, was the greatest exponent of inspirational expression. It is the gateway to the unexplored regions of the universe, and it is the avenue through which all that is not yet known will come. Inspiration comes through the understanding that the infinite life is in yourself, and as you open yourself up to the whole of that life, it begins to reveal its secrets to you. At first, many thoughts will come into your mind, some of these from the atmosphere around you, thoughts that are seeking an expression in action. But you should be selective in your acceptance until you gain experience in separating that which is true from that which is not true. Perhaps I have put this in too few words for you to understand fully at once, yet only by your experience will you learn, not by what I can tell you. A mite of experience is worth a great deal of teaching. At the same time, I will make this more clear to you. There are several forms of inspiration, and we will discuss them briefly. In the first place, we can be inspired by others in our midst, by their courage, action, and words. And when we think of them, we can be inspired by their thoughts. This is more or less common in your plane of action, and more so than you imagine. Opinions have a suggestive influence upon you. That is why you should be more selective in your acceptance of what others say. Reflective consideration should be negative, a sort of doorkeeper to words or sayings that are ready-made and suitably coded to appeal to your desires and cravings. In this way, groups, parties, and nations that should be friends are turned into enemies. It is spiritual knowledge that will save the world, and this is our task, to help you to help yourself and help others to help others. A cause begun continuously sets up secondary causes and effects that influence all over the world. It will come to pass in a not-too-distant future that anyone who does not understand spiritual worth inspired with higher ideals will not be allowed to hold any public or important position in the life of the community. For only those who are so gifted can there be true inspiration for all. There is also a form of inspiration where the mind of the individual is so elevated that it can attract thoughts from the higher spiritual planes, and many of these thoughts have not yet been expressed in your physical plane. These thoughts are waiting to find a channel through which they can find and be expressed. When you are listening to these addresses, your mind is in such a state to attract these wonderful thoughts. Many of you have experienced a thought that seemed too mighty and grand that it only stayed with you for a moment. That is because you did not sustain your vibration on that level long enough to make that thought your own. There are also groups of holy ones. What I mean by holy ones is not a form of sanctimonious piety in adoration of one's own goodness. There are those who Paul said were asleep in Christ, but have not yet awakened. It is those who have awakened in the Christ consciousness that are healing in the realm and will be in yours also when you are truly inspired. These group of souls, once men and women in the physical plane, meet together for the purpose of directing the spiritual power, wisdom, and love, and also knowledge mediated from a higher plane to them. This is then passed on to an individual on earth, sometimes through an intermediary that overshadows the individual so prepared for his work. It has taken a lifetime to prepare this instrument, and although well up in years, he is kept young by the spiritual force around him. He is inspired in everything he does, where he must go and what he must say. Of course, this does not continue 24 hours a day, but all the time he is healing and teaching he is under the power of the Spirit. This form of inspiration is called telepathic inspiration and sometimes is transfiguration. That is a more impressive state, a state where the impressions are more defined. Great and mighty beings higher than we are have detailed us to work through our beloved brother here, and it is from these higher beings this knowledge is being mediated. Yet these mighty beings were once inhabitants of the physical plane, but have now so advanced that they merge in with the cosmic rays and control and direct them in accordance with the decrees of even higher beings of the cosmos. If you can grasp what we are saying, not that you can really fully understand all yet, this will be your progress in the cosmos. To open up to this inspiration so that this power, love, and wisdom will raise your consciousness to the higher levels. To say that life does not exist in our sun or in any other sun is to deny the omnipresence of the infinite life. It is the same life in you and in us that exists in the sun angels. The only difference is the degree and the power of that life. In your own world, you have transformers that reduce the power through various transformers after it leaves the generating power so that when it reaches you, you can use it. But it is the same power. The only difference is in the degree of that power. In our intermediary planes, the ether is of different densities. The infinite life is mediated through the beings of these planes until it reaches you, suitable for you, as an individualized spiritual life to live where you are. When you leave your earthly body, you have a greater expansion of that same life. You have more power, more love, more wisdom, more of everything, and you will help those you love, inspiring them in their work on earth, just as you were inspired and helped, but did not know it when you contemplated or raised your consciousness so that you could be helped. As you open yourself to the wholeness of spirit by becoming aware that you are spirit, and cannot be different from the totality of all spirit or infinite life. This may be a more explicit way of expressing what I mean. This spirit, then being yourself, is your livingness, your consciousness, your reality. You desire communion between the inner and the outer. You desire that the inner shall express itself in the outer. Immediately you aspire to this, you open the channel from the inner to the outer, so that which is within, the all-powerful intelligent life, will begin to express itself through the instrument it created for that purpose. The Christ spoke through Jesus. You all believe this. Yet you cannot reconcile the fact that the same power is manifesting now here in your midst. It seems too big, too afar off to you. It could happen 2,000 years ago, but it is impossible for it to happen now, you think. But it is the same Christ that is living in all of us. The Master said, "He who does the will of my Father is my mother, my sister, my brother." And in other words, he who will open himself to the same power that I express will do likewise, and greater things shall he do. It is the one life, infinite life, mediated as the Christ life in mankind. To understand this and realize it and aspire to it brings true inspiration. This is the power sought after by all adepts and masters. Jesus manifested the same power. I and the Father are one. The method of communication we are now using is to impress you more deeply in regard to what is said. Although our beloved brother here is being used by us, he himself acquired the robe of adeptship when he sojourned into the Himalayas. Not that he could not advance through his ordinary experiences to make him worthy of being selected for this work, but the spiritual forces can much more easily make contact through those who live in that atmosphere of daily reverence to the eternal, away from the turmoil of world affairs, and some of his experiences he has already related to you. We will in the near future inspire him to write a book of his experience for world distribution, so that all shall be able to read the truth of such things. When you desire inspiration, desire the highest, the best, and no matter what channel it comes through, there is always an eternal unity at the root. No matter what method used, ask God the Father and you will find inspiration, the source being eternal and ever present. This inspiration does not come through a negative form of meditation, but through an active form of meditation that is ever active, yet it is in perfect silence. The consciousness must be one pointed, not wandering. The consciousness is the point through which all knowledge will come, and the consciousness can grasp it when it is poised. You must not put your dependence upon any individual. Depend upon the Almighty alone. We can help you more when you do this than if you put your dependence upon us, for we are but the channels through which the infinite life is mediated to you. We can influence you and others on your behalf. We can apply the healing power, which we do to all who come for treatment or ask for help. We are by no means idling our time away by singing hymns and playing harps. The universe is an infinite organization with a perfect scheme in operation. And we are fulfilling our part just as you are fulfilling yours, and through your experience you learn. No matter in which capacity you are engaged, you are in your right place for the moment. When the time comes, you will be taken out of it. You are just as important to God, perhaps more so, than many others who are ignorant of this truth. You think that your desire for actions are all your own, but it is not so. The only thing that hinders you is when you mistake the shadow for the substance. Work for work's sake, not so much when you can get out of it from the material side. Work for the love of working. In this way your inspiration will increase, even if your work seems tiresome to you. There is a power when you are ready, and it will put you into another place only to gain more experience. Earthly desires are your own. See that they do not overshadow the real. If ye believe ye have received, so shall ye have. This reveals to you the fact that there is an active and passive phase of the universal mind, otherwise a non-self-conscious life which responds to the self-conscious life and produces the visible universe by acting upon the invisible, the intelligence molding the substance into form, which leads us to the inevitable conclusion that the visible existing universe in which you live and which we live is the same universe in substance. The only difference is the vibration of that substance. To us there is also a visible substance, although invisible to you, and is to us just as solid as your world is to you. The only difference is that the vibrations are higher, and our movements are accordingly increased. Nevertheless, we are the same beings that existed upon earth. This is all the direct result of the infinite conscious life acting through his unbounded sea of manifested mind. When the secrets of matter are grasped by all, that matter is like a number of rooms with nothing in them. Nevertheless, in these rooms are moving particles of energy revolving round the rooms at a colossal speed. For example, watch a fly fly around the room, then you can grasp what these particles of energy are like, except they are invisible to the eye and revolve at millions of times the speed of a fly. It is these particles of energy that support the room in which they move. The walls are the circumference of the eddy or whirlpool which the particle creates. That is why we can see you, but you cannot see us unless under certain circumstances which are created with our cooperation. So remember, you are living in the eternal infinite mind. Forms change and dissolve, but the consciousness transcends all form and animates all form throughout boundless space. To see this and realize your oneness with it will open up the channels to that inspiration that will lead you to understand what Paul said. We are confident, I say, and willing rather to be absent from the body and to be present with our Lord. 2 Corinthians 5:8. He that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. Revelations 21:7. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 5. Truth has no path. The purpose of this communication is to give you a clearer conception of pure thinking free from prejudices, preconceived ideas, and beliefs. What I'm going to say is very simple, yet because of its simplicity it may appear complicated because of the fact that it requires your diligent thought so that you can come to your own conclusions. I am not going to deal with theories, ideas, or beliefs, neither am I going to tell you what is intelligence or what is spirituality. This you must find out for yourself through the recognition of that which is unintelligent, thoughtless, and stupid. Through the awareness of that which is not true, you can discover for yourself that which is true, and through your own deep discernment of that which is untrue, so will you arrive at that which is true. This is essentially simple, but not so simple for one who refuses to put off ideas and beliefs and not to be influenced by these. Otherwise, you will be unable to come to the core of the truth, that which is immortal in yourself. We are not in any way attacking any organized society or religion, for to us who know the freedom of this truth, all organized religions are utterly false. They do not lead you to the realization of eternity, immortality. On the contrary, they only hinder you. Therefore, do not repeat my words, for this will be of no value to you. You must come to the conclusion, which is your own. Then you can be a guide to those who are bound. It is not what I say or what you say, or what another may say. It is what you arrive at through your own discernment of what is utterly false. You must examine what I say to you without reference to what you have read or heard, for by comparing you will not find out the true simple meaning of what I say. Or if you begin to compare what I consider to be the hindrances that prevent man from the full understanding of life, you merely set up one idea against the other and then choose according to your own prejudice. In this way there can be no understanding. You only become bound by your own opinions and prejudices, which is not freedom. To understand, you must carefully examine impersonally, with a mind that is free from ideas and beliefs. Then you will arrive at that which is true in itself. To arrive at that which is true, you cannot have preformed judgments, otherwise you are only further deluding yourself. If you look into your mind, you will see there are certain foreign beliefs and ideas and opinions, but if you examine them thoroughly, not merely skimming on the surface, you will come to the conclusion that they are only beliefs, ideas, and opinions, and you will also find that these have hindered your arrival at the true expression of life which you are so ardently seeking. I am expanding this point because I desire you to see the importance of it, for this, although essentially simple, is not easy because of your preconceived ideas. You want what I say to you to conform to those ideas which you hold, and immediately I say something that in any way confirms your ideas, you feel relieved, glad. And if I say something that is not in conformity with your ideas, you squirm and try to reject it. Now you cannot arrive at the truth in this way. You only add further confusion. What I say must not be compared, neither must you accept what I say, because it may confirm your belief, or reject same, because it does not. True examination, free from prejudice and beliefs, is the only way in which you can find freedom, and that freedom is within yourself. And you can find it only by being impartial, free from beliefs, ideas, and prejudice. If you listen to me with a background of what you've accepted without due consideration, that background may be one of Christianity, Theosophy, Hinduism, or Buddhism or Judaism. You will be stuffed with these ideas, which are in themselves contradictions. You can readily see that this background impedes your thinking, and in your reaction to conflict your former ideas become your haven to which you return, and you are no longer able to think, for you are content to accept your limited beliefs that hold you in bondage, rather than use that inherent gift of pure thought that enables you to accomplish the so-called impossible. So if you examine what I say impersonally, without bias, you will discover for yourself its intrinsic, immanent worth. Neither must you accept what I say as your authority, for the only authority lies within yourself. So what I say, I want you to examine freely, criticize, doubt it, question it, all the time doing this free from any preconceived ideas, because you cannot examine, criticize, or question anything intelligently if you are still attached to any ideas or beliefs, if you are biased or have prejudice. Attachment is like one who is bound hands and feet. Because you are attached to your family, you have given in to them. Because you follow a certain religion, you give in to your priest. Or you belong to a certain society or union, you give in to them. All this prevents your clarity of thought. And when you begin to cling to your ideas, then you create division, and you call it your path or my path. Now truth has no path. The division of your way and my way is born of ignorance, of illusion. And you make your choice with a mind which is attached to a particular idea or system against others who are doing the same. Thus you create prejudice. But you will observe that this is not thinking, and you can never find the truth this way. It is only when the mind is utterly free of all attachments that you can discover that which is true and recognize the intrinsic worth of any idea. But where there is division, distinction, attachment, there can be no understanding at all. You merely perpetuate that which gives rise to separation, which creates bias and conflict. There are no sides, and you need not think that you can take this side or that to arrive at truth. There can be no sides. To realize eternity, immortality, pure action, pure thought, which is pure love and wisdom, it cannot be understood through division, through systems or creeds, this path or that path. For when your mind is disciplined to think in a certain direction only, when it is controlled and directed, it loses all pliability and health, all understanding. You have only to look into a mind that has been so directed and controlled to see how rigid it is in its belief. This is truly ignorance. To approach and try to understand truth through division is futile. The idea of tolerance is but an intellectual invention which covers up the conflict arising out of the false division. Where there is real affection, real understanding, there is no need for tolerance. When there is real affection freed from attachment, then there is no need to organize, to create unity and understanding. You do not need to organize yourself to become brotherly. You need not belong to any particular sect or denomination or society or church to become a real human being, and this is greater than all theories. What I am trying to show you is the hindrance which prevents you in the instantaneous recognition of truth. Figures mean the same thing in all languages, and the problem, when correctly worked out, must come to the same conclusion, although the characters of the figures may be different. So it is with truth. There can be no duality in conclusion. There is no distinction in the result. You are all essentially human, no matter what nationality, and it is this factor that must be seen, free from all attachment to beliefs or ideas which create separation. There is an ecstasy of life, an eternity, an immortality, which is in the completion of our daily living, freed from all separation, created through attachment, ideas, theories, and beliefs, by living in the presence. That presence, which in itself is all complete, and is expressing itself in full when given the opportunity. And this does not mean in some distant future, which is but a passing fantasy. This everlasting reality can only be understood in the fullness of the present, that is, ever present, the realization of the presence now, and being that presence, by allowing that presence to express itself without hindrance. There has never been any separation from it, nor have you ever been divided in it. This separation, this division, is but a concept born in ignorance, and when you can discern this, then you can dissolve it away. But this understanding cannot come through ideas or beliefs, but through deep awareness of reality, and the discernment of that which is unreal. But reality cannot be imagined or fancied, and that which can be explained is not the truth. That for which you struggle, that which you conquer, is not reality. You do not have to conquer reality nor struggle for it or with it. The ecstasy of the truth, the presence, comes spontaneously, naturally, sweetly, without the slightest effort, without self-discipline or direction, without analysis, without introspection. It comes without toil. It comes without ease, with quietness. It is this ever-living ecstasy, this presence, this truth that you must realize. And when it is realized, then all division, all ideas, theories, beliefs will completely disappear. They just drop away and leave you free in that presence. Now, this is not reserved for some future time, which some will have you believe. It can be understood only when the mind is freed from the past and the future. If you think of the past, you create a future. If you think of the future, you create a past, and this is division. There is no division in the presence, for it is ever present. Freedom from the past and the future comes when there is full significance, the completion of the presence, always present. To understand the completeness of the present, there cannot be attachment to even a single idea. Only in freedom from attachment is there true intelligence. When the mind is attached to an idea or a belief or to a past experience, it reveals a lack of intelligence. When the mind is filled with the presence, there is freedom from past and future beliefs or ideas. Now this is essentially simple, but because of your attachment to ideas and beliefs, it becomes difficult. Yet when you discern these ideas and beliefs and see them for what they are dissolved away, and this leads to pure thinking. Intelligent thinking is impossible while there is attachment. Attachment is thoughtlessness, incompleteness in present, and when deeply discerned and understood, you will see that thoughtlessness, that incompleteness in the present, is unrighteousness. To theorizing there is no end. Anyone can invent theories. Many books are filled with them about the spiritual life and about truth. Theories are inventions of the mind and are not truth. I am not interested now in any theory, whether it be Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, or Theosophy. These are but patterns to which the human mind conforms. And where there is conformity, there is no intelligence. Theories are valueless to a living person. It is people who live, not theories. I have observed those who belong to many societies and religions, those who hold many beliefs and hope. I am not placing one theory against another, so that your mind can delight in the contrast and create a division and a conflict. I only wish to show you your own mirror, the cause of conflict, so that by true perception and clarity of thought, you can discover for yourself that ecstasy of living truth, and thereby become free and joyous. I know that most of you have patterned your life on theories which is one of the cause of conflict, and your whole life is based on what another has said. As a living person, you destroyed your own understanding through conformity, through the pursuit of the dictates of another. That which you worshipped has destroyed your power to think. There is conflict and sorrow in the mind and heart of everyone in the world, and there is little use being concerned with ideas of helping the world unless you first begin to understand yourself. To understand that the presence, which is the only reality, is ever present, and to begin to destroy your own walls of illusion, and thus release yourself from your own prison. How can you expect to release another if you yourself are still in bondage? For you will only entice others into your own illusions, which may by contrast appear freedom to others. If you look into your mind, you will see that your thoughts and feelings are concerned with imitation. You have preformed an image of what life should be or what truth is, gathered through books or through the authority of another. You are thus forcing your heart and mind to reassemble that image. It is not true that you all have created a social structure which demands adaptation and conformity and are caught up in the net of your own creation. The social structure is the outcome of your own desires and illusions. If you believe in a preacher who you think knows or has authority over you, if he creates in your mind and heart a fear, then beware of him, for he will destroy all understanding. I do not tell you to follow me or obey me, or that I represent the truth, or that you must become my disciple, for this would create conformity, and where there is conformity, there is no intelligence. Only when the mind is free from conformity or authority, either of the authority of another or beliefs in the past or the future, can the ever-present life express itself in you, and this is the ecstasy of truth. Man has become a cog in a machine because he exists without that completeness, that ecstasy of living in the presence. He is ever disciplining, controlling, suppressing, and destroying his own creative understanding. Hence the utter misery and chaos in the world. Only through the realization of the presence and the ever-present can man be freed. Thus the work of the sanctuary of the silent healing power is the most helpful to mankind, because you are the world multiplied millions of times. So when you realize the truth and discern your own illusions, so you can help the world. In your work you are blessed, for not only are you freeing those of the earth plane, but many thousands in the psychic plane. The blessings of the angel of light is upon your work of the sanctuary of the silent healing power. Benediction. We have attuned our life with thine, and now our life is a continuous inspiration. Thy fountain of eternal bliss intoxicates us night and day. O how we have dissolved into thy presence and become thy presence with endless, indescribable beauty and fragrance of the divine breath of love, wisdom, and healing, ceaselessly inhaling and exhaling thy divine presence. O divine nectar, wine from heaven, we have found thee at last, and we shall taste of thy sweetness for ever and ever and ever. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 6. Thy Will Be Done. In this lecture I want to reveal the attitude taken by Jesus in his great work for the world. It will be difficult for many of you to attain to this stature, but it is not impossible, for he said himself, These things I do, greater things shall ye do, if ye will but believe. In your work in the world of trade and commerce, in your association with others, you must not confuse the issue. Some will say it is impossible to be a Jesus, but this is because you confuse the world of trade and commerce with the true spiritual life, which was lived by a man of Galilee. Yet he gave to the world a way of life that had been followed the world today would not be what it is. But it is so because the world did not understand him. They only made an image of him in their minds, an idea of him, and carried on in their same way of destruction ever since his advent upon earth. Now the world is trying to right itself through economic and other means, but this will also fail. Not until the world will accept that fundamental reality and translate it into daily living can there ever be peace and plenty. Jesus made a total dedication of his life to the aspiration of the discovery and embodiment of the divine truth and nothing else whatsoever. He did not divide his life between the divine and some outward aim and activity that had nothing to do with the search of the divine truth. Jesus went inside himself and entered into a complete dedication to the spiritual life. All clinging to mental preferences fell away, neither giving them election, selection, choice, priority, advantage, or precedence. He put away all insistence on vital aims and interests and attachments. Neither did he cling to family or country. If he did, he could not succeed in doing what he did. Whatever he did, all his energies had to proceed from the truth, and not from mental or vital motives, only from the divine will, and not from personal choice or the preference of the ego. He was aware that no mental theories had any fundamental importance, nor beliefs in creeds or imitations of others. For he knew that the mind forms and accepts theories that support the turn of the mind in ignorance. What was important to him was that call from the deepest within himself. He knew that there was a supreme existence, a consciousness and bliss, which was not merely a negative theory. Neither was it a static or featureless absolute, but a dynamic and complete. In the perception of this divine consciousness, he realized not only beyond but here, and the consequent acceptance of this divine life was his aim. His beliefs did not belong to the mind, nor was it a question of a mere mental theory. He also knew that his outlook would be supported mentally as any other. Yet it was real, not transitory. but of an experience, and by this experience greater experience was sure to follow, the soul's faith, bringing with it the mind and the life's devotion. By his own experiences he knew that one who is in contact with the higher light and has the experiences can follow the way, however difficult it may be for the lower nature to follow. He also knew that one who is touched by it even without having the experience, but having the call, the conviction, the compulsion of one's soul devotion can also follow. That was the basis of his teaching, so that all, no matter what or who they were, and what they had done in their lives, good or bad, could come into this blessed realization and the immanence of the divine presence within him. And with this understanding, all that was false would be discerned and dissolved away. His parable of the prodigal son was the evidence of this fact. He also knew that the ways of the divine mind were not like the ways of the human mind. According to the pattern of the human mind, it is impossible to judge others or lay down what one shall or shall not do. For the divine knows better, and to admit the divine at all, both true reasons and devotion, need to be at one in attaining the implicit faith and surrender to that divine everlasting presence. He knew that it was not to impose his mind and will on the divine, but to receive the divine will and follow it, was a true attitude to adapt. Thy will be done, not mine. He did not say, this is my right, my want, claim, or need, or requirement, and why do I not get it? But he gave himself to surrender, to receive with joy whatever the divine gave, not grieving, not revolting. Then what you receive will be the right thing for you, as it was for him. He showed that reliance upon God, surrender, and self-giving to the divine power was necessary and indispensable. But he also showed that reliance upon God must not be made an excuse for indolence, weakness, and surrender to every whim of the mind, but it must move along with untiring aspiration and persistent discernment, the dissolving of all that comes in the way of the divine truth. Also that the surrender to the divine must not be turned into an excuse for the surrender to one's own desire, to one's ego that puts on a false appearance of the divine. In his life he showed that you had only to aspire to keep yourself open to the divine and to discern that which was utterly false, so that the divine could work and through you, doing all the work no matter in what capacity for the divine, and in the faith that it is through the divine force alone that you can do it. And if you remain open in this way, the knowledge and realization will come to you. Now all depends on whether you can open to the influence or not. If there is sincerity in your aspiration and a patient will to arrive at the higher consciousness in spite of all obstacles, then the opening in one form or another is sure to come. It may take time according to the prepared or unprepared condition of the mind or the heart. If the mind is full of theories and the heart full of antagonisms, then these must be abandoned before the true light can be drawn unto you. Therefore, patience is required to rid yourself of these things, otherwise the effort may be abandoned owing to the difficulty of the beginning. It is not easy to throw out from the mind ideas that have grown since infancy, but if you look into your mind, you will see what it is that hinders you from accepting that divine nature that is present in everyone, antagonistic to none. So first of all, concentrate on your heart, and see if there is anything there that in any way separates you from anyone, any enmity, envy, or jealousy, any antagonisms that hinder your acceptance of this blessing thing that alone can free you. Then call in the power and the presence of that love of the divine to take its abode, and the work of this divine love will transform the consciousness. You can also concentrate on the head and between the eyes, but for many this is too difficult. When the mind becomes quiet and the concentration becomes strong and the aspiration intense, then there is a beginning of experience. The more the faith is turned towards the divine presence, the quicker can you effect a change. Success at the beginning may be only partial and checkered by many failures, that this should not daunt you. Be patient and persevering. To turn all action automatically into devotion cannot be done by thought control only, for this is but contradiction and not expansion, neither is it understanding. There must be strong aspiration in the heart which will bring about realization or feeling of the presence. Neither must you rely on your own efforts alone, but on the grace and power of the divine presence you adore. The cause of your failure to reach its realization is because you place too much reliance on your mind and will. That is why some of you do not progress. If you could once get the habit of silent reliance on the power of the Divine Presence, not merely calling it in to support your own efforts, most of the difficulties would diminish and eventually disappear. You must come to actually know that it is the Presence that does the work. When this is thoroughly understood and becomes a habitual thought behind all you are doing, a new life will open up for you. Now, all sincere aspiration has its effect, and if you are sincere, you will grow into the divine life expressing life, wisdom, and healing. To be entirely sincere means to desire the Divine Presence only, to surrender yourself more and more to the Divine Presence, to reject all personal demands and desires other than this one aspiration, to offer every action in life to the Divine Presence and do it as work given without bringing it to the ego. This is the basis of the divine life. The Christ consciousness is not attained all at once, but if you aspire at all times and call upon always the aid of the Divine Presence that is ever present within you, with a true heart and straightforward will, you will grow more and more into this consciousness. You will not find it easy to get rid of the personal effort at once. Gradually, the personal effort should be transformed into a movement of the divine force. The main thing, first of all, is to look into your minds and see what is there. Hypocrisy is the first thing that must be uprooted. This may be hard to do because the mind clings to the personality which is full of defects and pettiness. It delights itself in social inaccuracies, in vain platitudes and repetitions. Then first discern your own mind and see what it contains. Then you will not be so ready to condemn or criticize others. The divine nature cannot manifest in a mind that is full of contradiction. Therefore, discern your thoughts in the first place. Then you will be able to empty your mind and heart of all that is not of the divine nature that lies hidden, buried by your own falseness, and remember that the divine presence forgives and holds nothing against you. So when you have cleansed your mind and heart, the presence will take its abode of its own free will, for there is its dwelling place. Your personal effort will be transformed into a movement of the divine force, and when you feel the consciousness of this divine presence, call in it more and more to govern your effort. Then take it up to transform it into something not yours but the presence itself. There will be a taking up of the forces at work in the personal self by a transformation not suddenly complete, but progressive until complete. And as the mental poise and quiet is established, then will come peace and a silence that nothing can change. For that which is in itself complete will be established in its own temple, for it is said that ye are the temples of the living God. It is this presence that is established in the sanctuary of the silent healing power, and as you get more and more into the understanding of the great work that is being done, you will all appreciate more and more these instructions that are being given to you. The blessing of the angel of light is upon your work of the sanctuary of the silent healing power. Benediction, O beloved one, through the door of my aspiration the imprisoned fragrance of thy omnipresence was released on the wings of thy love. It spread over infinite space, carrying thy blessings of peace to every being, turning unhappiness into joy. I have broken the cage of the past memories and habits that held my wings fast in the bars of my personality. Thy eternal presence has revealed to me it was but a torturing cage of dreams, and now I am soaring in the presence of thy love that unites me with everything. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 7. Know Thyself. In this communication you will find the instructions of great help in acquiring that mental state you are struggling to get. I have made it plain to you that it is necessary to observe, discern, and dissolve the causes of your struggle. You do not struggle when you are free. It is only when you feel that you are being imprisoned that you struggle for freedom. You struggle with thoughts that enter into the mind when you wish your mind to be quiet. You struggle with thoughts which you feel are foreign to you, your true nature, and you try to banish them without result. It is necessary to observe and understand these wrong movements in you. Some are continually aggressive, others are quarrelsome. Some nag all day long, some are jealous, some envious, some selfish, some egotistical. I can go on enumerating many more of these false movements that you are caught up with, and not even knowing that you are caught up in their net. Now, to simply deny these things does not get you out of the net into which you have fallen. When you have come to be aware of the wrong movement, do not be always thinking of your defects and wrong movements, but think more upon what you are to be. The goal before you is a translation of the presence within into your daily living, for in this only is there true happiness and perfect bliss and freedom. To be always observing false and wrong movements in yourself and others only bring depression, discourages the faith. Turn your eyes more to the coming light and less to the immediate darkness. Confidence and cheerfulness and knowing that victory is assured are the things that help. They make your progress easier and swifter. You must remember that the difficulties in meditation when all kinds of thoughts keep coming in is not due to hostile forces, but to the ordinary nature of the human mind. All have this difficulty at first, and with some it lasts longer than with others. There are several ways of getting rid of these interruptions. One way is to look at the thoughts and observe what is the nature of the human mind as they show it, not to give any sanction, but to let them run down till they come to a standstill. If you struggle against them or fear them, it shows that you are just ignorant of their true nature, and thus you attach yourself to them. Some are continually trying to banish thoughts from their minds because they believe they are evil. Most of these thoughts rise from the subconscient, which belongs to the world and evolution, and it is not evil when understood. You have had this explained to you before. When this is not understood, your reactions to these thoughts overwhelm your conscious control to a certain extent. Failing to realize and recognize the divine power you possess, you live in a world of fear and illusion created by yourselves. These influences of the evolutionary process rise to the surface in the mortal man. Mortal man thinks it's evil. Spiritually enlightened man transmutes them. What is above comes down, and what is below comes up. Man unites them through understanding and begins his spiritual evolution. You become your own emancipator when the presence within is freed from the illusion of the sense and belief in sin. You are all apt to react to conditions in your life in a negative way through harboring fear, anxiety, and doubt, and in this way you lose control. And it is this lack of control in your daily life that causes such thoughts to interrupt your meditation. But as you progress, you grow more and more into a better understanding of yourselves. Some worry about their thoughts. Worrying about a thought is the only evil there is. It is more deadly than the thought itself, for thoughts pass away and dissolve. When you understand that you are the living presence in reality, no harm can come nigh you. Life alone lives. Life created the body, the brain, the nervous system through which it could express itself in the physical world. Then it is life that lives, not you. You live because life is living. Life is God, and God is life, the presence, and it is this presence that is omnipresent, and is the presence that is your silent partner, and is the greater of the two. When you realize that it is this presence alone that is consciousness, and is your reality, then you will discern better that which is false, and when you discern that which is false, you will know that which is true. I have said this many times to you, but I know that the true significance has not dawned upon you. That is why I am showing you this gem of truth in another setting. Now if you observe the thoughts that cross your mind and you stand back and look at them, regarding them as things that come from the outside, you see them as passers-by crossing the mind space with whom you have no connection and in which you take no interest. In this way, after a time, there comes an awareness of consciousness and mind being distinctly separate. The consciousness witnesses and watches while being perfectly undisturbed and quiet, while witnessing the object of observation in the mind. Those thoughts that cross and wander through mind in space. There is a third, which is the shortest and most powerful way to silence, but few can do it at the beginning. That is to detect the thoughts coming before they enter, knowing these intruders for what they are and dissolving them away at once. If this can be done, it is swift, but much more difficult for beginners. The cause of most fear in people is the preaching on all sides about sin and damnation, with the results that from infancy this fear has dominated the lives of millions of people. There is a fear of something that they do not understand because they are ignorant about the truth of things. They accept what others say without question, and their imagination runs rampant with fears and illusion. Every educated person knows the main facts about organic evolution are firmly established and are quite different from theological outbursts of ignorance propounded from the pulpit. You are not required to do violence to your reason by rejecting the assured results of modern science. If the theology of religion is to be of any use to humanity, it must be simplified, spiritualized, and brought up to date. At present, it is encumbered by bad science, charactered by bad economics, and the more aware you become of this, the less you will be disposed to stake the existence of your faith on superstitions, which are the religion of the irreligious and the science of the unscientific. 95% of the people are busy attempting to change effects. Something happens which they do not like, and they try to change the situation. They soon find that they are simply changing one form of distress for another. The other 5%, which includes yourselves, are engaged with the causes, and you know now that in order to make any permanent change, it is the cause you must seek. And you soon find that the cause is within your own control. It is the 5% that are thinking. The other 95% are merely accepting and conforming to the thoughts and ideas of others. It is those only who think, who can see and feel a thing before it happens. These hostile forces are anti-divine, not merely undivine. They make use of the lower nature, pervert it and fill it with distorted ideas and movements, and by that means influence man and even try to enter and possess or control him. Free yourself from all exaggerated self-deprecation and the habit of getting depressed by the sense of sin, difficulty, or failure. These feelings do not really help. On the contrary, they are an immense obstacle and hamper the progress. They belong to the religious, not to the adept in truth. You should look on all the defects of the nature as movements in the subconscient, which are common to all no matter who they are. The main thing is to observe them, discern them, and dissolve them calmly, firmly, and positively with full confidence in the divine presence, without weakness, fear and depression or negligence, and without excitement, impatience, or violence. The rule I give you is this: not to let those movements depress you, to stand back from them, observe the cause, and then remove the cause, for the cause is always within the control of the self. For all vital defects are within the control of the self through understanding. Sometimes a wrong movement, a petty desire indulged in, causes a recoil, sometimes by its satisfaction and sometimes by its disappointment. Sometimes a desire is satisfied, sometimes a false movement given its head produces very often a worse recoil than a disappointed desire. What is needed is for you to become more aware in the inner and less in the outer, even if you live there, for the more you react to the outer, the more you are exposed to its touches. The immanent, the presence, is not oppressed by them. It stands in its own closeness to the divine, omnipresent, eternal love and wisdom, and sees the small surface movements as surface things foreign of the true being. My last communication to you on the attitude of Jesus should be studied with this communication. Then you will more easily conquer your difficulties and the wrong movements that assail you. The mistakes you have made in the past are probably because you are identifying yourself too much with these things that assail you and regarding them as part of your own nature. You should rather disassociate yourself from them, regarding them as movements of the universal subconscient that try to make you the instrument of their self-expression. By this discovery you will be able to live more and more in the presence that is wisdom, love, and healing, which is not troubled by these movements and automatically refuses assent to them. The soul that is turned towards the divine forces reaches the higher plane of consciousness. Now find that part of your being and live in it. To be able to do so is a true foundation for the presence to work. By standing back in the shade of the ever-present omnipresence, you find a quiet poise in yourself, although witnessing the surface struggle. You can thus call on the ever-present presence to help deliver you. The divine presence, calm, peace, purity, force, light, joy, wideness are above waiting to descend into you. Find the quietude behind, and your mind will also become quiet, for whatever the consciousness is aware of, so does the mind respond to. And through the quiet mind you can call down the descent of the purity, peace, and power of the divine force. When you feel this peace and purity descending into you, you can then call it in again and again till it begins to settle. then you will feel the force working into you to change the movements, to transmute them and transform the consciousness. In this working, you will be aware of the presence, the divine presence that is not disturbed or affected by outward conditions and effects. Once it is done, it is only a question of time as the progressive unfoldment of the divine nature in you is translated into your daily living. The idea of tests is not a healthy idea and should not be considered too far. Tests are applied not by the divine, but by the forces of the lower plane, mental, vital, or emotional and physical, allowed by the divine because it is part of the soul's training, and helps it to know itself, its powers, and its limitation when it has to outgrow. The presence is not testing you at every moment, but rather helping you at every moment to rise beyond the necessity of tests and difficulties which belong to the inferior consciousness. To be always conscious of that help will be your best safeguard against all attacks, whether adverse movements generated by your own cravings and desires or those of the subconscient. If you do not succeed as you would like to succeed, do not be disappointed or doubtful. Success is assured. Experience is your stair of progress, and when rightfully understood, aids your faith. I could not do better than repeat what the centurion said to the Master Jesus. I am also a man of authority, and if I give an order, it is obeyed. But you are of a different realm, and if you give a command, it will also be obeyed, and my servant will be healed. And the Master said, I have found no greater faith in Israel. And at that moment the servant was healed. Jesus spoke the word of true understanding because he knew he and the Father were one, and his word did not return to him void, but completed that which it was sent forth to do. It was done in the Father's presence, by the Father's presence. This will aid you to understand what is possible in the sanctuary of the silent healing power. I have shown you the mind of Jesus in my last communication. Now look into your own and see how near you can come to the mind of the man of Galilee. The blessing of the angel of light is upon your work in the sanctuary of the silent healing power. Benediction. Dressed with thy beauty, clean and holy, thou didst send me to play in the fields thou hadst prepared for me. But I played in the darkness with ignorance, and lost myself in the mire of suffering. I went out clean, but came back to thee besmirched with the mud of illusion. O divine presence, wash me with thy love and wisdom, and make me clean and clothe me again. I lost everything while roaming in the darkness. O divine presence, love of my heart, the tiny candle of light of my remembrance of thee was not extinguished by the gust of disbelief. I loved all things, only to find that I needed thee alone. Come with me, O beloved, be with me always. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 8. The infinite is revealed in the finite. The truth, life, God, essence, the omnipresent presence, the Christ, the only reality in us, or whatever name you like to call it, is that part of us that is neither an idea, an image, or sensation, but an actual living reality, which is eternal, birthless, and deathless. Our ideas change, our beliefs change, our personality changes, our minds change, our bodies change, but this living reality never changes. The revealing of this great, ever-present life is continual unfoldment through which we continually make adjustments according to how we identify ourselves with His mighty presence. In this lies the seat of all power in mankind. How do you identify yourself with this ever-present presence that is responsible for all creation? I want you to give considerable thought and contemplation to this, the most important thing in your life. It is so big and so vast that we can neither see the beginning nor the end of it. Yet it is ever present within us. All manifested substance, forms, compositions, all visible things are but the expressions of an interior productive cause, invisible, which is the spiritual essence in all these things. The thing that you see, feel, or touch is the effect. The cause is within the thing. There can be no separation between the cause and the effect. You cannot divide the ether of space, which fills all space, of which science tells us is the basis of matter and the framework in which matter is built. And thus form comes forth through an interior cause, which is responsible for appearances. Now, appearances are what the senses respond to and are generally taken for realities, but it is the unfolded mind that begins to see behind appearances and there find the cause. The starry heavens awaken and invite us to seek that which is beyond appearances, and as I've already stated, herein lies the power of the mankind, but few have grasped it. That is why man is today impotent in a world of effects, in which he finds overwhelm him, and to which he succumbs because he has not yet sought deep enough for the solution, which he will eventually find within himself. The deep faculties of man's mind are not limited to the five senses. The principles of nature are revealed through those who have developed this gift of intuition through clear thinking, not accepting what others have said and believed in the past, for this is but perpetuating the ignorance in the world. When man begins to see that most of his troubles are created by himself, he will find the solution also within himself, for within him lies that eternal reality which is responsible for all creation, including himself. And within himself he will find also the cause of his miseries, for the cause is never separate from the effect. The effect is only removed when the cause is revealed and corrected in our own minds by the creative power itself. For man thinks good and evil by the same power. It is this deep intuition which has caused us to move onward and upward, side by side with deep logical reasoning, which enables us to see further than those who attribute their knowledge to the limited sphere of the physical senses. When we lift our consciousness in thought into the higher things of life, we are able to obtain such information that cannot be obtained by mere groping into the mud. One cannot find the secret of the lotus flower in the mud in which it grows, but by understanding the spiritual cause that forever remains invisible to the senses, but can be comprehended by a deep, thoughtful mind. Truth is hidden in the words of which St. John spoke. I will repeat it again to you. The Word was in the beginning, and that very Word was with God, and God was that Word. The same was in the beginning with God, and the Word became flesh. St. John also tells us that we cannot understand this until we comprehend the mighty truth about ourselves, unless we become aware that we are not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but born of God. No man has ever seen God, but the Father is revealed in the Son. And it was this that Jesus revealed to us in his great teaching of the truth, which cannot be superseded. Know ye not that I am in the Father, and the Father is in me? And the things that ye see me do is the Father who worketh in me. The Father, who ever remaineth in me, it is he who is performing his own deeds. When you have seen me, you have seen the Father, your Father and my Father, our Father which is in heaven. Heaven is that inmost sanctuary in ourselves where the Father ever remains, waiting for our awareness of him. This is not an idea, an image, or a belief. It is the living reality, and is the source of our own livingness. This truth must become objective as well as subjective before it means anything to us, and this is brought about by our awareness of it, so that the inner shall become the outer and the outer the inner. Now this has nothing to do with ethics, which blinds the consciousness to the truth of life and the ever-presence. Ethics is eternally caught up in the relative things, but this truth I am revealing to you can never be understood via ethics or any other things that turn your mind outwardly. Those whose minds are filled with ethics can never know the warmth, the joy of living that is attained only by the awareness of the ever-present love and wisdom that is always giving expression to itself through those who identify themselves with it. It is simple, unaffected, always kind, always loving, always generous, always forgiving, does not make vain display, and does not boast. It is not easily provoked and thinks no evil. It never fails when put to the test, no matter in what situation. Its power lies in the fact that it is present everywhere, and it knows no opposition, and is never antagonistic, no matter how irritating others may be. There is a calmness that nothing can move, for it knows itself to be the only reality. This goes beyond the reason of man, but it does not run contrary to that reason, for we know that this must be so for the universe to eternally exist. It must have perfect harmony at the source, and that source is also within ourselves. When one begins to know this truth, one begins to express the truth, and that is how one knows whether one has the truth or not. For it is a translation of this ever-presence in our daily living that reveals what we know in our hearts. One may have an intelligent grasp of the truth, but unless one has become aware of that reality in oneself as a living, loving expression of harmony, as the source of his or her own living, they are like the man who looked into the mirror and saw a reflection of himself and immediately went away and forgot what he was like. We all know very well that we do not act up 100% to that which is real within ourselves because of our desires, cravings, etc. But as we unfold, these things no longer worry us, even if we may become possessive for the things of this world, and for those we love, etc. To become aware that we are possessive, to know our cravings, to know our weakness is half the battle, and not to struggle with them knowing that they have no place in reality. And as we come to know that this world of ours is but a preparatory school for our immortal existence, so shall we cease to grab all for ourselves and work for the common good. Yet through our suffering, caused by our own misunderstanding, will come the wisdom that will guide us to freedom. As we come to know that the only authority is a divine presence that dwells in each and every one of us and is not separate and distinct to that which St. John spoke of, we will then realize that it cannot be antagonistic or in opposition to itself at any time. And as we identify ourselves with this presence, so shall we become aware of all the false doctrines that cause strife and separation throughout the whole world. It is because we have failed to realize that we are immortal is the cause of our ignorant craving for immortality, and we are caught up in the fear of death, which is but an illusion in man's mind because he has not yet realized the eternal, ever-present life within himself. And because of his ignorance, he is exploited through his belief in death. So he tries to buy, with as little as he can, of his worldly goods, a passport to some unknown destination from those who claim to have the sole right of admission. And because the paramount longing in the human heart is for the thing desired, unaware of that which produces all that is resident within himself, he develops a sense of inward poverty, and to cover up this sense of inward poverty, he surrounds himself with things, title and rank, which he finds a very poor substitute, and thereby develops a sense of insecurity. So he tries to make himself secure at the expense of his brothers, and all he gains is sorrow and conflict. So man creates the exploitation by which he is exploited from every side. When through an enlightened mind man begins to discern that the cause as well as the remedy is with himself, and that the truth, life, God, or whatever name we like to call it, is beyond all personal allegiance, he will step out of his illusion and see how magnificently he will thrive in the recognition of his oneness with that presence, that one life that unites us all with one family, not only as this earth, but one with all the inhabitants in the vast cosmos. For surely within the one infinite mind all must exist, and as there is no outside it, we must also be in it, and of it. Then to identify ourselves with this infinite mind develops within ourselves the qualities of this mind. The comprehensiveness of the cosmos is beyond our human conception, but nevertheless it is a fact that the worlds within our visible physical senses are but a fraction of manifested universe, and that this manifested universe is but a speck on the horizon in that infinite mind that fills boundless space. We are told there is something like 2,000 million millions of worlds visible to us, and that this is but a fraction of the manifested universe. Many of the suns and worlds making up that visible universe are thousands of times larger than our sun and planets. Our earth is but a grain of sand in this panorama of worlds, yet we are linked up with the same substance, the same mind, the same creative spirit. Furthermore, there are belts of invisible matter inhabited by spiritual beings that were once physical like us at one time or another. Although we are incapable at present of seeing these inhabitants, they are not oblivious to our existence, and many are helping and guiding us. To have this true conception of life, we get beyond creeds, dogmas, ethics, and the limited thoughts of the human mind, and we soar into that which we know exists now as it did in the beginning. Some will say, where is your scientific data to explain all this? There is ample proof by those who have experienced at least a modicum of its truth to make it evident that there is more in heaven and earth than man has ever dreamt of. Physical science has only yet groped in the dust of the earth, but cosmic science will be the science of the future. Science has already found out that matter dissolves into energy, and we are told that this energy fills all space, commonly called ether. Out of this ether, and in this ether all forms visible must exist. There are far-reaching powers of the human mind that can and will in the future reveal intercourse with the inhabitants of the inner world. I have had that opportunity myself of this communication, and what one can do, all can do. The law of gravity, which unites all the worlds in the universe, is one grand system, separating man from his kindred spirits and other planets, and interposes an interpassable barrier to his excursions to distant regions. This is because man is only in the infancy of his being, yet he is destined to a future, an eternal state of existence, where the range of his facilities will be expanded. A few have expanded these faculties, and these few have been regarded by the masses with awe, and sometimes they have been put to death for fear that the pet theories and religious beliefs of the blind who lead the blind would be shattered. But those who acclaimed Barabbas and put Jesus to death could not destroy that which they could not see, that which was real and eternal. So after all, they did not destroy anything, nor could they keep that light from coming into the world, and that light is beginning to shine brighter than ever. A wide, boundless prospect lies before us, and time will reveal the numerous orders of kindred beings with whom we will associate in terms of enduring love and friendship. There are other active spheres which exist superior and interior to our world system, and to which we are materially bound in our onward and upward progression. Yet that same life, that same consciousness that makes us conscious and aware, will be the same eternal, birthless and deathless thing that will unfold the beauty of the universe. For the whole universe is within the consciousness of the Supreme Architect, and it is the same consciousness that makes us living, thinking beings now, made in the image and likeness of our Creator. That the infinite is revealed in the finite, and that the finite reveals the infinite being eternally linked in one whole. It is this truth which gives us that freedom from our limited conception of things in the mortal sense. Oh, could we wing our way with the swiftness of a seraphim from sun to sun, from world to world, until we have surveyed all the systems visible to the naked eye, which are but a mere speck in the map of the universe. Could we at the same time contemplate the glorious landscapes and scenes of grandeur they exhibit, could we also mingle with the pure and exalted intelligence which people these resplendent abodes, and behold their humble and ardent adoration of their almighty Maker, their benign and understanding deportment towards one another, each esteeming the other better than himself, and all united in the bonds of purest affection, without one haughty or discordant feeling, what indignation and astonishment would seat us on our return to this obscure corner of creation, yet within ourselves is this grand thing, and to know it in our hearts is to live it. Some seek health for health alone. Some seek wealth for wealth alone. Some seek happiness for happiness itself. Now seek this truth, and you will find all within yourself. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of the water of life freely. Revelations 21:6. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 9. Creative will underlies all life. If only the world thinkers and scholars would step out of the old limited way of thinking into the new pathway, they would lead mankind to a better understanding of himself through the science of life in the cosmos, and how much better this world would be. The habit of thinking in terms of effects and limitation has hindered man in his progression, has stilted his growth spiritually, mentally, physically, has also kept mankind in the throes of misery and ill health and unhappiness. When we take into consideration the teaching of the great prophets and masters of all time, they have directed man's thinking into wider channels of thought. But the habit of looking at things through mortal senses has blinded man to the great truth about himself, which alone can set him free. This course of lectures is for the purpose of freeing man from his own limitations, for man is only limited by the concept he holds and believes to be true. The secrets of the earth and all that is in it, and the cause, is not altogether hidden from man, and as we search we find that which will confirm our earthly existence, and will also confirm in us a greater glorious foundation than that which was first supposed and taught by those who accepted the effects seen without due regard to the causes behind them. And the immediate work in this class is to show man's relation to God and the universe. In our last lecture we saw clearly that the whole cosmos is one whole with no division anywhere. The appearance of separation we saw is but an illusion in man's mind, because of the great truth that God is the only one, and all must exist in him and by him. We also saw that all manifested substance, forms, compositions, all visible things were but the expression of an interior productive cause, invisible, which is the spiritual essence and the only reality in all things. We saw that matter was energy commonly called ether of space, which filled all space, in which there could be no division. We also saw clearly that this ether was an expression of the infinite mind that filled boundless space, and there was no outside. It, and therefore all, must be in it and of it. I do not want to repeat what we have already said, because our time is little enough to explain the magnitude of the material for our consideration which is to follow. And in this lesson I will use a few diagrams to reveal some fundamental things which must be grasped, otherwise we will not get the benefit of this wonderful knowledge. The Bible story of the creation of the world is a concise explanation of its creation. But before one can read it with understanding, the fundamentals must be understood. That is why those who read the story of creation of the world and man are at a loss to understand its significance. We are told that life is God and God is life. Therefore, life is not limited by body or mind, but is free and omnipotent in its omnipresence. And the point through which God expresses himself through man is the point through which man expresses the infinite. But this must be realized by man before it is possible. This is the law of our being. Therefore, we are forced to accept the great truth that God is all there is. Now, let us look at this in a diagram. Let me explain the first part of the diagram for you. As God is infinite in nature, there can be no other creation but his. Therefore, he becomes what he creates. Read your last lecture of what I said about the Word becoming flesh. Love and wisdom are the impersonal principles of God and are the foundation of all which he creates. These principles never change. They are always the same. Mankind unfolds as he realizes these unchangeable fundamental principles. So we progress and give expression to them according to our awareness of them. Not that we are separate from God in any way, but we are made in his likeness, and this has to be realized by us before we can express our true nature. Will is the uniting and active link in all creation, because without will there can be no action, and through the will of God, so does his creation come forth. And there can be no other will but his, and this will is situated in us as the creative power in ourselves. And our will becomes more powerful as we become more aware of God's unchangeable impersonal principles, love and wisdom. Now these three, love, power, wisdom, are one, and never separated at any time in God's creation, and this is expressed in us as consciousness and intelligence. Life alone has consciousness, and the consciousness in us is proof that God in us and in our own consciousness is the seat of that will. A very little reflection will make us realize this to be true. The intelligence is that active principle in life that causes all that the conscious will desires to be expressed, and as there is no outside, the infinite mind, and no other substance, all is created in that substance. So man creates for himself his pleasure and his pain according to how he identifies himself with these unchangeable impersonal principles, which underlie the whole universe. In this lecture I want to deal with and to show its power. The masters say, cut out desire. This is true, because desire is the cause of all manifestation, for behind desire is the will. But we must understand that there is pure desire, the will of God, and personal desire, the will of man. The former brings peace and happiness, while the other often brings the reverse. Now, willpower is that force which is the director of all mental currents, not only affecting ourselves, but also affecting persons and things outside of ourselves. In my training with the Masters, I was shown that will was the projector of all mental currents, and was the basis of all mental phenomena. And as I am permitted to reveal to you this tremendous force, I am also advising you to be careful in the use of it. Let it be tempered with love and wisdom to guide it into constructive and beneficial avenues for yourself and others. When used with understanding, the results will astonish you and all who observe it. The will of a strong, conscious awareness reaches out far beyond the limits of the brain and influences people and things, causing them to be inclined toward the desire expressed by that will. Many have worked their will upon others far removed from their immediate surroundings. This power has acted upon them as a mental influence. Call it mental telepathy, thought transference, or anything you like, but it is a reality. A mental current projected by the will works as surely as the sun's rays affect the growth of plants and flowers and fruits, in accordance with the power that individual has developed. It is not the purpose of this lecture to give you specific instructions in the active projection of this power. What I wish to do is to draw your attention to it as a power that is inherent within you, and what I want you to realize is that will is a living force that can be projected and operated at a distance. It is this force that the Creator uses in the manifestation of all of His creation. The creative will underlies all life's manifestation, including the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdom, and is individualized in man. It acts independently of brains and controls all life and body functions in man. This mighty force is at its greatest when directed by our divine consciousness, the consciousness of our divine nature. Herein lies the secret of all power in man. This universal power can be used by man, and we must learn to understand its laws as we learn to understand the laws of electricity to use it to our advantage. But it is just as dangerous as electricity when we fail to discern its laws and abuse its powers. Desire and will are the primary factors to our thought. They render thought powerful. The more feeling we have, the stronger is that thought pregnated with the power of the will. Yet many people live only in desire and feeling because they fail to divine as thought. Thought is the arrow that goes forth, and according to its definition, according to its complete form, so will it produce. People who are incapable of thinking are often using this power, but it is dissipated, like the noise of a firecracker, but there is nothing to it. Thought is the arrow that goes straight to the target, and the force behind it will. But unless you begin to think for yourself, unless you give up conforming to others' beliefs and desires, you will never be able to use this power of thought with any degree of success. In these lectures, I want to give you the basic foundation upon which to build this power. A child feels and desires, but its thought has not formed and nothing is accomplished, and the majority of people in this world have still the child mind. They have not yet grown up. Will, desire, is a natural force inherent in all and can be used, controlled, and directed, just as electricity can. The Masters have trained and cultivated this will force to degrees that seem miraculous to the Western mind. But this force they perform so-called miracles. Many of the astonishing healings I have performed, which seem to be miracles to many, are performed in this way. And many of the ascended masters who are working with the sanctuary use this power in the many healings that take place through the sanctuary. This accounts for the many wonderful results we get. In the East, there are hermits who remain in the mountains and develop this mental power and influence others at a distance, while in the West we see this will expressed through men of action, men of industry, and men like Roosevelt, Churchill, and others as leaders of the nations. But even in these, it is but a futile effort compared to those who can become aware of their divine nature, linking themselves with the cosmos, and who begin to think and feel the ever-present power of love and wisdom, which is the impersonal foundation of the cosmos itself. Therefore, what I wish to show you in this lecture is the source of all things, and this you must identify yourselves with. Otherwise, you will never know the omnipresent, omnipotent in your own life. The divine mind is the mind of God, in which all is perfect. Now the mind of man is a reflection of that mind, and not until we can comprehend this great truth can we ever be able to make that reflection real in our own lives. In my next lecture, I will prove to you that matter is not as it is seen by the senses, and why it becomes visible, and how it can become invisible. In concluding this lesson, I will ask you to contemplate upon what I have to say, which is the own conclusion that all great thinking minds can come to. That is, that God, the infinite, the eternal one, timeless, limitless, spaceless, birthless, deathless, the first cause, one, remember, and still the only one, has seemingly individualized self and created form for its own self-expression. The only one expressing itself in the many, the one in all and the all in one. My word shall not return unto me void, but shall accomplish that which it is sent forth to do. In this is the completeness of man's understanding of himself, to become aware of the unity of God and man. The Lord thy God in the midst of thee is mighty. Now also become aware of your relation to people and things, and discern deeply your thought actions, how and where it is moving. Then you will be able to free it from limitation. When your thought is caught up in greed, envy, craving, imitation, beliefs in conformity to creeds, symptoms, etc., when you are dependent on things and people, you are limited and bound. Yet freedom comes through self-reliance, obtained through your awareness of your own reality. Your oneness with God, the Father of love, then discerning that which is not real in the world of the senses, which is but an illusion of shadows. Keep reading these lectures during the week, for they contain much help that will dawn upon you as you get into the spirit of this truth. But through our outer man perish, yet the inward man is renewed day by day. 2 Corinthians 4:16. As to wisdom and knowledge, forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee. Love her, and she shall keep thee. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thee head and ornament of grace. A crown of glory shall she deliver to you. Proverbs 4:6, 8, and 9. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 10. When we work with the law. In our last lecture we saw that consciousness, intelligence, substance, love, wisdom, thought, and will were the essentials in creation, and were one in all and all in one, united in the manifestation. We also saw that unless we cooperated with these principles which make up all creation, we could not express them, although they are within us, that they would not manifest fully in our lives unless we recognized their presence. We also saw clearly that all creation was within us, that we were creation itself, including all of its attributes, the only difference being in the degree of manifestation of these attributes. For the Creator could not separate himself from his creation and remain absolute and infinite. He became what he is made. We saw also that all must exist in the infinite and of it, that there was no possibility of separation of any kind because it was infinite. And to be infinite and absolute, it must occupy all space, boundless space, and therefore must include all of creation. Strange it may seem to us, it is nevertheless true that when we begin to think of matter, when we use matter with our hands and mold it according to the image we hold in our minds, we are unaware of the potential energy in that substance we call matter. Also, we are unaware of the fact that we do not know what this matter is, yet it contains within itself the laws essential to the numerous and varied formations, and in this lecture we'll explore some vital facts pertaining to this unique and fascinating subject of creation, which is essential for us to understand if we are to be able to use this substance with any degree of proficiency. We saw that the fundamental and personal principles underlying the universe are love and wisdom, and that this love and wisdom was united in manifestation through will, the inherent power behind all manifestation. We also saw that awareness, an expression of consciousness, was pure thought, that kind of thought that is not uncertain, not wavering or unsteady, but is complete in itself. It is this fact that makes the universe enduring and perfect. If we examine ourselves, we will see that we are the image and likeness of the creative principle, and it is quite evident to the awakened consciousness that very few have realized this, even those who profess to show us the way, for they are busy formulating religions of sorrows and conflict. Life is beautiful, and for all we know, death is just as good, for science shows that death is but a form of life, and when we realize the truth, we are willing to go or stay. John Calvin and John Knox had a lot to do with devising and formulating a religion of sorrow, and each died old at the age of 57. Unfortunately for them, they took themselves seriously and were caught up in the net of their belief. And anyone who does this cannot think clearly and will suffer sooner or later from arterial sclerosis or their thinking cells. Life is fluid, and there's nothing permanent but change, and if we will think with life, we will unfold into the continuity of life, young yet matured. When you know the truth, you can live dangerously and carefree, knowing that it is life that lives. Yet those who do not know that truth live in fear, and this fear attaches itself to everything that is said or done. With truth nothing matters but living and knowing that the fundamental law of life is love and wisdom. To refute untrue things said about you is an error of judgment, for all wrong recoils upon the doer. It is the one who makes wrong statements about others who is to be pitied. It is better to be lied about than to lie against another, for no one can harm us except ourselves. That presence that is ever present is your shield. Mind and matter are interchangeable, convertible, essentially identical, harmonious, and are welded by polarities of nature's forces. In my last lecture I promised that I would prove to you that matter is not as is seen by the senses, and why it becomes visible and how it can become invisible. Science has proved to us that matter viewed separately from energy does not exist. Chemical effects, action and reaction, electricity, magnetism, heat, light are different modes of motion. Different expressions of force transferred from one to another, electricity, magnetism, chemical affinities are reciprocal, mutual, complementary to each other, and change readily into each other without loss of quality of the original forces. These forces are but one force and are all convertible from the invisible to the visible, and from visible to invisible. This is a source of delusion we are under in regard to matter when we say we see or feel it. We create in our minds a mental concept in reaction to what the senses see and feel, but there is no evidence to substantiate that matter exists at all, except as a concept we ourselves create. Feeling is a resistance to motion, and seeing is a reaction to light vibration. From these we create images in our minds which we believe to be true. Now this is the cause of our impotence in regard to so-called matter. In the following diagram I will reveal the truth about matter, showing that matter is but spirit manifest in form, and as there can only be one substance, we will see how the substance changes, yet nothing is lost in so doing. Let me explain this diagram to you. God is spirit, and we must worship him in spirit and in truth, as Jesus said. In other words, we must know him to be spirit, the only living being there is, and who dwells in all his creation. He is the source of all creation, principle, laws, essence, etc., by which all is created. All in one, in which there is no separation. The most perfect conception containing Father and Mother, the underlying cause in all creation. Pure thought, certain, steady, unwavering. Love and wisdom contain all the impersonal principles of God. The will of God through his impersonal principle brings forth his ideas and principles into action, in which the perfect utterances of the ideas and principles and laws of God are manifested and visible to mortal senses. The universal medium for the manifestation of ideas, principles, and laws of which Jesus spoke as water, unless you are born again, this time of water and the Spirit. The first condensation of ideas, the effects of ideas, principle, laws, essence, and ethers. the slowing down medium of every substance and force in the universe, the lowest condition of substance, and the slowest utterance of ideas, principles, laws, essences, ether, vapor, and fluid. His awareness or ideas contain love, wisdom, will, which reveals the universality of motion, light, life, sensation, order, beauty, and intelligence. The power behind all his creation is seen to be will linking together his impersonal and perfect eternal principles of love and wisdom. The first exhibition of his will is through law and order. This is the first manifestation of his mind in motion and the effects of the force of his will. We call the law of God that which is perfect. When we work with the law, we become the law. This we see as the forces of nature. Essences. The first manifestation of mind as an all-prevailing solution, which is neutral to receive the ideas, principles, laws, in which they become formed. The substance is the link connecting the ideas, principle, laws, forces, which represent the perfect utterances of God, and in which they ever remain perfect. This substance cannot be affected by man's ideas while ignorant of his true nature. All imperfect ideas are dissolved away in the essence. Out of this substance, the ether is produced, which is the universal medium for the manifestation of ideas, principles, and laws. This ether is the substance that Jesus spoke of as water, the psychic substance. It is the medium through which mind or cause, ends, and effects begin. The medium of exchange from one to the other, the essence enables the ideas, principles, and laws of God to become manifest as we see them in matter. When the divine consciousness holds an idea, the intelligence completes it in detail, and it becomes a manifestation under which lies his eternal principles and laws. The outer is but the expression of the inner, and the same law is inherent in our being. Thus we are as we think, because the law has individualized itself in us. Now, in the explanation of the sphere of matter, I will commence with the solids, so that you can see how these solids dissolve into higher phases of itself. In the solid substance, we see the atoms when they are slowest in motion and coldest in temperatures, and drop into a compact body, which we call solid form. This matter represents the gorgeous galaxy visible in the heavens, spanning from north to northwest to southwest, the Milky Way. Some of its suns are more than 19,000 million miles from our sun and planets, yet we belong to this belt of the visible universe. The slowest utterance of ideas, principles, laws, essence, ether, vapors, and fluids. Fluid is that solid substance into which has been developed energy rising it up 1 degree, the same atom changing its vibration to a higher state. Solid substance is porous, and energy passes through it without interruption. Ether supports the gross substance and interpenetrates it, as do all energies that are faster in motion. Fluid is the first condensation of ideas, the effect of ideas, principles, laws, essence, and ether. Man's body is a condensation of gases and vapors, every one of which is floating around us in the atmosphere. Oxygen, which we inhale continuously, is a gas without which we could not assimilate any food. Hydrogen is a gas which unites with oxygen, forming fluids in the body, and carbon a gas which combines with oxygen and hydrogen, creating growth and movement. Nitrogen is also a gas we create which clings to oxygen, neutralizes it. It acts as a powerful tissue builder with the other elements such as phosphorus, calcium, sodium, chlorine, and other elements, all possible of liquidity. When we eat our food, we are consuming these elements, although we are not aware of it. We are also continually changing these substances back to liquids and vapors, which we give off again in invisible evaporation and emanations. These emanations are as material as the body of man is material, just as material as a drop of perfume, which you perceive in evaporation through the sense of smell. These human emanations go forth continually in millions of tons daily in the soils of the celestial lands, invisible in space, to make up our spiritual homes. How true it is that we make up our spiritual homes while here on earth. Love and wisdom is beauty. Selfishness is ugliness. This is the key to our spiritual homes here and now. Ethers and vapors. Atoms ascend 1 degree higher in the scale and manifest throughout all space in the increase of motion in a substance called ether. Ether is the basis of matter and the framework in which matter is built. It responds to mind and forms according to the image in the mind. In ether there is form as well as in matter, but this is invisible to the physical eye. Yet these forms are as substantial, if not more so, than those we see in the physical. We see mountains, trees, rivers, real and substantial in the material universe. Nevertheless, they are only images, forms originally existing in a world which we do not see, and from which they are derived, forms which are as real and material, for nothing exists except by reason of the spiritual manifestation that exists in the world of spirit or essence. What we see in the physical or material world is purely and simply effects. We move in ether, and ether supports all matter and space. Ether, vapors, fluids, and solids represent the sphere of matter in which man lives as a human being. As life is God and God is life, this eternal creation called mankind unfolds the beauty that is within. We recede into the inner realms, which are more glorious and inconceivably beautiful than our mortal senses can comprehend. I go to prepare a place for you, for where I am, there shall ye be also. Raise your hand and take hold of this truth, the tree of life, and so gain your divine birthright. Life alone lives. I am the life. The beginning and the end are one. Eternal and ever-present, the greatest message that can be given to mankind is of its divine and eternal existence in the infinite. This world is still in the womb of its soul essence. The new heaven and new earth will come into being for the germ. The seed is here now at this moment, forcing its way through the darkness of the human mentality. And through humanity it will be brought into being, for humanity is the vehicle the infinite created for that purpose. Let us then broaden our vision beyond the material sense, which is but an effect, into that which is the cause of all creation, and we will find ourselves one with it. Herein lies the power of the Master, and all can reach it, for it is our birthright. The things I do, greater things shall ye do. Let us cast off all belief that hinder that true expression of the one presence that lives in all. My covenant I will not break, nor alter the thing that has gone out of my lips. In hope of eternal life with God, who cannot lie, promised before the world began. Titus 1:2. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 11. All energy is behind point. Our last lecture requires a good deal of thoughtful study to master it, for our subject under discussion is not one that can be understood fully all at once. For it is a continuous unfoldment of the truth that people all over the world are seeking, but do not know where to find it. Many books are packed with ideas about the truth, yet they have no foundation to work upon, and it is this foundation that is so essential. Most people have a religious belief which they follow blindly without question, but this is of little value to you who are seeking the deeper meaning of life. We saw in our last lecture that matter was not what our senses revealed to us. We also saw that there was but one force in the universe, and this force was readily convertible into other forms of force without loss of the original force. We saw that matter was energy, and this changed into other forms of energy, and nothing was lost in doing so, and that there could be not one atom out of place in the universe, and that all acted according to law, and that this law underlies all manifestation in the visible and the invisible. We also saw that the invisible made up the greater portion of the universe and man, and was the source of the visible creation including man. The tables showing the oneness of all, from the highest to the lowest, and from the lowest to the highest, should be studied carefully, for only when the mind can grasp these great truths is it capable of great things. If you look into your mind, you will see that you have been reacting to the external world, not knowing it nor understanding it. And it is this misunderstanding that causes you to be incapable and helpless in dealing with your everyday happening. The only difference between a master of nature and yourself is one that understands, the other does not. Man is only master when he becomes aware of his true spiritual birthright. And although I have explained in many ways how you can arrive at this awareness, I know that you have not yet fully grasped the great significance of it. Unless you can grasp the fundamentals of the universal law, of that which is in the realm of the invisible, as well as that which is in the realm of the visible, and unless you can understand the facts about your spiritual nature, you will never understand the facts of the physical nature. I have shown you how the spirit is involved in its own creation. Now this involution preceded evolution, and this is never lost sight of. The perpetual urge onward of the spirit for the self-expression in infinite varieties of form, for it is spirit that is continually passing into manifestation, and it is always the same spirit, the only one. This is the fundamental truth, that whatever the variety of form, the spirit is the only one. Involution and evolution are one and the same thing. It shows where cause ends and effects begin. The beginning is not separate from the end. The end is in the beginning and must always be so. Otherwise there could be no universal law. I have shown you clearly that there is only one substance, and there can be no other substance. And this substance is universal mind that fills boundless space. The Bible says that God created heaven and earth. This is symbolical. Heaven means a higher state of consciousness, and earth means a lower state of the same consciousness. Jesus made that very potent statement. The kingdom of heaven is within. I gave you a table in the last lecture showing the oneness of all from the spirit to matter, which included ideas, principles, laws, essence, ethers, vapors, fluids, and solids, showing that the lower included the higher, otherwise there was no possibility of any creation in the concrete, that the solid form we see must be the expression of the ideas, principles, and laws manifesting in the form, and when I revealed that the form was but the effect of all the others combined, it brought home to you that mankind must include all of creation, which is an undisputed fact. Masters have arrived at this truth through diligent operation and study, and it is this that has made them masters, as it will make everyone, if they will take time to consider the great truth underlying all creation, that there is only one. When the mind can grasp this truth through understanding, it becomes matured. But if you will look into your own mind, you will discern whether it is reality to you or just a belief or much less a platitude. Now this can never give you the power you are seeking for if your beliefs are born of imitation or the belief of another. All the efforts you make will not bring the desired results unless you can think it out for yourself, and so prove in your own mind the great truth so as to make it your own. The consciousness must become aware of its source. You have often heard the word awareness, for I have repeated it so often to you, yet the acceptance of this word or its meaning cannot give you its true value. You must become aware yourself. It is difficult to make you understand this because awareness must be your own experience, and without it you cannot progress. And the more I show you the truth as the Masters knew it, and as I know it myself, the more you will begin to become aware and experience this awareness in yourself. This is so far off to most people, and there is no use trying to reveal this to those whose minds are filled with beliefs, superstitions, or platitude, because they can never understand it. Certain cells in the brain have to be awakened for this awareness to be real in the physical plane, and my reason for teaching you the way I do is to awaken these cells so that this truth can be made yours in the physical now, and not at some future time to come into your spiritual evolution. For your enlightenment, I have given you another chart of a different nature, but telling the same story of creation. When energy is encased in its smallest space, it is then at its greatest intensity. This formula was given to me, and I had to think it out for myself to prove its truth to myself. Science has already proved this to be true, but this formula was given long before science had any idea of extracting atomic energy. And as this knowledge is common to all, I must refer you to the science of atomic energy for further information on the subject, as the space and time is not available in this lecture, except for a brief explanation, which I will now give you extempore. Now let us look at the diagram, infinite mind. It is well known that matter, called solids, is a ponderous substance, which is easy to dissolve. It is when the atom is reached that great force is encountered. The atom is an eddying whirlpool in ether, having positive and negative parts. The negative part revolves around the positive. The nucleus electron is the name given to the negative part which revolves around its nucleus. There are many different atoms, each of which is judged by the number of electrons which are revolving around the center, and according to the number of electrons, the smaller the number, the higher the velocity, and the larger the number, the slower the velocity. To separate the electron from its nucleus requires a tremendous force almost inconceivable to the human mind. Also, when they can be separated through fission or attraction, they create great devastation as instant by the atomic bomb. Now, I am not an atomic scientist, but my knowledge acquired on this subject was obtained by the masters who understood the formation of matter from an inner viewpoint and not from the outer, which science is finding out today. But both will meet at the same place, one operating from within and the other operating from without. Concrete form in the world of the senses where man sees effects only, unaware of causes. Hence he is limited and reacts to his limitation, and creates the vicious circle by his misconceptions. He creates for himself his own hell upon earth. But by taking hold of the tree of life, he regains his birthright through understanding. All units of energy, when separated, are not lost, but united with other units of a similar nature. This is the law of attraction that is inherent in the formation of the universe, and as science goes on separating the units, the smaller the unit, the greater the power until point is reached. When point is reached, they will find that there is no energy external to point, but that all energy is behind point, and the greatest potential is concentrated at point. This is the Father, Mother God, the cause behind all creation, and cannot be separated. This is a divine law in action. Having all power within itself, there is no power separate from it. It is all concentrated at point, and point is everywhere, yet no one can tell you where point is or point it out. Now man's consciousness is the point where the infinite expresses himself through man, and where man expresses the infinite. But man is not aware of this, yet Jesus was, as were all the masters who became aware of this great truth and could perform what is known to the world as miracles. The great riddle of mankind solves at point. The greatest is the smallest, and the smallest and the greatest. The greatest among ye is the servant of all, Jesus told his disciples. He did not mean the greatest man amongst them, but that which was at point within them was the greatest, the source of all life, love, and wisdom. The ancient sign of the cross was known by the ancients as the symbol of creation. The perpendicular line represents the Father or the consciousness, and the horizontal line the Mother or the intelligence. And where they meet is the manifestation, the Son of God or the Christ. The living life, the only reality of which the Master was aware. There is more to the cross than one would think, but this is not the purpose of this lecture. To those who understand the inner meaning, it is the secret sign of a spiritual manifestation. As man is the finite in the infinite, the great saying, "Man, know thyself, and thou shalt know thy creation," is not a platitude to those who understand, but a living reality. For man will find within himself the glorious truth of the immanent God. For God formed man in his own image and likeness, and this does not mean the body, which is the temple of the living God, but that the same principles and creative power were also inherited by man by virtue of his creation, the only difference being in the degree of these principles. But as man grew in truth, and through the unfolding of the involved Spirit of God, so could he manifest power according to his awareness and understanding. The Christ is still the only power on earth, and will remain paramount, and when we grasp that the Christ is not a separate entity, but the Father himself, this Jesus revealed to his disciples when he said, "Know ye not that I am in the Father, and the Father is in me? It is the Father, whoever remaineth in me in performing his own deeds. I am aware that I am the divine idea. I told you in my last lecture that the principle of the infinite were love and wisdom. Therefore, a divine idea must contain these principles, and when the idea is expressed, these principles become the law. The law then becomes the expression of the idea or principle in the essence, which is truth, the tree of life, the only reality, for this is the highest manifestation of the infinite idea, and as man is that idea, his true state is divine and must remain eternal and ever-present, deathless, birthless, impossible of decay. All changes we see taking place is permanent in life, because life is ever renewing itself, ever pliable, immortal, and eternal. It is not static, but a concentrated essence expressed in motion. Therefore, there can be no end. But the divine idea must always remain the same, or the blueprint of man himself, held in the mind of the great architect of the universe. Ethers, vapors, fluids, and solids are the bridge through which these ideas are transformed to form in matter, and as ether is electricity, a force, and matter is a modification of ether, matter also must be a force. Therefore, matter viewed separately from force does not exist. Therefore, the creation of all forms and the whole world's conscious relation is the result of the Spirit One's mode of action, and that is thought. Let us look at it from this point of view. First, creation. Second, creative thought or thinking. Third, the thought or thinking manifest in form. The thinker is the first cause and creates secondary causes, thought, and this cause must have an effect or manifestation. Apply the same rule to mankind, and you will see that man becomes what he thinks. So when he thinks evil, he creates evil in his mind and circumstances, not knowing his true nature, and he creates his own conditions by his thoughts and reactions through his senses. Here, then, is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which we will discuss in our next lecture. Lo, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in and sup with him and he with me. The conqueror I will allow to sit beside me on my throne, as I myself have conquered, and sat down beside my Father on his throne. Let anyone who has an ear listen to what the Spirit says. Revelation 3:20-22. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 12, The Tree of Life. We saw in our last lecture the great truth of the One, the only One. The saying, the drop is in the ocean, and the ocean is in the drop, is paradoxical, nevertheless true. We saw that the divine mind contained consciousness and intelligence, ideas, principle, law. These were individualized in the essence, and was the perfect expression of divine mind. And this is how the divine mind saw that it was good. One saw also that the essence clothed itself in ether matter, carrying with it the ideas, principles, and laws, therefore becoming form invisible and visible. And in this ether matter, the individual entity is given free will to choose and create ideas to bring them forth by the same mode of action as exists in divine mind. It was in this vehicle, ether matter, that we saw also where error is individual consciousness was outpictured because the individual did not know the truth about himself and about the universe. We also saw that the physical senses responded only to vapors, liquids, and solids, and although the divine had revealed itself in the form of man in these, as well in the higher or inner mediums of divine mind, man was not aware of this. Consequently, man's senses revealed only effects without understanding the cause which brought about misconceptions, because man did not realize the cause behind it all, and he did not even recognize what the effects were. His reactions then created in his mind and circumstance limitations and chaos. So the one great lesson in the last lecture was to become aware of our own reality, united in the One. That is the primary factor in all development. It is a secret of our power and brings about health and happiness in this life here and now. And we do not have to wait for it in some future time. Therefore, everything we see and feel is none other than the universal or divine mind in action. So, the drop is in the ocean, and the ocean is in the drop becomes clear to us when we realize that there is no outside divine mind, and divine mind must contain and include everything. That divine mind must be in its creation, no matter how teeny or how big. Also it must be in the divine mind, for there cannot be any other substance, force, law, or principle outside of divine mind. Therefore, divine mind includes all creation, including mankind, as its special creation on earth. When we speak of divine mind, we speak of God's perfect creation, and there can be no other, for God alone lives, and it is His life that lives in us. We also saw that for the infinite to be infinite and absolute, He must include all, and there cannot be anything except the absolute. When the student grasps this fact, a change takes place in the consciousness. The consciousness assumes a totally different attitude to that which it sees and feels. The consciousness in us, being the ruling factor in our lives, begins to create, through the understanding of these fundamental truths, very often unconsciously, just as the consciousness, steeped in error and fear, creates unconsciously through reaction what the senses reveal when ignorance prevails. With the result that like conditions are created in the personal life and circumstances, and there can be no freedom until one becomes aware of cause and effect. And this awareness can only come from understanding the universe and man and their conscious relation. The reason I am going over these facts from a different viewpoint is because it is the only way that you can acquire that state of consciousness that is necessary for your own freedom from fear and illusion, which leads to chaos in the mind and consequently in the personal life. It will take time for many to free themselves from previous preconceived ideas which have no foundation in truth when they have taken hold of the mind as a tree takes root in the ground. The tree that does not bear fruit must be rebuked so that it will die away. It was this that the Master showed when He came upon the fig tree that bore no fruit. He rebuked it, and it withered and died. It was not fruitful, yet it took sap and energy from life, but produced nothing from it. So it is the same with many beliefs today. Now if you look into your own minds and see how many trees have taken root there and are bearing no fruit, you will understand better the words and works of the Master. The whole world's conscious relations and the creation of all form is the result of the Spirit's one mode of action, and that is thought. Very few are aware of this fact and know less about its manifestation, so we will explore the following facts. 1. The Creator, infinite and absolute, individualized throughout His whole creation. 2. Therefore the Creator exists in all, because without Him there could be no creative being in any of His creations. 3. This creative being is the consciousness, intelligence, and substance in all things. 4. Consciousness thinks. 5. The thought is then created. 6. The thought or thinking takes form, intelligence in action in the substance. 7. The effect is seen, and when cause is not recognized, reaction becomes negative, and the vicious circle or illusion is created. All matter in form and matter is pervaded by an invisible essence. This is the great discovery of chemical science. Now this essence is a higher state of rarefied matter. It is, in fact, the substantial form of matter itself, in which we will find our spiritual homes. The belief that matter is dead has long since been relegated to the scrap heap, as have all other similar preconceived ideas. Ideas propounded by those who had no scientific knowledge upon which to base their limited and stupid assertions. Nor is matter solid, as it is supposed to be by so many misinformed people. It is these fixtures in the mind that prevent man from unfolding his true nature, which gives him power and dominion over all things as stated in Genesis. Truth to become of any value, the consciousness must become aware of it, and this is the difference between one who knows and one who does not know. The law of growth is of the highest importance to the student who wishes to develop, and all of you here are for that purpose. For without development along the right lines, there is no possibility of giving true service to others. The blind lead the blind, and they all fall into the ditch. The main fact to remember is that nature is natural. We may misuse and abuse nature, but it will prevail in the long run. If we drive it out through the front door, it will surely return through the back door. The law of nature is the principle of growth, and this law and vitality is inherent in the thing itself. If we wish our work to be a success, we will not force things to become that which by their own nature they are not. He that believeth shall not make haste. Proverbs. In Proverbs 8:22-31 we read, The Eternal formed me first of his creation. First of all his works in days of old, I was fashioned in the earliest ages, from the very first when earth began. I was born when there were no abysses, when there were no fountains full of water, ere he sunk the bases of the mountains, ere the hills existed. I was born when earth and fields were not created, nor the first clods of the world. When he set the heavens up, I was there. When he drew the vault over the abyss, when he made the clouds firm overhead, when he fixed the fountains of the deep, when he set the boundaries of the sea, when he laid foundations for the earth, I was with him then, his foster child. I was in delight day after day, playing in his presence constantly, playing here and there over his world, finding my delight in humankind. If you can grasp the significance of this, you will see clearly also in these lessons the same truth about yourself. The Bible is the deepest occult book ever to be printed, but you can only extract truth from it when you take truth to it. And that is why the Bible will always remain a mystery to those who cannot read it. The Bible also stresses so much upon the power of faith, and the weakening effect of fear, and the destructive influence of unbelief and lack of wisdom. I, wisdom, have intelligence in hand, knowledge and insight I command. Proverbs 8:12. As you follow these lectures and read them over and think about them, you will grow naturally. Some may think they are not progressing quickly enough. This is the mistake you make. You are not acquainted with the law of growth, and you fancy you can hasten it by some exertion of your own from without, and are thus led into doubt and anxiety, and often employ grievously wrong methods. Some will fail to understand at first, but understanding comes with perseverance, faith, and patience. Some crave for truth, but if that craving is only to fulfill some immediate desire, then there is no depth to receive the truth that would set one free, and many fall by the wayside. Nevertheless, one who recognizes what the prize is worth will do all in his power to acquire it. That one will be like the merchant who had many pearls, yet who he found the one priceless pearl, he sold all to acquire the one pearl of a great price. How true this is! When we find this one great pearl of wisdom, we no longer need the others. For with this one pearl we can do everything, and this great pearl is the tree of life of which the Master spoke. When we take hold of it, it would be a spring of living water rising up to eternal life. I have so often said to you, unless you understand the false, you will not understand the true. And this brings us to the subject of which I said I would speak to you about, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The Bible is a book of occult wisdom, and was written for the purpose of freeing man from the illusion of death. It also shows the way of deliverance from sorrow, sickness, poverty, ignorance, and uncertainty. But unfortunately for mankind, this book has been made the means through which he was forced to conform to a religious belief which bound and suffocated him. He was not allowed to think for himself. His thinking was done for him by those who did not know the truth, or if they did, they purposely kept it secret from him, for the purpose of control through ignorance. But that time is fast passing, and people all over the world are beginning to ask questions, especially the younger generation. And this thinking for themselves will bring them freedom, and eventually freedom to others. In this lecture, there is just time for a quick review of the facts relating to the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and we will continue this discussion in the next lecture. Now let us look at the facts revealed in the Bible. God is the only one. There is no other. By him and in him all is created, and there can be no other source. All was created by the infinite God. The infinite saw that it was good. Man is made in the image and likeness of God, and so was man created. This likeness with God is the Christ with man, the power that brings forth everything you need, health, happiness, and excellence in life. The principles incarnated in man are the principles and laws of the infinite, which man inherits as his divine birthright. God saw that which he had made was very good, yet man sees evil. There is nothing good or bad, but thinking makes it so. The story in the Bible goes on to relate about a Garden of Eden. This is an allegory, and this allegory has been repeated in many lands throughout the ages. The Garden of the Hesperides, the Romance of the Rose, etc. The meaning of all these stories is the same. The garden is the garden of the soul of man. In that garden there are two trees. One is the tree of life, the only reality in man, his divine consciousness, the creative principle, life itself. Jesus tells us this is the well of water springing up to everlasting life to all those who realize it, and through this recognition you have already passed from death across to life. Now the other tree is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This is the intellect of man. Man, unaware of the tree of life, does not recognize the true spiritual nature of things, and this causes him to have an entirely different conception of things, which becomes his misconception. He sees, through the dim sight of his intellect, something that he does not understand, so he calls it evil, and that which he calls evil opposes the good. He separates himself, everything, into these two categories, good and evil, life and death, hope, fear, faith, doubt, etc., not knowing the law of transition. It is here where the illusion becomes a reality, so he creates the error, and by doing so, outpictures it into his mind, body, and circumstance. It is always the deepest thought that manifests. Thus man's conception of things brings forth his misconceptions, which to him are real, and therefore produces them in his own life and circumstances by the law inherent in his own being. A man is what he thinks. The result of this error and the way of deliverance will be discussed in our next lecture. As thou, Father, art in me and I in thee, so may they be in us. Yea, I have given them the glory thou gavest me, that thou may be one as we are one. I in thee, and them in me, that they may be made perfectly one. I declare thy name to them, that the love with which thou hast loved me may be in them, and I in them. John 17:21-23 and 25. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 13, the Adam and Eve Principle. In our last lecture we saw that there were two trees in the Garden of Eden, the Garden of the Soul. One was life itself, the only living reality, and the other was man's intellect, what he thought about things. We saw that life was always the same, but man's thoughts and beliefs changed according to the change in his conception. And as man was not aware of the life in him, he was lost in the intellectual illusion of what the senses revealed to him. But that which the senses revealed to him was an infinitesimal part of what really exists. So he limited himself because of his limited concepts. This was the ignorance that led to his fall from his true spiritual state to one of darkness where he found himself, and to being unable to extricate himself, he struggled against his self-imposed darkness because he would not discern the cause of his trouble. When the dimmed sight of the intellect, he was unable to perceive the true state of things, so he called his experience evil. It has always been shown by great thinkers, those who have been able to enter the highest levels of thought, that there is always an active phase and a passive phase in the universe, throughout all creation, from the highest angelic beings to the human upon earth. And at something which is eternal, call it life or any name you like, for no one knows what it is. But we know that it is behind and in all creation. There have been writers of all kinds of scientific work who have made a guess at what life is, but the secret is wrapped up in the secret of the all, which no one knoweth. And I am not going to indulge in vague speculation of what it is, yet I know that it is, and this life power is ever present, always expressing itself in all of its creation. And that which exists in this phenomenal world of ours is a manifestation of it. There is an indisputable law of logic, that whatever is evolved is the result of that which is involved as a prior interior cause. You cannot get something out of a thing unless that something is already in it. Therefore, all creation has two phases, the interior and the exterior. I have told you before that the brain and the body are created by life for life's own self-expression. The brain is elongated throughout the whole body. Every cell is linked up with the brain through various plexi, which is also brain stuff. Now this brain, which we pride ourselves on, is but a transformer for the life energy on this plane of action. The brain cannot create. Its function is merely to transform or convert the life energy into usable forms and phases. And as a matter is mind materialized and cannot exist apart from energy, we see the active and passive phase of mind and energy in action. We see the law in operation with electricity. Science tells us that electricity is never created. It is simply a portion of the universal energy converted or transformed into usable form and phases. This same law seems to exist in mental action throughout the brain. Let us examine the idea action has upon us. When we hold an idea in the consciousness being the primary factor in life, it sets up an activity in the mind. As mind interpenetrates the brain, so it causes certain cells to become active, because the brain is the physical counterpart and must respond. So acceptance is the first process, then activity and transformation takes place, creating form. The mind controls the brain with all its ramifications throughout the whole body. Therefore, the brain is the instrument through which physical contact is made. Through the cells in the brain, a definite effect is created upon corresponding parts of the body. The intensity of the idea is reflected upon the organism. Not only is this action confined to the body alone, but is transformed into active currents of thought or vibrations which reach far outside and beyond the body. I often think of man as a lighthouse, which beams which reach far and wide, and as man thinks, so does his influence reach far beyond him. If the light is weak, the light vibrations will not travel far, but if the light is powerful, the beam is seen in the sky for miles around, and with man it is likewise. Mind substance interpenetrates the brain substance, being mind in a passive phase. For matter is but mind materialized, and is the mind's medium of expression. Consciousness is the agent of awareness, and the awareness of ideas creates impulses which are released throughout the whole organism. This shows clearly that the saying, mind over matter, is not merely a platitude to those who understand, but a real active dynamic truth which we learn often through bitter experience. So the tissue structure must change according to the idea in the mind. It is the life that is the dominant active principle, for it contains, as we have already seen, consciousness, intelligence, substance, and is within it the principles and laws necessary for manifestation. When life individualizes itself in its own substance, it carries with it all these attributes. So the brain is the transformer for these attributes through the idea held in the consciousness, I am the life. If we examine ourselves, we will see that this operation is identical with ourselves. Therefore, what is manifested in us must be identical in life, for there is no other source of manifestation. Thus we see the truth, which is indisputable, that whatever is evolved is the result of that which is involved as a prior interior cause. When we understand ourselves, we will understand more about our Creator, for we are told we are made in His image and likeness. Therefore the brain and the nervous system, being the passive phase in the mind, has no power of its own. It is but the vehicle for the transforming of life energy into usable forms. This shows clearly what the prophets meant when they said, "Take hold of this tree of life, and it will be a well of living water rising up to eternal life." To hold the perfect ideal is the beginning and the end. It is your reality, and to know this brings forth into form, life and circumstance, the great truth. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, and with this knowledge all is possible. Now there's a mechanism that is familiar with all the details of the physical and mental organism, but our knowledge of their function is very limited. In fact, there are even few who know where their organs are placed, far less understanding their function. Most people know they have a stomach, a liver, and kidneys, but where they are situated is very vague. But you will realize that there is a mental action that is supreme, for it must have created the body as the best means through which it could express itself. By the proper understanding of the laws of life which are natural, we become natural when we hold off ideas, desires, and emotions that cause a destructive action in our system. Knowing that life is perfect, we no longer worry about a condition, nor hold it to us by fearing it. We release it through understanding, then that which is in the beginning must be in the end, and what we propose is realized. So man has to accept the tree of life to make it a reality in his own life, and within man himself is proof of this. The tree of knowledge of good and evil has taken strong root in man, and Jesus knew this when he said, "If they would not listen to Moses and the prophets, neither would they be persuaded through one rising from the dead." Man must raise himself up through the Christ within, for the Christ is the tree of life, the only begotten Son, who rests in the bosom of the Father. This is the tree that has its roots in God, and not the tree that has its only roots in man's conception of things, man's intellect. Now in the Bible, man is warned that death will be the result of eating the fruit of this tree of knowledge of good and evil, but this warning is disregarded by Eve, and she suffers the forbidden fruit with Adam, and they both suffer as a result. Now it is seen that as the Garden of Eden is the garden of the soul, Adam and Eve are not separate personages, but two principles of the human individuality, the active and the passive, or the inner and the outer. They are also united as to be represented as a wedded pair. Paul understood the allegory, for he said, Adam was not deceived. It was Eve that was deceived. Now here is the key. Adam and Eve are the two principles. One is capable of being deceived and is deceived and falls as a result. The other is incapable of being deceived, yet is involved in the fall of the former, showing the wonderful allegory of the inner and the outer. The outer man, Adam, has no power of its own, but what the inner man sees, so is represented in the outer as a natural sequence. Thus in Adam we die, but in Christ we live. Adam is the representative of the material substance. Eve is called the mother of life. This is the sole principle in which life creates and produces. Adam and Eve represent the soul and body, and Christ represents the spirit, the tree of life. At the well, Jesus said to the woman of Samaria, "This water I give you, you will never thirst again. It will be a spring of living water rising up to eternal life." Eve represents the psychic, and Adam represents the physical. The soul is deceived, and the body must suffer that deception. And since the soul is that which supports the body, the deception which causes wrong thinking on the part of the intellectual man reproduces itself in the physical imperfection and in adverse external circumstance. The soul, the thinking entity, is the only one capable of being deceived. The body is not capable of being deceived because it has no sense of feeling, nor has it any consciousness except the consciousness that the thinking entity gives it. So it must of necessity fall with the thinking entity, the soul that is ignorant of the truth of its being. It was this that Jesus and all the prophets tried to show man, and because man would not understand. Not that he could not understand, but he was afraid that if he let go of what he had, he would lose it all. Yet Jesus said in other words, "He that holds on to this life will lose it, but he who gives up this life will retain it." He that clings to the limitation of the senses must eventually lose all, but he who refuses to be lied to by the senses shall find the real. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. The story proves that the intellect is wrong because it believes in evil. It is the intellectual man and not the spiritual man who has caused all the suffering in the world. Do we not see in our midst groups of intellectuals without true spiritual understanding, religious groups, political groups, ideological groups, etc., use their power for separation, which must result in the ultimate destruction of mankind. The atmosphere of ill health, the atmosphere of misery, mental and physical, is due directly to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Man, ignorant of the divine law of creation, does not look beyond secondary causes, and because of his creative power, he creates thoughts that are externalizing conditions in exact representation of his conception. So he becomes more and more involved in a network of conditions from which he finds no escape. And because he is ignorant of the true law of causation, he never suspects the real fact, that the originating power of all these conditions is himself. So he eats of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Good and evil are relative terms. The relativity of these terms change and is never stable. In fact, what is one man's medicine is another man's poison. Knowledge of itself is good, but by thinking that evil should be studied as knowledge is deadly to the soul because of the law of creative thought. The more one dwells on evil, the more it is produced. That is why the Church has never progressed, nor has it done much for humanity. Christianity has existed for 2,000 years, yet look at the world today. Christianity as it is preached today must die before the teaching of Christ can live. We talk evil, we think evil. Sin is a paying business for many institutions. As long as man's mind is caught up in the net of fear and sin, the longer will be bound by the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is his downfall. As long as man gives equal authority to good and evil, with God as some balancing point between them, he will never understand the truth of his divine nature. Anyone can see that this is a stupid and ignorant intellect at work, and an intellect that is very much limited in most people. I am not disposing of the intellect, but when it is used without reason, it becomes a serpent crawling on its belly. When we discern the cause of our own foolishness and the cause of all the misery in the world, we will see that it is this intellect, unaware of the truth of being, that is responsible for all our suffering individually and collectively. Knowledge of this thought action is not reached in the masses, nor in the individual, until such time as he or she begins to think deeply. For only by the discerning of our thought process can we be freed from all the conditions of the body, mind, and circumstances that hold us in subjection to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It is only when we have studied this prayer and made it a reality by transforming it into our daily living can we truly know and understand the Master's words to us. Know ye not that I am in the Father, and the Father is in me? It is the Father, whoever remaineth in me, is performing his own deeds. Prayer. Loving Father, this is thy holy temple, thy perfect dwelling place, from which radiates thy love, wisdom, and power to all thy children. I am filled with thy mighty healing power, thy inspired wisdom and divine love, and I am glorified in thee. My eyes and ears are open, whereby I see and hear, and my mind receives thy eternal truth, for thou hast proclaimed me thy perfect instrument for thy great and glorious work, that thy will, which is done in heaven, shall also be done on earth. So the great truth concerning man is that he is made in the image and likeness of God, with mastery over everything. Man at first is ignorant of this truth, and his ignorance is his fall. By his own creative power he creates self-imposed conditions from which he suffers because he falls into the error of seeing a negative power as having a distinctive power of its own outside the infinite. But there is no outside the infinite. For to be infinite, it must include all. But man at last comes to the perfect understanding of the truth of his oneness with life, and this understanding is his rising again, and enables him, as he is instructed to do, to overcome and master all things. Return ye unto me, saith the Lord of hosts, and I will return unto you, saith the Lord of hosts. Zechariah 1:3, Malachi 3:7. So mote it be. End of lesson. End of book. This audio presentation of Your Silent Partner, Cosmic Consciousness, Part 1, by Murdo, MacDonald, Bayne, has been brought to you by AudioEnlightenment.com and has been recorded for the exclusive use of Audio Enlightenment members only. If you have received this audio from any website other than our own, please visit our website. Let us know at your convenience. This audio presentation of Your Silent Partner, Cosmic Consciousness, Part 2, by Murdo Bayne, is brought to you by audioenlightenment.com. Copyright 2013, all rights reserved. Chapter 1, Whatsoever You Ask in My Name. In our last lecture, we gained knowledge of great importance to us in our daily living, the knowledge of the tree of good and evil, and the realization of the tree of life. We saw clearly that the tree of life was real, while the tree of knowledge of good and evil was speculative. That is, what we thought about things, and according to understanding, so did this good and evil affect us. If we were entirely unaware of the tree of life, the source of all things, when we were entirely lost in the tree of knowledge of good and evil, thereby eating of its fruit, which was forbidden, lest we die in our sin, our ignorance. The tree of knowledge of good and evil we saw clearly was the intellect of man. There was nothing wrong with this tree, except we were bidden not to eat of its fruit. If we did, this would be the cause of all our trouble, and we would die in that trouble. The ignorance of not being aware of the tree of life, the true source of things. We were shown clearly what was meant by the allegory of Adam and Eve. Eve was the soul and Adam the body, yet the tree of life was the creator of both. This tree of life is represented as the Christ, I am the life, which explains the Trinity of man, spirit, soul, and body. And unless we get a true understanding of their value to one another, we will get lost in all the various cults, including religion, metaphysics, psychology, and the many other things that man tries to free himself by, but fails miserably because he has not yet grasped the great truth about himself, made in his image and likeness. We also saw that the soul was a thinking entity, and what the soul thought or believed, so was this outpictured in the body or circumstance. Thus mankind was in conflict, in a continuous conflict and confusion in regard to good and evil. If his experiences were pleasant, he would say this was good, and if his experiences were the reverse, he would say this was evil. And because he did not know that he was the creator of both, he suffered through his reaction to his experience. So he feared one and clung to the other. But what he feared came upon him, so he ate of the fruit because of his ignorance. We also saw that the great truth concerning man was that he was made in the image and likeness of God, having dominion over everything. Now the point that has not dawned upon most of us is that God is the creator of all things, so he must have dominion over all that he creates, and the only power man has is this creative power invested in him. To be omnipotent must of necessity have all power centered in that omnipotence. Neither is omnipotence ever by itself, but it is joined in the expression of the omniscience, the all-knowing. And it is this knowing that is seen in all creation, the how of everything. And as man was not aware of his knowing that knows all, he was lost in his illusion of his fear of the unknown. But what man creates in fear is just as real to him as what he creates in faith. So we see the law of our creative being is, whatever the consciousness is aware of, the intelligence will bring forth. And according to the intensity of the emotion attached to the idea, so is it outpictured in the body and circumstance. 2. As man was ignorant of this truth, this ignorance was his fall. By his own creative power he creates self-imposed conditions from which he suffers because he fears this evil which he himself creates. His intellect had not yet grown up through reason to recognize that there cannot be two opposing powers antagonistic to each other with equal power. This stupid concept can only arise in the mind that has not yet grasped the significance of the tree of life. There is always an inner and an outer, but both are one. Mind and matter are not different things. Matter is mind in action, mind materialized, and mind and matter are complementary to each other. What affects mind affects matter, and what affects matter affects mind, and this is our reaction. Pure thought and reaction are two different things. Reaction is our response to effects, and pure thought is thinking from cause. With this understanding, we realize that our liberty resides in the creative power of our thought. We shall see the immense importance of recognizing the essence of things as distinguished from the effects caused from the misplaced order which we often first become acquainted with. If we let our thoughts dwell upon an inverted order, we perpetuate that order. But if we go below the surface and then recognize the cause of this misplaced order and fix our thought on the essential of things, and see that it is logically impossible for anything to be essentially bad, which is a specific expression of the universal good, we will then, in our thought, call things good. We will no longer perpetuate the inverted order of things, but will help to bring about joy and liberty in its place. The Master's teaching and work show the natural outcome of his perfect recognition of the divine principles within himself. The recognition of these principles in us will bring about precisely what the Master himself predicted. He enumerated the signs which would follow those who readily believed and acted on what he really taught. He made it plain to all that he was simply making a statement of cause and effect. He never set up his power as a proof of the nature different from our own. On the contrary, he said that those who learned what he taught would eventually be able to do still greater things. The disciple, when he is perfected, shall be as his master. The Master laid special stress on the perfect naturalness of all that he taught. When we realize what is accomplished by the Master, we see what is potential in ourselves. And as we have reached the point where any further evolution can only result from our conscious cooperation with the principles inherent in all creation, we realize that our future progress depends on the potentialities of those divine principles contained in our own individuality and the use of them in our daily lives. It is impossible to separate the Father from ourselves, and when we see this is an impossibility, we see that we have immediate contact with the Father. By accepting this divine ideal as our own, we realize the truth which the Master taught, that the Father has individualized himself in us, and this individualization is capable of recognizing itself. It is the Spirit of the Father in me who doeth the work, and this leads us to number 3. Number 3. When a man at last comes to the perfect understanding of the truth of his oneness with life, this understanding is his rising again. With this understanding, it is evident to all who recognize it that we must become aware of our individualization as the tree of life. And when the truth of being becomes a conscious reality, then we are able to do as we are instructed to do, to overcome and master all things. If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, Remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible to you. Matthew 17:20. As we focus our attention upon faith and take into conscious consideration, it appears to have a very inconsistent nature. We find that the state of mind varies with different people and under different circumstances. It moves in natural sequences determined and affected by the kind of understanding which appears on the plane of consciousness, and this determines the degree and quality of faith. It shall be done unto you. If your faith depends upon a platitude of belief, then, according to your belief, so shall it be unto you. But if you have grasped the mighty truth as the Masters do, you place yourself beyond the destructive attacks of doubt, worry, fear, and apprehension. This places you in a position to operate according to the natural tendency of the law to fulfill its promise of satisfactorily producing, Whatsoever you ask in my name, it shall be done unto you. In order to thoroughly understand the relationship of faith to the omnipotent omniscience, we must see that there is no separation between us and the Father, and that we possess the Father's gift, and nothing can be accomplished without him. The weakness in most people is that they do not take this great truth into consideration, and if they did, they fear they might be considered foolish. But this is the height of ignorance, caused by eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, otherwise the intellect. The intellectual, you will notice, is one who is mostly devoid of wisdom. He is self-opinionated in his own ignorance. A little reflection will reveal this fact. The more one is steeped in the arrogance of intellectual nonsense, the more difficult it is to overcome this self-imposed stupidity, because of the law of being, and not until one becomes humble can the light of truth dawn upon the mind. We must accept the truth that the superior consciousness of our mind, the Father, understands all that our personal consciousness is trying to do, and transcends our personal consciousness in all things. and allows us to have the benefits of its supreme consciousness, provided we collaborate with it wisely, and do not forget our true relationship as revealed by the Master. I am in the Father, and the Father is in me, and me in you. The only requirement of the creative mind is that we include it in all our plans and schemes, even though its activities are unseen and become known to us only through their results one step at a time. When each step becomes for us a new experience added to the sum total of all our accumulated experiences, we are content to allow the law of growth to take effect. But if we become anxious and fearful, we violate the law of growth, and this hinders its progress. When a seed is placed in the ground, you do not continually take it up to see if it is growing. You allow the natural law of growth to take effect. It is the same with the universal law, even though each step, in the first instance, is the personal mind a blind operation. Nevertheless, the employment of this understanding is the method whereby we may consciously increase our knowledge of the power invested in us, in the light of the fact that we are made in His image and likeness. The Creator has ordained that He will make Himself known through our desires. Therefore, we are born with an unquenchable thirst for achievement. We are endowed with the ability to unite ourselves consciously with the Creator, making it possible that whatever we are aware of, the intelligence will produce in other familiar words. Whatsoever ye ask in my name, believing, the same shall be done unto you. This is God's gift to man, but unless man knows his relationship to God, he is liable to err. And by the law inherent in himself, he reverses the process. It is God's will that man is equipped with faculties in order that he may partake of the fruits of the divine feast. We must learn to employ these faculties wisely, and thus, with the will of God, intelligently play our part in His predetermined scheme of creation, consciously cooperating with the creative power, and thereby successfully fulfilling our own spiritual and material needs. Our desire, then, should be that God's scheme of creation should work through us individually, and to do this efficiently and effectively, we must continue to employ the faculties God has given us. So we learn through doing, and to be happy in your doing is the key to further advancement. So we have to be both passive and active, passive when we depend upon the all-pervading intelligence, and active to keep on keeping on, refusing to turn away or give up, or to be dominated by fear, worry, or apprehension. To see the creative principle acting freely, uniting with our free will, in bringing from the unseen to the seen, is thus providing that faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 11:1. Now, because there are varying degrees of faith, there are different degrees of understanding, and consequently corresponding degrees of success and failure. The natural tendency of the personal mind is to reduce all new ideas to the terms of its own past experiences, with the result that by our past experiences we argue the possibility or the impossibility of accomplishing the new idea. This deprives us of the use of the creative law. Consequently, we appreciate the need for greater wisdom and understanding. Whosoever of you is defective in wisdom, let him ask God, who gives to all men without question or reproach, and the gift will be his. Only let him ask in faith, with never a doubt, for a doubtful man is like the surge on the sea, whirled and swayed by the wind. That man need not imagine he will get anything from the Lord, double-minded creatures that he is, wavering at every turn. James 1, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now you can see that the tree of life is your salvation. This is the spring of living water that rises up to eternal life and the only creative power in man. The Eternal shepherds me, I lack for nothing. He makes me lie in meadows green. He leads me to refreshing streams. He revives life in me. He guides me by true path, as he himself is true. My road may run through a glen of gloom, but I fear no harm. For thou art beside me. Thy club, thy staff, they give me courage. Thou art my host, spreading a feast for me, while my foes have to look on. Thou hast poured oil upon my head, my cup is brimming over. Yes, and all through my life, goodness and kindness wait upon me. The Eternal's guest within his household evermore. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 2, The Golden Thread. In this lecture I could not do better than give some idea of the general scope of the Master's teaching, showing the force which pertains to them. Now it must be remembered that Jesus was teaching a definite system, not a creed nor a ritual, nor a code of speculative ethics, but a definite system of spiritual inspiration, logical reasoning, and experience in the mode of action in which the universal principles find expression through the human mind. His system, therefore, combines the science of truth with inspirational philosophy. The great point that he taught was the absolute liberty of the individual. The first fact is that the perfect liberty of the individual must be in accordance with the will of the Creator, and the second fact is that this freedom is to obtain simply as a result of coming to know the truth, and to know that this liberty and truth exist at this moment. And what keeps us from enjoying it is simply our ignorance of this fact, and this means that the ever-present law in each individual is absolute liberty, and it is only our beliefs to the contrary that keeps us in bondage to all sorts of limitations. In our experiences of the past, we fear the present and the future, and if we cling to the narrowing influences of our experiences, we will remain ignorant of any other possibilities. And it is the feeling of being tied to these experiences that we want to get loose from, and the Master came to tell us that when we realized what he taught, we would find that we were not tied up at all. Now the great truth that we must see and realize, not as a mental concept but as a living reality, is that the divine mind makes things by itself becoming them. Then it follows that it must become the individual, and it cannot be any other than its own natural expression in the individual. And through the individual, the divine is pressing forward into fuller and fuller expression of itself, and therefore becomes fuller and fuller in the life of the individual that realizes it. And anything that limits the expression of the divine nature in the individual must be also retarding progress to the individual, and this can only come from the individual who is ignorant of this truth that sets you free. The question that rises in the mind of many is, how can this be acquired? The way is so simple that it baffles most, and that way is, that we have only to realize it. Now some will exclaim that this is beyond their comprehension, and if they did comprehend it, it was far beyond the quality of faith that they have. Yet after it is all through this understanding that our faith grows, and when you begin to think, you will see that it is the only way that you will have ever accomplished anything. We take all the operations of the life principle working through our physical organism for granted, and what is wanted is a similar confidence in the working of our divine faculties. We trust the functions of our body because we assume this to be the working of the natural law, and when we begin to learn the truth as the Master taught it, we will use our inherent powers by assuming them to be as natural as any other. Jesus taught in the parables because it was almost impossible to unveil the truth to the masses. But he taught his disciples the inner working of the law. Yet he also told them the real significance of what he taught to them would be revealed by the Spirit of truth in themselves. And the time would come when the inner meaning of his words would dawn upon them, and so it was with us. When the great meaning dawns upon us, we see that his proverbs tell us plainly of the Father, and our only wonder is that we did not discern his true meaning long ago. He revealed to us the great truth of the universal principles being reproduced everywhere, and especially in ourselves. He revealed the law that was inherent in ourselves. He did not lay down rules and regulations, although he could if he wanted to, but there was something greater and more magnificent, which he knew and therefore wanted all humanity to share in this magnificent truth that he himself knew so well. The golden thread upon which the Master's pearls are strung is that perfect liberty is the natural result of knowing the truth of your own being. And when the truth is found, you will see that you are perfectly free irrespective of conditions and circumstances which you may experience. But the trouble with most people is that they cling to this experience and disregard the truth of their being. This final discovery cannot be made for us. We must find it ourselves. Therefore, he that hath ears to hear, let him hear. This is nowhere brought to our minds more clearly than in the parable of the prodigal son. The fact of sonship had never altered for either of the two brothers, but in different ways they each missed the true position as sons. The one limited himself by separating off a particular share of the Father's goods for himself, and because he accepted his portion as a limited share instead of the whole, his share was speedily exhausted, leaving him in misery and want. The other brother equally limited himself by supposing that he had no power to draw upon his father's stores, but must in some way wait until some specific occasion arose so that he may ask permission to do so, not realizing that it was his inherent right to partake of all that he needed, and it was the Father's privilege to give. All that is mine is thine. The younger son took up a false idea of independence, thinking that he could do well on his own, while the other, although staying in the Father's house, believed himself to have no independence at all. The younger son finds that his dependence on his own resource fails him miserably, so he returns to find that he still has a position of honor, and he is capable of receiving all in his Father's house. The elder son is rebuked by the simple words, "Why wait for me to give you what is yours already? All that is mine is thine." You will see that it is impossible to make a more clear statement of the relation between the universal and the individual mind. Both are so interlocked together and are impossible of separation. The individual acting on the universal can draw whatever the individual requires, but before this can be done, this relationship must be realized, and this is a law that Jesus taught. So we see in this parable of the prodigal son the two errors which prevent us from understanding and utilizing this relationship. The younger son is one who, not realizing his own spiritual nature, lives in the resources of his own intellect, which leads him astray, as we saw in our last lecture, in the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He was not aware of the source of his being as the tree of life, so we see the same story in every parable the Master spoke. It was only when the son failed to meet his needs that he was driven to find something that could not be exhausted, and eventually he comes to the recognition of his own spiritual being. This was a birthright given to him by his father, therefore he could take more than he could ever use from the inexhaustible supply in the Father's house. He was the son, made in his Father's image and likeness with dominion over all things, and could not have been created otherwise. The Son was a direct expression of the Father, this unerring universal mind, and the only way the Father could express himself is through the Son's awareness of the Father united in himself, and that whatever the Son asked the Father would produce. But this law of recognition has to be applied before the process could take place. What man is there of you whom, if his son asks bread, will give him a serpent? If ye then, being ignorant, know how to give good things unto your children, how much more shall your Father, which is in heaven, give good things to them that ask him? Gradually, as we become more and more aware consciously of our inseparableness from our Father, he advances to meet us as he did the younger son, and at last we find we are folded in the Father's arms. Then we realize the full import of the Master's word as he clasped his son in his bosom and kissed him, meaning, in other words, I and the Father are one. Then we learn that perfect liberty is in union and not in separation. Thus, identifying ourselves with the infinite, we find that all that is God is ours. This attitude, when not only adopted but understood, gives us this truth that sets us free, as the Master stated. Now we can see clearly the simple fact that the only possible action of the universal mind or life principle must be to always press upon us a fuller and fuller expression of itself in strict accordance with the conditions which each individual provides for its manifestation. When we grasp thoroughly the principle of the universal mind, undisturbed in its differentiation, expressing itself through the form prepared for that purpose, and when that special form is ourselves created with the means for that expression, then the more we realize it, the greater will expression be. When we realize that the foundation of this expression rests in a harmonious state of mind, we can easily grasp the condition we have to sustain, so that this great power may manifest in and through us. The emotions of fear, anger, jealousy, possessiveness, anxiety, all these and more must be rooted out of our minds through getting near and near to that which is harmony itself. Therefore, as we begin to discern these conditions within ourselves, we do not struggle with them, but quietly see that they can have no part in the scheme of things. As we get some insight into the boundless possibility which must result from this, we will realize before all things the necessity of seeking to reproduce in the individuality that harmonious order which is the foundation of the universal system. When we begin to express from moment to moment through our doing, we are uniting with that power which is expressing itself through us moment by moment as much as we are capable of receiving. Also, when we realize that the source from whence we draw is impersonal in nature, we can use it for any purpose for our immediate needs. But we can only do this by abiding in the Father's house and by conforming to the rule of the house, which is the law of love. Jesus made this plain in his parable of the prodigal son. There could not be any envy or jealousy in the Father's house, and in that house all were merry and all feasted at the Father's table, loving one another. This is the only restriction, if it can be called a restriction, to prevent us from injuring ourselves. When we consider that love is the very thing that puts us in possession of this limitless power of drawing from the infinite source, which is love itself. Ye have heard that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemies. But I say unto you, Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good unto them which despisefully use you and persecute you, that you may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. The binding power of universal love is seen to be inherent in the very nature of the liberty of life, which we attain by the knowledge of the truth, but except this, there is no other restriction. Why? Because we are employing the Spirit which is first cause, and our creative power and thought is the individual action of the same Spirit which is universal in action and is both cause and being of every mode of manifestation. And the great fact that distinguishes first cause from secondary causation is its entire independence of all conditions, because it is not the outcome of conditions, but itself creates them. It produces its own conditions step by step. Therefore, if the law of love be taken as a foundation, any line of action can be worked out successfully and profitably. So as our understanding grows, so will the law of love grow in exact correspondence. For in this companionship with the Father, we get back to the source of our own spiritual nature. So we find ourselves in possession of boundless possibilities without any fear of misusing them, because we do not seek to be possessors of the divine power without being possessors of divine love and wisdom also. As we are all children of the same family, we only recognize the one Father-Mother. We are no longer limited by creeds, orthodoxies, and all sorts of conditions we impose upon ourselves when we are met with these words, Son, thou art ever with me, and all that I have is thine. And as soon as we become sufficiently enlightened, as the elder brother was, that there is no restriction except the law of love, we also enter the house now, no longer a servant, but as a son, and we join in the festival of everlasting joy. This is the teaching of the great teacher of teachers, who left us a legacy impossible to estimate. Its value, as we realize it, becomes greater and greater, and never dies. Now listen to me, children, listen to instruction and get wisdom. Do not refuse my counsel. For happy are they who hold to me, happy the man who listens to me daily at the gate of the watch, waiting at my doorway. He who finds me finds life. Proverbs 8:32-35. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 3, The Divine Marriage. I doubt if there is a person in the world today who would not like to have the power and practical application of the creative principle that the Master had. Yet this is possible if we will put into operation the teaching of the Master, for he himself said, in other words, He who will practice what I teach will do greater things. Now the only use anything can do to anyone is to be able to use it. Theorizing gets us nowhere. It is the practical application that counts. It is all very well for one to have theoretical knowledge, but this can only be a basis for practice. And if you will look into your own minds, you will see that the only thing of real value in your life was when you did something well. The secret behind all growth is to do things well, and the greatest results we can hope to have is when we can use the creative power in a practical way. Or maybe put it another way, we have to make ourselves better channels for the fuller and fuller expression of the creative power which is working through us. It is not important how much intellectual knowledge we have if we do not understand the laws of the creative power. We will not accomplish very much that is of real value to our fellows. I have known many who, although they have university degrees, are miserable failures. I have also known many people without much education make a success of their lives. And I have known those who have had wisdom and understanding make a more brilliant success of their lives. Success is not measured in terms of what we can acquire for ourselves, but how much we can do for others, and this leads us to the practical application of the creative power. If you have any theories and you cannot put them into practice, it is better to leave them alone, for you are wasting valuable time. By using the power and opportunities you have now, it will naturally open up avenues for still further opportunities, and the higher development of your power becomes possible. As the higher development of your power increases, so will the way be opened upon for further advancement and expansion. When you begin to experience this practical application, you will realize that there is no limit to your progress other than denying or doubting the principle of growth in yourself. In my last lecture, I showed you the parable of the prodigal son. The younger son thought that he could depend upon himself, so he left the father's house. But he found that he could not exist on his own resources, so he returned to the father's house, where there was an inexhaustible supply. The other son we saw felt that he had no independence of his own, and it was on special occasions only when he sought to draw upon the father's stores. He was also shown that he was also a son, having the right to draw at all times from the father's inexhaustible supply. Thou art ever with me, and all that is mine is thine. When the Master spoke, he spoke from the Spirit, the Father within. That is why his words contain so much power and action, and we are compelled to take notice. In John 15 we read in verse 4, "Remain in me, as I remain in you. Just as a branch cannot bear fruit by itself without remaining on the vine, neither can you unless you remain in me." By the employment of your faculties and opportunities as far as you can realize them, and by the same law, by abiding in the Father, is certain to produce its own reward. By becoming faithful over a few things, you shall become ruler of many things. So as each day comes, so shall you enter into a fuller and fuller expression of the creative power that is within you. And by virtue of your perfect liberty, so do you have access to all the resources of the universal mind, whether it be within you or around you. Our faculties are represented as talents by the Master when he spoke the parable in Matthew 5:25. This parable is a long one, but when we see its meaning, it is clear to us that we must use our gifts of the creative principle, so that by doing so we shall multiply what has been given to us. The parable is very plain in its detail. When the 3 servants were handed, one 1,200 pounds, another 500 pounds, and the other 250 pounds, each according to his capacity. The first and second servants went and traded with what was handed to him, and made as much again. But the third went away and dug a hole and put the money in it. When the master came back, the servant with the 1,200 said, "You handed me 1,200, sir. I have gained another 1,200. The master said, "Capital. You excellent and trusty servant, you have been trusty in charge of a small sum. I will put you in charge of a larger sum. Come and share your master's feast." The same happened with the second servant, but the servant who was afraid of his master placed his in the ground and only handed him back what the master gave him, and was rebuked by the words, "You idle servant." And the 250 pounds was taken from him and handed to the servant who had 1,200. For to everyone who has shall be given, and the richly given. Here it is the Master showing that unless we use this great creative power handed to us by our Father, we shall be like the servant who put the Master's money in a hole in the ground. What good would it do to us to leave this creative power untouched? We would be like the good-for-nothing servant who was thrown into the darkness outside, where men wail and gnash their teeth. This is meant where those who fail to make use of their faculties are on the outside, bemoaning the fact that others have plenty while they have nothing. So grand and comprehensive are these parables that they could be applied to so many things in life. I have already in the last lecture pointed out the only way in which this power can be used safely and profitably and through the recognition of its source, which makes in all ways subservient to the law of love. The divine marriage is attained by the individual who recognizes the union between the individual consciousness and the universal consciousness or spirit, which is the creative power in man, and the recognition that the law of power is one with the law of love. There are many who have made their way in this world without the law of love. This type, although cultivated in their powers, are minus the robe of love, and this again is shown in the parable of the feast in Matthew 22, 1-14, where it tells that the realm of heaven may be compared to a king who gave a marriage banquet in honor of his son. And when the king sent out his servant to tell the invited guests to come to the feast all prepared for them, they paid no attention. So the king sent his servants into the byways to invite anyone they met to come to the marriage feast. So the feast was supplied with guests. When the king came in to view the guests, he saw a man not dressed in a wedded robe. So the king said to him, "My man, how do you get in here without a wedded robe?" And the man was speechless. Then said the king to his servants, "Take him out and throw him into the darkness. Their men wail and gnash their teeth." This is the one who may succeed, yet not in the wedded robe of love, is seen by the king. He is not allowed to enjoy that which he has ground for himself. Is this not true to life? So without the law of love we shall not enjoy the riches held in store for us in the Father's house. In this way we see how the practical application of the creative principle can be used to our advantage, thereby fulfilling all of our own spiritual material needs. The divine power can never be separated from divine love with impunity, and we learn this often through bitter experiences. So we see on the one hand the idle steward, who never made any use of his talents, and the other who developed his talents divorced from the law of love. Therefore the practical application of our faculties and opportunities is to use our faculties not only for ourselves, but so that all shall share in the benefit of our actions. Again we see the great truth that although we may have plenty of material goods, we may never enjoy them, because it is only in love that we can enjoy anything worthwhile, for love is harmony, and harmony is happiness. Because it is in accordance with the law of the universe, and one has only to turn from inharmony to harmony to express the true nature within. For we are told that nothing will be remembered against us. Neither can it be, for where love reigns, only harmony can exist. Thus the prodigal son returned, and nothing is remembered of the past, for in life there is only the present. The past and the future are but dreams. If we hold on to the past with fear for the future, we will never know the glorious moment now, for the moment to moment is eternity. The supreme mastery in the individual being is that when the individual obeys nature, nature will obey that individual who realizes it, and this is but the ordinary rule of science and common sense. The universal principle can never act contrary to itself, whether on the spiritual or material plane. So we can never make use of these principles on any level unless we are prepared to study this law of obedience. But immediately we begin to obey, so does the law become our humble servant, obeying us in every particular on this condition, that we obey it first. The life principle is not separate from ourselves, but is a supporter of our individuality. Therefore, the more we understand the general laws underlying it, so will we be able to put it into operation, the practical application of the creative principle, which is inherent in all by virtue of our likeness to our Creator, as stated in Genesis, that we are made in His image and likeness. When religion and science are prepared to go hand in hand, the one guiding the other, we will arrive at the inspired philosophy that will lead all mankind into the practical application of the divine principle, which alone can give mankind what he is seeking. And only by its translation into our daily living will we have that liberty that is ours now by partaking of it. What we really are in essence is a concentration of the one universal life spirit into conscious individuality. And if we live in this recognition of the truth as our starting point, it gives us freedom and the use of the creative power. But we cannot do this if we think that we have a center and the infinite another. We can only be free by recognizing that the infinite, who is all there is, and is the only living being, is and must be capable of centralization in itself, and this center is you and me. You must think of those truths until you see that it is impossible to be otherwise. Then step forward with that confidence that is born of a faith through understanding that the universal creative principle must necessarily act with the same mathematical precision in yourself as it does in the attraction of atoms of matter or in the vibration of ether, in creating worlds and planets and all that exists therein. When we come to know the teaching of Moses and the teaching of Jesus, we will see that they are identical, that there is only one being anywhere and everywhere, and the various degrees of it manifested consciousness can only be measured by the recognition of the meaning of the words, "I am the life." This was the true and accurate understanding of the Masters, which placed them in the forefront of clear thinkers of all time, and all clear thinkers today acknowledge as fact. What we have been shown is that the working laws inherent in human nature follow an intelligent sequence of cause and effect, and only this higher specialized knowledge can help the human race, and it is impossible to lay too much stress upon it. Thus we see that the differing creeds, dogmas, and beliefs are stumbling blocks on the path of human progress because of the antagonism caused through them. We see many like the elder brother who will not go into the Father's house while his brother, who is not of the same belief, is in there making merry at the feast. Those who enter have no belief. They just enter into their inheritance. They have already tasted what separation means and have learned now how to love all their brothers and sisters. For only those who can love their neighbors as themselves can wear the robe of love that entitles them to partake of the marriage feast, the union of the individual with the universal, which can only become a reality through the law of universal in the individual being expressed through the individual. We discern clearly now that the law of love is not only a principle of ethics, but the means of our self-preservation. Thus we see the Son of God and the Son of Man united in one, as we saw the Christ manifest through Jesus. This practical application can be yours too by practicing the teaching of the Masters. For unless we understand and practice the fundamentals that underlie our future progress, mankind will still be led by the blind that lead the blind, and we all fall into the ditch. Freedom lies in understanding, and understanding will strengthen our faith that moves mountains, and this will bring forth that which is in the unseen to the seen. That which is, already is now, and will be made manifest. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. I have told you all this while I am still with you, but the Helper, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you everything and reveal to you everything I have said. Christ, the Spirit of truth in you, will reveal everything I have said to you, for he alone who rests in the Father's bosom knows the truth. For that which is to be is already ordained and must come to pass. He that soweth to the Spirit shall the Spirit reap life everlasting. Galatians 6:8. Those who love me, I love them. Those who seek me find me. I hold wealth and honor. What I yield is better than the best of gold. What I bring in is better than rare silver. I deal fairly, justly do I act, enriching those who love me and filling their stores full. Proverbs 8:17-21. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 4, The Free Gift of God. In this lecture, I want to gather together some of the vital points given in the previous lectures in this series. It is very important that you get a clear understanding of the fundamental principles revealed in these lectures. Perhaps this is one of the finest series we have had, each series being a little more advanced than the one before it. That is why no student should miss any of these lectures if at all possible, for they contain so much that you require in your application of the creative power in your daily living. You will notice that there is nothing speculative. All bears towards the practical application of the creative power, which we saw in our last lecture that Jesus manifested. And there is nothing more fundamentally true than this fact, that if we do not translate this power into action in our own lives, we have not put into practice what was revealed to us, and it remains imperative for us to do so, and use this tremendous force for the benefit of ourselves and others. The first fact we have to consider is that all there is infinite. This means that there is nothing outside the infinite, therefore all must be in it and of it. that there is no other substance, life, consciousness, or power, but that which is infinite. Therefore all substance is infinite, and is therefore indestructible. Not one particle of substance of matter, as we know it to be, can be destroyed. It may change its form, and at change nothing is lost. We have called the change in form decay, and decay to the moral sense is the form of death. But when we examine this further, we can see that there can be no death anywhere, as generally thought. It is because we do not discern or understand the law of change or transition that we assume a thing to be dead. And this is but a lack of understanding. There cannot be one particle of infinite substance dead. Modern science has proved this to us through the atomic formation which underlies all structure, whether they be a mineral, vegetable, or animal tissue, which is visible to the human eye. Science has gone further to show that all solids, fluids, and vapors are but a modification of the ether of space, which fills all space and still supports all these forms. That this substance has a basis of intelligence and acts according to definite laws which are stable and eternal, showing that there is an infinite intelligence underlying everything. This intelligence in creating form produces energy, and in the transformation there is nothing lost. From the principle of energy, all energy comes forth and is again absorbed into the principle, showing the indestructibility of all matter or energy which is cognized by our senses. It has also been proved that consciousness is cause behind all creation, whether in the creation of a universe by the Supreme Being, or the consciousness in ourselves, used to create by our thought, that which outpictures itself into form, condition, and circumstance. We are told that consciousness exists in all creation, whether it be in the mineral, vegetable, or animal, human or angelic, and that this consciousness cannot be other than the consciousness of the infinite, for there can be no consciousness apart from him, so all must be of the one consciousness. And this consciousness unfolds or evolves, it controls all that is less conscious than itself. Thus we have dominion over all things upon the earth, and as we unfold into higher expression of the same consciousness, so will we have dominion over the dominion in which we function. That is why Jesus said, "All power is given to me in heaven and on earth." The fact that he could function in both realms shows that he was aware of this truth. This truth is that which he spoke of when he said, "But anyone who drinks of the water I shall give him will never thirst any more. The water that I shall give him will turn into a spring of water welling up into eternal life." John 4:14. The fact that drinking is symbolical of taking into oneself, so this truth, when we realize it, becomes part of ourselves. We must drink it, and it is the drinking of this water that counts, not just the intellectual knowing of it, but when it becomes a reality to us and ours, and never thirst any more. If you knew what is the free gift of God, and who is asking you to drink, you would have asked him instead, and he would have given you living water. John 4:10. Now this living water is that free gift of God to all who will drink it, the true understanding that dissolves all doubt and fear from the consciousness. As the infinite must be all there is, there can be no other creation but his. Therefore he becomes what he creates. This is the meaning of the words, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And this same Word was made flesh. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made. In him was life, and the life was the light of man, and the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. And this same Word was made flesh." The darkness is the intellect of man, as exclaimed in the lecture on the tree of knowledge of good and evil. In the light of man there must be included the fundamental principles inherent in that which was the beginning. These principles, I have shown you, were the principles of love and wisdom, being the pillars of the temple, and this temple is the temple of the living God. Ancient Freemasonry was aware of these truths, and the two pillars at the entrance to the temple were represented by secret words, which were only passed on by word of mouth. If the candidate did not know these words, he could not be admitted. Unfortunately, Freemasonry today has lost the truth and has become more and more of a social club than an order of truth, and I doubt if it will ever regain its place in the world as such. I have given many lectures to Freemasons on this vital thing, but it does not sink in very far for the simple reason that the truth, as it was known to the ancients, is entirely lost to the present form of Freemasonry, I am sorry to say. I told you also in one of my lectures in this series that the principle of love and wisdom were combined with will being the expression of the truth itself, as well as the power behind and in the manifestation. When one is consciously aware of this truth, the will reaches out far beyond the limits of the brain and influences people and things, causing them to be inclined towards a desire of that will. This power has been quoted as a mental power that acts upon others, even at a distance, and this power works as surely as the sun rays affect plants and flowers. For it is this will, creative in nature, that is behind all life's manifestation in all the kingdoms on earth and in the heavens. Herein lies the secrets of power in man. Man must first learn the laws of life, and by understanding them can he do greater things, as stated by the Master himself, because of our more advanced knowledge of the structure of the forms we are aware of, and of the advancement in science revealing truth that were only visionary to past generations. Although the masters knew the structure of matter, our physicists and scientists did not. The majority of people in the world are ignorant of true facts, with the results that they create in their minds a mental concept of what they see, feel, and hear. But when we examine these concepts, we find that there is no evidence to substantiate what they believe to be true. They live in a world of illusion, and this is the cause of their feeble and inefficient and ineffectual expression. If they do succeed, it is merely by a hit-and-miss arrangement, and not by understanding. When true understanding comes, there is no uncertainty, but the direct expression of the law operating accurately through cause and effect. We have already seen that solids change into fluids, and fluids into vapors, and vapors into higher form of the same substance that underlies them all. They ascend 1 degree higher up the scale of vibration until they mingle with that substance that manifests throughout all space, and there is nowhere where this substance does not exist. We learn that life consciousness is the ruling factor in this substance, and that this substance responds and forms take place, thus again reminding us that the infinite becomes what he makes. Therefore, mankind must be included in this, for it cannot be otherwise, and as our consciousness becomes aware of this, so do we create according to the divine law inherent with us. Thus are we the means through which the infinite is bringing forth his creation now, and now is always eternity. That is why I have always told you that the past and the future are but dreams in the mind that is not aware of this truth. If we are prone to dwell upon our past experiences with fear for the future, we can never be pure channels for the creative power that is eternally active now. The chaotic state of man's mind today is the result of his fears, and fear is the basis of all his other negative emotions that appear to produce the vicious circle in which man lives. It was the purpose of the teaching of the Master to direct man away from this state into one of perfect liberty, which he has now if he will only realize it. The Christ of God is the light of man, and this light was in the Master who revealed its individualization in himself, and that this same power was individualized in each one of us, and it was this we had to realize. Do not mistake me when I say that the same individualization of this great power still exists. Of this truth I know. It is Spirit's eternal manifestation of itself, but we cannot understand this truth unless we understand that we are not born of flesh and blood, but of the Spirit, and in this realization we can be with him who revealed the truth by his practical application of the creative power. He himself said, "Where I am, so shall ye be also." The Christ is not a separate entity, but the Father expressing himself. Know ye not that I am in the Father, and the Father is in me? It is the Father, whoever remaineth in me, is performing his own deeds. Thus there is the ever-present, eternal, birthless, and deathless, which is impossible of decay. And when we identify ourselves with this, our true selves, we will no longer be impotent in the world and chaos, but a tower of strength to all who need us. And that need is very much in evidence at the present time. Some are afraid to speak of this blessed thing. Their fear is their downfall. As soon as you become aware of this truth, you will rise above doubt, fear, and apprehension as the mind is renewed day by day. Fear and faith are but the opposite ends of the yardstick which we measure with our minds. When fear is uppermost, faith is down, so we are continually turning the yardstick up and down, with the result that we do not get very far. But when understanding comes, this state disappears when there is a realization that there is but one creative power. So we create knowing that whatever our thoughts are, they are sure to manifest. Consciousness is cause. This was and is the state of the Master, always subject to the will of the Creator with whom we identify ourselves. So whatever task is before us, we perform through the will of God. Thus we become channels for a fuller and fuller expression of the creative power. Is this not what you are seeking? As we complete the task well, so will we be moved up. Trusty servant, you have been trusty over a small sum. I will put you in charge of a larger sum. We see that the divine marriage is the recognition of the union of the individual with the universal. When this takes place, we sit at the Father's table and partake of the bounties thereon, and there is no limit to supply, as was shown to the elder brother who stood at the door, and that door is always open, and the gift is free, as the Master said to the woman at the well. If you knew what is the free gift of God, and who is asking you for a drink, you would have asked him instead, and he would have given you living water. Jesus was speaking from the Christ principle, the Son that knew the Father, the Word that was with God, the Word that was God, the Word that was made flesh. This is the gift of the creative power inherited by us, that can mold all things. And as the creative power cannot act antagonistic to itself in any place of manifestation, we learn that the law of love is the essential thing in this plane as well as in the higher. To work in opposition to another's welfare is to work against oneself. Therefore, love is the fulfillment of the law, and is the shield for our self-preservation. Listen, my children, to a father's instruction. Attend and learn intelligence. I give you good counsel. Turn not from my teaching. Keep in mind what I say. Do what I bid you, and you shall live. Swerve not from my orders. Get sense, get knowledge, at any cost get knowledge. Never leave her, and she will guard you. Love her, and she will take care of you. Prize her, and she will promote you, and bring you to honor. If you will embrace her, she will adorn you with charm and crown you with glory. Listen, my son, take to heart what I say, and the years of your life shall be many. I am giving you wise directions and leading you aright. When you walk, you will never be hindered. When you run, you will not slip. Hold fast to my instructions, never let them go. Keep them. They are life to you. Proverbs 4, verses 1 through 2, 4 through 13. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 5. Is not wisdom calling? The greatest and most desired thing by every living soul is the method required to use the self in such a way to express the creative power that is inherent in all. The cause of most failures in this all-important thing is that most people only recognize a creative power that is outside themselves, and they look to this power to do the work for them, not realizing that the same creative power is within themselves, and that they can use it with effect and accuracy in any direction they wish, provided they know the laws upon which it works. Ancient wisdom was and is today the most advanced interpretation of this truth, and this is definitely shown to us through the teaching of those who understand the fundamental principles underlying God, man, and the universe. There existed in Persia, before and after the death of Jesus 2,000 years ago, a great school under the direction of the wise men of the East, other known as the Magi. At the same time, there was also a school in Egypt under the direction of the great therapeutic of the ancient Egypt. These schools were not only schools for the study of the great subject pertaining to God, man, and the universe, but the practical application of the creative power was developed by those who were admitted, and legend tells us of their wonder workers. Ancient literature, which I was privileged to see when I was in Tibet, showed me that the knowledge of the masters today is the same knowledge known to the ancients. This knowledge was previously kept secret from the masses, and only those who had the utmost desire for truth were allowed access to these wonderful truths. For example, a young man came to Geshe Rinpoche, one of the Tibetan masters, asking to become one of his students of Chilas. Geshe Rinpoche took him down to the river, asked him to kneel with his face touching the water. Then the master held his face under the water until the young man struggled for his breath. When the master let him up, he asked him what he desired most when his face was under the water, and the young man said, "My breath." "Well," said the master, "when you desire the truth as much as you desired your breath, come back to me." To know that this truth is the greatest treasure in the world, you would think that anyone would desire it ardently. But the parable told by the master about the feast and the invited guest, when the king sent his servants out to tell the invited guests to come to the feast, they paid no attention, is significant of the same attitude today. In these ancient records, there are statements of fact stating that Jesus sojourned at these schools of the wise men of East and learned of this wisdom and lore, and also to Egypt, to the great Therapeutta, who were also a student, as well as being a member of the Essene in his own land. And with his own inner vision, he became the greatest master of all time. The reason why people today are ignorant of this knowledge and wisdom is because of the stupid and puerile version of the truth depicted in Sunday school books, etc. God is represented as a bald-headed old man with a long white beard, clad in flowing robes to hide his body, and many other stupid versions which had shown long ago been relegated to the waste paper basket. Is it any wonder that skeptics, infidels, and scoffers of spiritual truth have arisen in great numbers when they are asked to accept such rubbish or be damned to a place called hell? I showed you in my last lecture that hell could only be an imaginary place where God was not present. But as you know that God is infinite, eternal, and present everywhere, if there is a hell, God must be there also. Heaven is a state of consciousness acquired through the realization of the oneness, the union of the individual with the universal. The universal gives rise to the individual, and the individual gives expression to the universal. Hell is a state of consciousness where this realization does not exist, a state of separation. It is not the purpose of this lecture that I go into the history and work of the Magi of Persia, or the great therapeutic of ancient Egypt. What we intend doing is to express in modern language these great truths, which are the pearls beyond price, which these ancients knew, understood, and practiced. This same knowledge and understanding was expressed by Jesus himself in his great work of healing and teaching. This knowledge can also be yours, and there is not anything that can compare with it. It is more precious than fine gold, and there is no value like unto it, the prophets have told us. What is wrong with most people is that they are ruled by what has been told them. They have not thought things out for themselves. They have not used their divine gift of reason. Their brains are all memory and are wrapped up in ignorant concepts. They may say, "We have always believed in God," but they don't know where he is. They look into the sky and say he is up there somewhere. What good is that? Fortunately, the present generation is not taking to what their parents believed. They want to think things out for themselves. So they will become their own salvation, as well as the salvation of the future generation. Most people are slaves to tradition and thought and religion, with the result that the world is still perpetuating its own ignorance. Most people at the age of 50 and over get set in their ideas. It is only those, although up in the years, but young in mind, that wish to know more and more about the reality of things. A lot of our older people will say, "But I have had a bit of experience." But the trouble is they cannot keep their eyes off of it, so they turn around and walk back through life instead of going forward. This world is suffering from chills and fevers, panics and booms. Something is wrong with the temperature. It is up and down like the waves of the sea. Can this be cured? That is the question. I'm sure it can, but we must go to the mountaintop and view things from above and see what is going wrong. By our divine reason and insight, and with understanding of the teaching of the Master, the wise men and the prophets, we will see our own mistakes. We will view things from a different viewpoint. We will see that we ourselves are the cause of our chills and fevers, our panics and booms, our wars, and our conferences that end in naught. What we must do is to stop groaning about the miserable details of our life and look with the eyes of truth into the world that could be a paradise for all when the laws of life are understood and operated upon by all individually as well as collectively. Whenever we knowingly operate upon these laws, troubles and worries are changed into opportunities. Courage and understanding, Although the road ahead seems covered with mist, this should not daunt the one who knows that the creative power in God is the same in man, and its practical application is the same. We must look the way we intend to go. One cannot go east by always facing west. We will go the way we face. The human race as a whole is moving up. As to whether any individual moves up, that depends upon himself. Nature is always waiting to give a hand if you will but trust her. There is no promised land for those who can see nothing but a wilderness. Lead kindly light amidst the encircling gloom. Lead thou me on. I do not want to see each step enough for me. Lead thou me on. This shows that the consciousness of the universal mind is one with the individual mind now. And when we realize it, we know that this is a light amidst the encroaching gloom, that light that leads us on, and we do not want to see each step is enough. Herein lies the spirit of power, the creative power in man, the source of will, imagination, and thought. We have already seen that there cannot be any other self but the infinite self. There cannot be any other mind but the infinite mind, and therefore there cannot be any other substance, force, or intelligence but the infinite. We can only use infinite substance, mind, or energy, for there is none other, whether we know it or not. But when the divine marriage takes place, that is, when the individual merges with the universal, knowing and understanding that they are one and the same, all is possible to those who realize it. When the universal gives expression to the individual and the individual gives expression to the universal, then the unlimited resource of the infinite mind are available to those who will partake of this gift. This is the feast we explained in the parable of the prodigal son. We have only to recognize and realize this, and the state begins to grow as the consciousness becomes more aware of itself, as the individualization of the infinite or universal consciousness. With this state there is neither fear nor doubt, but an awareness that rebukes all doubt and fears that get in the way. Consciousness is the creative principle in the universal as well as the individual mind. It sets in motion the process of creative growth, which becomes automatic and manifests in form. The idea the consciousness holds. Therefore, the law of the universe is identical with the law in man, the only difference being in the degree, and this degree of awareness expands as the conscious unity between God, man, and the universe grows in the individual. This universal mind is all there is, and there is no outside it. All is mind, and matter is mind materialized. The Bible is throughout dealing with those three factors, God, man, and the universe, and explains the law of evolution by which God passes into more and more perfect forms of self-expression, culminating in the perfect man-woman. And however deep the mysteries all may encounter, there is nothing unnatural anywhere. All is natural, and everything has its place in due order in the great whole. If we have a mistaken conception of this order, this may lead us to invert or reverse it, and by so doing provide negative conditions, which we so often rebel against. But this inverted action is perfectly natural, for it is all according to the law and how we operate upon it. These laws of the universe, while within or around us, are always the same. The only question is whether through our ignorance we shall use them in that reverse sense which reveals them in the law of death, misery, or unhappiness, or whether we use them in that true and harmonious order which reveals them in the law of life. The wise men and masters and the prophets reveal to us in various ways for our intelligent inquiry to penetrate the various veils which hide them from the eyes of those who will not take the trouble to investigate for themselves. It is this grand order of the universe that is symbolized by Solomon's temple. It is seen clearly that Moses was the medium through which the infinite showed himself as the universal, as the people of the I Am, as detailed in the narrative of the burning bush. The promised land is the realizing of that land which flows with milk and honey, which is symbolical of spiritual food, which means plenty in the place of the individual, when the individual enters the promised land. When the enemies are extirpated from the promised land, this condition would be forthcoming to all who realize it. The enemies are those inverted concepts which the ignorant conceived without due regard to the natural law. Thus Moses lifted the serpent up in the wilderness so that all could gaze upon it and be healed. The serpent is symbolical of the life principle in man, and when this is lifted up to its proper place, it is seen from a completely new view to that which man had fallen through his ignorance. Yet Moses knew that there was a far grander end in view, and looking down the long vista of the ages, he saw not Solomon, but a greater than Solomon is here. O wouldst thou raise up a prophet like unto me? This was the fuller and fuller expression of the infinite life revealed through Jesus called the Christ. This was the Christ of God who revealed himself as the Spirit of truth that would reveal unto all men the presence of the Almighty. So the people of the I am the life, are concealed among all nations, and must be brought forth by the prophet who would follow up the work of Moses further, as a universal expressed in the individual. Those three, Moses, Solomon, and Jesus, are the builders of the temple. Firstly, Moses erected the tabernacle, the portable temple that which accompanied the Israelites on their journey. Solomon reproduced it in an edifice of wood and stone fixed firmly upon its rock foundation. Jesus then came and said, "Destroy this temple, and I will rise it up in 3 days." He spoke of the temple of the body, the temple of the living God, and within this temple God dwells and moves into a fuller and fuller expression of himself in the individuals who realize it. This is the secret of the great Magi, the wise men of the East, the secret of the great therapeutics of ancient Egypt, and is a secret now revealed to you. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. Is not wisdom calling, knowledge raising her voice? On the high ground by the roadside, in the street she takes her stand, by the gateways opening to the city, at the entries she is crying out, "O men, I am calling to you. My appeal is to all men. O heedless souls, learn insight. O foolish folk, learn sense. Listen, for I have a weighty message. My lips open with right words. I utter what is true. False lips I loathe. All I say is honest with nothing in false or wrong. 'Tis all plain to a man of sense, and true for those who are intelligent. Choose instruction rather than silver, and knowledge rather than gold, for wisdom is better than rubies. No treasure is equal to her. So mote it be. End of lecture. Chapter 6. The Key to Knowledge. Wisdom is calling and knowledge is raising her voice. The wise men and the prophets tell us that it is plain to the man of sense and true to those who are intelligent. We are told that it is better to choose instruction rather than rare silver, and knowledge than rare gold, and that wisdom is better than rubies, as no treasure is equal to her. The one who finds the unity of the whole expressed in him or herself has obtained the key to knowledge, and it is now in their power to enter intelligently upon the study of their own being and the use of that being in ways that will bring satisfactory results. By doing so, they become helpers of others to advance into the greater light. This is the one who is able to become a builder. The builder becomes the balanced person who is guided by wisdom and knowledge, and is not affected by what is seen in the outer, but has the true interpretation of reality, and therefore understands that all is possible with this wisdom and knowledge. And to those who put this wisdom and knowledge into action, there is a more fascinating story than that written about the leading characters in the Scripture, and Paul gave us the key to their interpretation when he stated that the leading characters also represent great universal principles. And as we progress further in these lectures, we will reveal some astounding facts that will revolutionize our thinking. God, which we name the Universal Spirit, can only be described as love and wisdom. Whenever the individual discovers the relation between the universal and the individual, there is a feeling that cannot be described. To describe what is primarily feeling is to attempt the impossible, but the essence of this feeling consists in the recognition of a reciprocity of such a nature that each supplies what the other wants, and neither is complete without the other. When this recognition by the individual of his or her own nature and of the relation to the universal takes place, the individual is reborn, as the Master said, this time born of the Spirit. For then you are no longer the self you were before, but yourself becomes the reproduction of the universal self, which is conscious of that self. Then you become more and more the expression of that universal self as you grow into a fuller understanding of the law by which the greater self develops within you. You learn that this greater self within the self is the true builder, because it is the individualization of the infinite creative power of the universe. You will realize now that the working of this power must always be a continual building up through you of greater things as you recognize it more and more. Therefore, the infinite creative principle can have no other action than a continual expansion of itself, whether in the colossal scale of a solar system or through mankind. This self-same, self-inherent activity is the same in both, which is forever building up. If we keep this in mind, it becomes clear to the enlightened individual that the individuality is the manifestation of the universal principle, and at this stage the individual who identifies himself with the spiritual force becomes a developing factor, for it is seen that whatever takes place in the universal must of necessity take place in the individual, for the two are inseparable. They are one and the same. Now this truth is a paradox to those who have not yet understood the symbol of the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The tree of life, as we were told, was universal life consciousness, which had individualized itself in man, and this was the only reality. But if this individual consciousness did not realize its fact, it would eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This was man's intellect, wandering in the barren wilderness, what he speculated about things not knowing what they were. So as he experienced, through his reaction, he called that which was unpleasant evil, and that which was pleasant he called good. But you will see that both are relative to himself, and are both equally created by himself, just as fear and faith are his own creation. Faith being of the very inconsistent nature according to our understanding, but when we become aware that the creative power in ourselves is the only power there is, we realize that what we think, so do our thoughts manifest. So if we think evil, we reap in effects that we sow in thoughts, and this was the paradox of the inner and the outer, the personal and the impersonal, a carnal and a divine. But in reality, there is only one mind, one life or spirit behind all creation. The carnal is the reflection of the individual, distorted by the individual who thinks himself separate. So there are apparently two selves, a higher and a lower. The lower self is an illusion of the self, for there is in reality only one self, that is a spirit, as I've already shown, and as this truth becomes more and more known, so will the self become brighter and brighter as we unfold unto it. As Jesus said, the inner becomes the outer, and the outer the inner. The real self is the embodiment of the truth, and the so-called lower self is this truth reversed by one who is ignorant of the oneness of the infinite, as I explained to you in my last lecture. We are told that there is a devil. Now when we begin to understand that the infinite is infinite in nature, that is, that he is all there is, and there is no other power but his, and he is omnipresent, and that there is no part of infinity where he is not, then how could the devil exist in the infinite, which is love and wisdom and perfection? If the devil does exist, then the devil is God himself. One very pious person said to me the other day, "But don't you believe in Satan?" I said no, and I asked her, "Where's Satan?" And she said Satan was the angel which fell from heaven. So I asked her where heaven was, and she said she did not know. Now, I said, the Master gave you the key to that when he said, "The kingdom of heaven is within you." Then she realized the truth when I said, "You are your own Satan. You are the angel who fell from heaven." Yes, of course, this is the truth. The angel self, which is the only self, is justice, mercy, love, wisdom, understanding. Satan only exists when the spiritual attributes are not operating, and this is what is known as the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the intellect of man who is unaware of his own reality. So this devil has no ears to hear, no eyes to see, no heart to know, and no power except the power we give to ourselves. This Satan is a myth, clothed in the shadow of a mental image, and the only devil from which we must be redeemed is self. If man would look within, he will find his name is self, and if man would find his Savior, he must also look within, and there the Savior waits knocking at the door of the heart. He is the warrior who will dethrone the demon self. Reality is not the product of our thoughts. Reality is neither an idea nor an image. Reality is the self that is real and expresses reality, life, love, and wisdom. Then the so-called lower self disappears because it is not reality and disappears into nothingness where it belongs, and the sooner we discern this devil, the sooner will he disappear. Enthusiasm is a force that can overcome all things, but enthusiasm must be balanced by understanding. Unless we are able to reason from the source of all things, we develop an unbalanced enthusiasm which leads to disaster, and the reason why. When living in a materialistic sense, people are seldom able to see beyond secondary cause, is that we get things through certain visible channels, and we mistake these for the source. You will say the things you got you worked for, you bought with money. Well, of course you did. God does not put banknotes into your cash box by a conjuring trick. God makes things generically. Whether it be irons or brains, we have to use them. But irons or brains or whatever else it may be ultimately proceeds from the all-creative Spirit, and the more clearly we see this, the easier it will be to go direct to the Spirit. For Spirit creates things by becoming these things, and God has bestowed upon these gifts. His gifts, which are our abilities, and these operate different ways into each one. Be happy in your doing, and conditions will be created without undue strain, which leads to the Spirit's own true expression in the individual. It is the one Spirit that is functioning through all, yet this one Spirit functions in a variety of ways. Thus your enthusiasm is tempered with understanding, and without this, enthusiasm may become insanity, sheer madness without reason. Yet in its highest level it becomes the most beneficent force in the world. Beware of fanatical enthusiasm when one becomes seized with a craze to do this or that without due regard to wisdom and understanding. Take military enthusiasm, for instance. For centuries, every possible trick, falsehood, and device has been used to create enthusiasm for war. So man kills his brother, whom he has never seen, and is given medals for slaughter. In religious enthusiasm, we see in this the terrible, horrifying spectacle of the Spanish Inquisition, burning at the stake of thousands by religious fanatics, and recently the slaughter of Hindus by Mohammedans and vice versa. The hatred in some of our Christian sects for others who are supposed to worship the same God. In political enthusiasm, we see at every election, every possible device is used to create enthusiasm. The wildest promises are made without the slightest intention of carrying them out. In enthusiasm for justice, we see here that our courts, which are supposed to be courts of justice, become the arena for a battle of wits between the prosecuting and defending counsels. The witnesses are subjected to a grueling test beyond their mental capacity, and are forced into saying things that they had no intention of saying. And so the judge or magistrate accepts this evidence and decides upon it, with the result that the innocent are punished and lawbreakers are set free. Then we have cultural enthusiasm. Those who are supposed to possess it form themselves into a caste. They do not concern themselves with the progress of humanity as a whole. If we look back through the ages, we see Greece had a culture built on slavery. It is quite possible for a nation to possess a unique art and literature, and yet have the mass of its people living in servitude and squalor. The majority of cultures concern themselves with what is obsolete, glorifying the past, despise the present, dislike science and efficiency. Our literary and spiritual people are, for some strange reason, reactionaries. They cherish the obsession that knowledge, like wine, must be old and cobwebbed. They cherish childish writings of centuries ago which have no meaning or truth revealed by science and modern thinking. Then we have the humanitarian enthusiasm. This is created by pity, but there is no real love for the unfortunate fellow, no knowledge or understanding of how things could be righted as a whole. So the world is rotting into a form of communism that will not only bring disaster but misery as well. There is no love in communism or our present day, and is doomed to failure. And if it does survive, it will bring humanity tottering to the level of the animal. Love alone and not force can save humankind. And lastly, we have scientific enthusiasm, this passion for truth and discovery, possessed by scientists of all branches, including the science of mind and life, has set us free from superstition and ignorance, broken down national boundaries, and marks great advancement for the future. There is nothing to be said against it except that it has added terribly to the horrors and destruction by war, and is caused by the desire of nations to acquire a means to conquer by force, instead of by understanding, wisdom, and love. Our religious leaders, men of letters, are still wallowing in superstition instead of teaching the truth of the oneness of life, the tree of life, the salvation of the race. Fools and blind, they were called by the great teacher 2,000 years ago, yet slowly they are learning to be wise and see the truth that the human spirit is a deathless entity, and is the every fiber of the universal life. The spirit of man is an eternal pilgrimage, eternal in time and infinite in space. The spirit in man is the seat of all inspiration and glorious achievement, and expresses its genius in the glorious manifestation we see in the physical world. These things are the result of the indwelling energies of the Spirit expressing itself through the individual faculties in you and me and others who learn to be wise. When the Self is united with the universal Self in conscious awareness, through this shall all the glory and inspiration for the great achievement be obtained. Wisdom is the breath of the power of God in all ages, entering into wise souls, making them sons and daughters of God and friends of the prophet. The Master said, "Call no man your father upon earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven." Mighty men are they who walk and talk with God, listen to counsel and take advice, that you may manage your life wisely. Man thinks out many a plan, but 'tis the Eternal's plan that prevails. Proverb 19:20 and 21. So mote it be. End of lecture. Chapter 7. Consciousness is Cause. In this lecture we will show the majority of the people in this world are lost in the effects which are seen on the surface, and this divorces them from the power that is theirs through understanding the hidden cause. When the cause of the effects are understood, a new world opens before us. 9 out of every 10 people you meet will tell you that what they see is all they know about things. But you who are advancing along the lines of reality know that such objects are but appearances, phenomena produced by the invisible life within them, which is their reality and cause, and that which is seen is the manifested effects. This is not only so with regard to living forms, but also with regard to all inorganic matter. All are constituted of the one life in different degrees or states of becoming, and all are ever changing in their state in accordance with the invisible action exerted from them within by the Supreme Intelligence. Consequently, the real is the invisible cause within the external appearances constituting our environment, and that reality is the one infinite life, the omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent One whose will, acting to the intelligence underlying all, determines the forms in which it manifests itself. This is one of the most important facts for us to remember when considering what we see external to ourselves. Without the consciousness in us, there would be no external world for us, and without life there is no consciousness. So it is life that is the ultimate reality both within us and in the objects external to us. We are told that man is made in the image and likeness of God. This is the truth that enables us to progress with the law of growth, and there can be no ending to this growth in us. But when man makes an image of God in his own mind, he finds that he must discard one God after another as he grows beyond the images he holds of his God. I have repeatedly told you that it is impossible to perceive the whole truth, but you grow in the truth by becoming the truth, knowing that man is made in the image and likeness of God. The truth that most people perceive is only in their imagination. It is only an idea in their minds, but truth is none of these things. But when we realize that we are the truth, even if our minds cannot comprehend it, we know that it is the infinite life which manifests itself through us. At the same time, we discern the action of this life, quietly understanding that it is life alone that is living and expressing itself. The individual becomes aware that the infinite consciousness and the individual consciousness are not separate, but are one in the expression of that consciousness. Therefore, it is impossible to try and comprehend this truth through a background of ideas caught up from the various religions with which they are changing interpretation, for when one theory is worn out, a new one is created, and so on from one theory to another. The mind becomes confused with the many ideas, and this causes conflict by trying to conform to these ideas. You will see that these are only beliefs, ideas, and will remain so. But truth is none of these. It is beyond ideas and images. It is behind all creation, yet we are one with it. So many people pattern their lives after what they have heard or read, and these are so many patterns all wrapped up in theories, and none is the truth. This is the illusion that blinds them to the truth of the one living God that is expressing himself in everything we see around us. The truth that I am revealing to you can be demonstrated in your lives. I am not saying that everyone is capable of demonstrating this truth immediately upon hearing it, but as you unfold it into this truth, so will the truth express itself through you. When your mind accepts this scientific reasoning, without effort, the truth will manifest itself as you begin to realize it more and more. A master does not flatter himself that he can accomplish what another person cannot do, for he knows that all are capable of giving expression to this power as one grows in realization. If you use your mind along the lines indicated in these lectures, you will find that there will be a continuous growth for you, and the time will come, as the great master said, all will be possible unto you. A very large promise, you may say, but nevertheless true. The things ye see me do, greater things will ye do. After the master taught the multitude in parables, his disciples asked him, Why speakest thou to them in parables? Jesus answered, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. And afterwards he unfolded to his disciples the esoteric side of his teaching. There has always been the esoteric and the exoteric religions and sciences, and there will be for some time to come. The outer form and ritual for the masses, and the inner truth for students. Modern physicists are now studying the ether, the invisible electrical particles that make up matter. This is leading them into the secrets known to the masters centuries ago, and we know, as students of the greater science of life, that there cannot be any manifestation outside of the infinite. Whether we look at a blade of grass or a drop of water, or upon a great city filled with a motley crew, or look upon our earth with its teeming myriads of humans and animals, or look away into space, system after system of worlds, all is the infinite in various states of manifestation. Everything in the universe is an unfoldment of the infinite. Life and law teaches us that this unfoldment takes place upon the subjective plane before it appears on the objective. This law applies to everything, including ourselves, and it is this law that we have to consider as a law of growth in us. This great knowledge is gained in two ways: by knowledge of its principle from teachers who are schooled as masters, and by personal experience. But even when knowledge has been gained through masters, it does not put an end to experimentation and experience. For after the pupil has been taught, the real knowledge comes through action and experience. The question is often asked, who are the teachers? I will try to answer this in as few words as possible. I have in my lessons of the cosmic explained that all humans are born angels, clothed in human form. And as cosmic evolution takes place, we pass upwards through the interior realms and become as we really are, divine in nature, otherwise angelic. When a new cosmic day commences and new planets are formed, in these angelic forms exists the evolutionary power inherent in these new planets. Moses and Jesus were the direct representations of these forces, while others were designated to link up with unfolding spirits born into the earth. For every human soul has its parent in the sun world, and are never separated from the infinite life which is forever mediated to them. There are some chosen to become students of the masters, at the same time become teachers on earth. Students who devote themselves to the science of life hold the same relation to the adepts as the adepts hold to the masters. There are intelligences in the universe far superior to man, yet as man unfolds through the cosmos, so do we all unite with the others in this great scheme for the cosmic creation. There are great angelic operators fulfilling the infinite scheme, and through these angelic forms flows the life current or consciousness of the infinite formulating the creative system, and from these angelic beings flows the life currents to the earth, to their offspring living in embodiment on earth, and as this conscious life is developed in the human soul, so is the thought inherent in the life current clothed in language, so that others can understand, and by the process of this communication, so do you have these advanced teachings. Some will doubt or even refuse to accept the statement that thought currents can be transmitted from the angelic spheres in that sun to earth. Yet they accept the fact that light and heat rays are being permanently transmitted. Heat and light are the objective aspects of the same life rays, which are invisible in the form of thought waves. There is a permanent transmission going on from the sun to the earth, similar to wireless, which is transmitted through space. When we tune into the wavelength, we get the voice, or if it is Morse code, we pick up the dot dash and transform it into words similar to those who are in contact with the forces of the angelic world. It is evident that the great angelic operators in question must possess and control greater knowledge than man can imagine. And as man can transmit vibration through space, it is quite conceivable that the angelic forces should be able to use their conscious life ray for a similar purpose. Mental telepathy has been proved between humans, yet some people will doubt that telepathy could be accomplished with even greater effect between angel and man. The idea concerning God changes as man develops, so he creates an idea of God according to his own unfoldment. While it is true that God created man in his own image and likeness, yet undeveloped man is forever returning to complement by creating a God in man's image. Man, living in the illusions of the effect of what he himself creates, reacts not knowing that he is alone in the Creator. So he is continually fighting an evil which he thinks is a power against God, so he elects himself the warrior, going out to fight God's battle against evil, while all the time it is man himself who creates the evil, and this is man's ignorance of his true nature. We are passing into the transition stage of man's conception of deity, broadening from the anthropomorphic to a real universal God without modification or limitation. The anthropomorphic idea means God made in the image of man with human weakness and limitations, with attributes ascribed to man's God which would not ascribe to the most backward savage. Progressive thinking, born of science, has long ago refuted this libel on the infinite creative power, and the further man unfolds, so does he realize that this infinite, omnipotent omniscience is love and wisdom. So we call this infinite divine consciousness. This consciousness, being universal, necessarily manifests everywhere. In all kingdoms, this consciousness manifests. In the mineral kingdom, we see this consciousness as the cohesive force in the form of minerals, what we call chemical affinity. A drop of water is formed by two gases, 2 parts of hydrogen and 1 part of oxygen, known as H2O. Why should these particular atoms form this concentration rather than any other? And the amount of power required to separate these atoms is tremendous. This is the will in action, the cohesive will holding 2 particles together so that all fluids can be formed. When these atoms are separated, they are brought into new conditions which show that there is still a conscious action in the finer and forms a combination with even greater force. In the vegetable kingdom, we see the selection of particles of minerals, the absorbing of gases from the air, and vital rays of the sun, which go to make up the different types of plants and vegetables. Here we see consciousness in a higher degree. In the animal kingdom, the consciousness becomes so individualized as to distinguish a higher form of consciousness in the human as its master and the lower in the vegetable. In mankind, we see this consciousness so developed that he can realize his oneness with the infinite, a consciousness that is capable of recognizing itself as a direct expression of the one and only consciousness or universal consciousness. In this is a law of growth in the individual. This was the great secret of the adept, to behold what the consciousness is aware of, has in itself the power to manifest that awareness. From man's point of view, the manifested part of the universal consciousness consists of two forms, visible and invisible, cause and effect. But as I told you before, cause and effect are one and are inseparable, and this is part of the law we have to study. Each of these, cause and effect, invisible and visible, is but a part of the complete unity of the universal consciousness upon the visible plane of manifestation. Divine consciousness expressing itself. Man has called this matter, yet matter separate from energy does not exist. Energy separated from intelligence or consciousness cannot exist. So we see clearly that what we see on the objective plane is but the result of the conscious manifestation of the infinite. Therefore, every particle we see or feel is infinite. Again, I must remind you that consciousness is cause. What you are conscious of, so must it manifest. This is the universal law inherent in the universal consciousness, individualized in man, carrying the same law into operation. This tremendous fact puts you in control of all, as you are told in the Scriptures. Man made in the image and likeness of God, with dominion over all things. The more this is realized, the greater is your awareness of it, and awareness means manifestation. Think firstly, are you aware of your consciousness, that consciousness being none other than the infinite consciousness individualized in you, and the center from which all thought and action must flow? Think secondly, are you aware of your thoughts, and are you just reacting to things as they come to you? If the latter exists, you are controlled by your environment, but if the former exists, then you can control your environment. You are the active, positive center around which everything must move. It is your duty to become that positive center, not only to yourself but to God. The Scripture says, "Thou shalt eat of the labor of thy hands. Happy shalt thou be, and it shall be well with thee." Psalm 128:2. Ether is the unparticled sea of divine mind, and flows according to the impetus given to it both by God and by man. It moves in the direction in which it is sent. Ether is the medium in which all things are created and through which all things are connected. It does not impair or retard the forces you send into it, and it brings back to you precisely what you sent forth. It transmits all mental currents from one to another, from angels to men, and from men to angels. No wave or thought vibration can ever be impaired. Through ether, I can contact anyone or heal or help those who ask. If you think of me, I will get your call and will reply, help will come immediately. I can contact spiritual forces in a fraction of a second and ask their aid, and immediately it is given. Jesus said, I have only to ask, and legions will come to mine aid. Now try and realize what I have given you tonight. It is better than rare silver and the rarest of gold, for no treasure is like unto it. In Proverbs 15:33 and Proverbs 16:1-3, reverence for the eternal trains men to be wise, and to be humble is the way to honor. A man may think what he will say, but at the moment the word comes to him from the eternal, a man's ways seem all right to himself, but the eternal has the verdict on his life. Trust your affairs to the eternal, and your plans will prosper. As Isaiah said, it is the eternal speaking. As the Father hath loved me, so have I loved you. Continue ye in my love. A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another as I have loved you, that ye also love another. John 15:9 and 13:34. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 8. Man is God materialized. The only power we have lies in the subjective self. This self is the real self. The outer is but a manifestation of it. Although both are one, the inner and the outer, the inner is the receiver and the giver. What we believe we manifest. The Bible is always telling us to look to the eternal, the infinite, and to establish this in ourselves. It shows how these prophets understood the law of being when we begin to understand it ourselves. When we look through the objective self, we find that we are subject to all kinds of limitations, and these become suggestions which are accepted and naturally become subjective and are reflected outwardly again. If all our experiences are derived from this source, you can see how easy it is for one to become completely negative and carry this to the final issue. We realize that the creative power of our thought is the root from which all our experiences, whether subjective or objective, arise. We therefore become aware that everything depends upon the nature of the suggestions that give color to our thought. Whatever we are conscious of predetermines the predominating tone of our thought. But this very law, we shall externalize what we fear. If, on the other hand, we grasp the great truth of the fundamental law of our being, as I've so often repeated to you, made in the image and likeness of God, then our thought shall be in accordance with the attitude we hold towards life. But this must not be just an intellectual acceptance of the truth. We must feel it deeply. It is feeling that is the motive power behind all manifestation. As I've already mentioned, to carry this to its final issue, we carry these suggestions with us through the gates of death, which is nothing more than moving from the objective sense to the subjective sense. And as this inner life is purely subjective, we will find ourselves still frustrated by our beliefs, and we will continue to be frustrated until we have paid the ultimate farthing, that is, to cast off all these suggestions of impotence accepted in our ignorance. Immediately we accept the grand truth of our being, our sins are forgiven and we are free. We see here that this is not only applying to our inner life, but to our outer life in the body as well. And it was this that the greatest mental scientist of all time saw when he said, "Thy sins are forgiven thee, arise and walk." Man is God materialized. This is a tremendous statement. But when we analyze it to the ultimate, we see that it is true. Then the feeling of this great truth rushes through us and fills us with an energy filled with this truth. Man is an invisible entity. What we see of him in and through the body is merely the manifestation of the inner man. Mankind is the expression of the infinite spiritual energy, a conscious, spiritual, intellectual, etheric, materialized energy, individualized in all planes, thus giving to man, woman, individuality and personality. It is through this realization the locked-up faculties and powers existing in every human being will manifest. The involved God powers now existing in man will spring forth, for in the heart of every living being lies a God, the cosmic spirit individualized. All evolution is merely bringing forth that which lies hidden within. The universe is our home and we grow in it. The seed of Abraham is a divine spirit, and it grows depends on our realization of it. The esoteric meaning of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is as follows. Abraham, the spirit in manifestation, known as the Father, or life individualized. Isaac, the soul, the manifestation of the breath. Isaac. Is means breath, and is sounded as if drawing in breath. Ak is sounded as the breath flows out and means action, life in action. Jacob means the body. So we have spirit, soul, and body, the Trinity, the three in one. Yet Jesus goes further and shows the greater truth that sets him free. I am before Abraham. He identifies himself with the infinite. I and the Father are one. This was the conscious state of the man of Galilee, into which all must grow. It takes many years for the awareness of the consciousness to awaken in some people. To many the conception of the abstract, which is the only reality, remains impossible. They cannot rise above the concrete, with the result that they continually react to the concrete, and their subjective self can only give to them what they are aware of. Many others have never attempted to analyze their own thinking process to its source, yet by doing so they would be able to identify their self-consciousness with the universal consciousness, the infinite. This alone determines the states of one's evolution, and evolution means the releasing of a spiritual energy from within. Our consciousness of self is due to the presence of the inmost principle, the infinite knower. For the fact remains that we cannot have any faculty unless that faculty was predetermined by the infinite knower. The history of the prophets and seers of all time reveal a magic that was awe-inspiring to the masses. Yet this so-called magic was but the releasing of this tremendous invisible energy through the consciousness. But before this could be done, there had to be a conscious awareness of it, and the feeling of this awareness was the secret of its manifestation. The ancient Magi used their powers in the direction of healing the sick. People were brought to the temples to be healed, and after the customary incantation designed to affect the imagination of the primitive people, they were found to be benefited, and many actually healed. Behind the veil of the ceremonies, the Magi released the spiritual energies of those who were open in or in the suggestive moods were healed. This stream of conscious energy is positive to both ether and matter, and a negative condition both in mind and body will yield to this positive force when properly and intelligently applied. This force builds up the body from a single cell and is inherent in every particle of the body. Every cell and combination of cells is supplied with this energy or force. The body is mind materialized, and every cell is a result of mind in action. We can now see that the mental state of an individual must be reflected upon the body. Therefore, mind over matter is not just a saying to us who know, it is a living law in operation. Fortunately for many, nature is kind, and she always tends to balance us through spiritual aids which we are totally unaware of. I have no theory in regard to healing. I know from study, experiment, and investigation, and through the assistance of the masters, both visible and invisible, that the releasing of spiritual energies in the individual results in a healing, whether it may be immediate or delayed. And when intelligently applied, apparently miraculous results are obtained. The finality is awareness. The subject of healing has been elaborately treated by many writers, and many have derived benefits from these writings. In some cases, these writers base their work upon the fact that all healing is the result of a change in belief. This is indeed a great truth when we realize that the subjective self is the creative faculty within us, and reflects whatever the objective impresses upon us. Now the objective self is the intellect, and what it sees it reflects in thought. This thought then is reflected as a belief, and this is then reproduced externally. But as we see that intellect is a very inaccurate thing, we have to go deeper to find the cause. So many people will not let go of their beliefs, although they are entirely false, so they have first of all to be convinced of the falsality of their beliefs and given reason for the new ones. It is only when they are shown the true law of causation that they get started out of their own lethargic dream. Now the only conception you can have of yourself in the infinite or unconditioned is a purely living spirit, not hampered by any condition of any sort, therefore not subject to secondary cause or conditions, which is the cause of most illness. Secondary cause is the individual who is not aware of his true state and who reacts to conditions or circumstances which he perceives within himself or external to himself, with the result that he externalizes his belief. Now when we take the teaching of the Master or those of the prophets, they direct us to the first cause, which is God. And as God cannot be conditioned in any way, and if we identify ourselves with first cause, we know that what we are aware of, so shall it manifest. I have often told you awareness is manifestation. The key to your happiness lies in your subjective self being impressed with this truth, and not with the beliefs resulting from secondary cause. That is when you are unaware of the truth and allow your subjective self to be impressed by the suggestion from the objective self, buried in ignorance. In many cases, where first attempts and healings are not successful, it is because all your life you have been holding on to a false belief in sickness and other limitations as a substantiality in themselves. This is the primary cause of your condition, and this has been ingrained in you since childhood, and can hardly be eradicated at a moment's notice. Not only this, but this belief is inherited from your parents, who have inherited from their parents, and so on since the fall of man. But as I have said, the Bible is a book which shows man the way to freedom and salvation, and when read with understanding will lead to freedom and happiness, instead of being made the means of subjecting mankind to a system of slavery and fear through religious dogma. In ourselves is the seed of Abraham, the divine spirit in man, and when we begin to realize it more and more, so will we perpetuate this seed, which becomes the salvation of the race. We shall no longer bring into this world souls born in ignorance. We shall no longer inherit from our parents the mind of a tramp in a world of plenty, but will come with realization of the truth in our very bones. In further reference to healing, we often find that in many cases there is an improvement in the patient's health, yet after a time the old symptoms return. This is because the truth of his own creative faculty has not penetrated down into the innermost depth of his subjective mind, only partially entered it. But as each succeeding treatment strengthens the subjective of the real state of being, a permanent cure is effected. This is the self-treatment that one should give oneself, the knowledge of the law of being. As this knowledge is not in everyone, the world is suffering from its own false beliefs. That is why we should consider ourselves extremely fortunate in gaining this wisdom that comes from the higher realms of being by telepathic communication for our benefit. A true healer is one who has acquired the knowledge of how to control the less conscious modes of spirit by the more self-conscious modes, and by his conscious awareness influences the consciousness of the patient, and in many cases entering into the subconscious realm and establishing there, by concentrated thought, a power that begins to work. At the same time, the patient's mind is subjected to suggestion of perfect health. Now the question may arise, how does the healer substitute his own consciousness for that of the patient? This is a most enlightening point to consider. Our ordinary conception of ourself is that we are separate individuals, that the two personalities are entirely separate. This is the great error. There is no such thing as separation or boundaries between one and another. The fact is that this so-called separation can be temporary or completely removed, so that the two individuals become one. Now the action that takes place between the healer and the patient is according to the awareness of the healer and the receptiveness of the patient, who uses his or her will also to remove the self-imposed barrier in the mind, which does not exist in reality. So the patient allows the spiritual energies to flow in, and the healer allows them to flow out. The law of the universe is so as to allow this flow plenteous to the vacuum. This was the secret of the Master, the secret of the Magi, and the secret of the ancient therapeutic of ancient Egypt. These secrets can become yours. More will be said on this subject later on. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. The message of the Eternal, listen to this, who are old, hear this, all of you, inhabitants of the land. Has the like of it ever been heard in your day, or in the days of your father? Tell it to your children and your children, to their children, and their children to your coming generations. Thus shall it be that I pour out my spirit on all. Sons and daughters shall be inspired. Joel. Reverence for the Eternal is the font of life. It shows how to evade the nets of death. He whose reverence is the Eternal has strong ground for confidence. His very children win security. Cease not, my son, to listen to instructions, and never turn away from a wise teacher. Proverbs. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 9. From the Invisible to the Visible. A student who has been reading a number of books on truth, mind, life, etc., has become confused with the terms which your writers use, and I can see that this can happen to any one of you. So I want to speak to you about the meaning of these terms tonight. In most of the books that I scan, I have noticed that the writers are not fully versed in the meaning of the words that they use, and no wonder that anyone might become confused with the terms used. I myself seldom read any books now for the simple reason that few have a deep enough meaning of the truth and are often inaccurate and misleading. The main term used are mind, life, consciousness, thought, intelligence, ether, matter, form, subjective and objective mind, substance, infinite spirit, etc. All I can do in this lecture is to briefly explain the meaning of these terms. We will take the terms most used to begin with. The term mind is often confusing, for this word is used so many ways. Mind your mind was a saying used by some time by Americans as a slogan to advertise a mental course. Mind is generally used in a broad sense to explain thought and other activities of the mind, but to take it in its true sense, the word divine mind is meant to convey to the reader the idea of the mind of God, which must include everything that is perfect. Many try to interpret the divine mind by the action of their own minds, and the knowledge most people have of it is very limited, so it does not convey very much to the reader. Now, divine mind is a term used to convey the meaning of the complete action of the divine or God, which must include consciousness, intelligence, wisdom, love, power, etc. The term consciousness is the most important term used. The individual mind is the exact replica of the universal or divine mind, so we find in ourselves that consciousness is of greatest importance. For if we were not conscious, we would not know anything, nor could we become conscious of anything external, far less being able to think. Consciousness is that quality of mind that enables us to become aware of anything, also enables us to think, reason, and decide. Consciousness is the center from which all force, intelligence must flow, whether it is from God or man. Our consciousness in the material plane is very limited, and is but a fraction of the totality of our consciousness. For the same consciousness that is aware here is also aware in the inner realms of activity. Nothing exists except by the fact that it existed before it became manifest or visible, so consciousness is the mainspring of the mind. Many say that thought is a product of mind in the broad sense. We will grant that this is so. But to be more accurate, thought is the product of the consciousness. Thought is the power that goes forth carrying with it the necessary intelligence to establish the thought in the concrete or visible. But as we know that the visible could not exist except by the existence of the invisible, we can see that thought invisible becomes visible by the law inherent in itself. One can say that divine thought is divine mind in action. That is the consciousness, intelligence, wisdom, love, power of God manifesting. The term intelligence conveys to us a predetermined knowing, a knowing beyond the individual or human or angelic. The human mind cannot conceive fully the great meaning of this term, but when we see this universe, and all that it is moving ever onwards and upwards by means of this intelligence, it conveys a far greater meaning than what is usually applied to the term. Now, intelligence is not what we call intellect. Intelligence is an all-knowing, while the intellect is speculative. So the term intelligence is the knowing how to bring things about and must be inherent in the thought, otherwise the thought could never manifest. For when we think of thought, we do not know how it will come into operation. We know that there is a law that operates beyond our personal intellect, for intellect wonders how it is done, yet intelligence does it. The word wisdom is often used to convey the meaning of a wise person, but in this science, wisdom is an understanding, different to intelligence in this respect that wisdom is more personal. It can become a product of the individual, while intelligence is that all-predominant knowing in all things. Wisdom is the expression of God in man, a guidance that comes from God when the individual recognizes God as the reality within. Or in other words, when the human recognizes the divine as the source of his own being, the wisdom of God is in all things. So while man thinks it should be otherwise, the divine has the prerogative. Love is the most magic word ever used to convey the meaning of the divine nature, and we cannot understand this term fully until we ourselves have had some experience with love. The love of the divine is a love that is poured out to all irrespective of rank, wealth, position, good or bad. This love is seen as an ever-flowing fount of affection. We see it in many ways in human life. The most beautiful is the love of a mother for her baby. We see it also as an affection for a friend. Also, when people love each other, there is an active response, a reciprocity that is automatic and spontaneous. You do not have to think why you just love. Yet this love can become possessive in the personal sense, and we must guard against its becoming an obsession. Those are just shades of the true love which we have not yet experienced. I think that the mother is the one who has come as near as humanly possible to that true love. Jesus, who manifested the Christ, demonstrated this love, and at times we can feel the warmth of this Christ love in ourselves, and this love is enriched by giving. There is a little book written on love, and the name of it is The Greatest Thing in the World, by Sir Henry Drummond. It is well worth reading. Love is the great attractive power of God, ever drawing us nearer to Him. The more we express love, the more we express our divine nature. And as we express this love, so do we become an attractive power for others. Love reveals the magic of magnetism. Therefore, love is an emotion of great power, and that power is attraction. We see this in every existing thing in the universe, from the minute cell of protoplasm to the completed form, whether it be an animal, human, or angel, and this power flows out and attracts to itself what it gives. The term power is seen as the effect of law. There is no power except by law, and law is the intelligence in action. Love, wisdom, and power are terms used when expressing the deity. These are inherent in the intelligence, that predetermined knowing of the infinite. Thought has power, law and action. According to the consciousness being aware of itself, consciousness, so will the power of the thought be. The term life, in the broad sense, means God. God is life. Life is God. When we begin to observe the fact that we are alive, even mildly speaking, we begin to recognize the meaning of life. Life is the only thing that lives, and we can get a greater abundance of it by recognizing it. Jesus said in other words that He came, that we should have more abundant life by realizing what He taught. Now, very few people take the trouble to analyze a term used and accept them in the broad sense, yet unless we get down to their finer meaning, we shall never be able to understand the great significance they have for us individually. Life must include all the attributes of the Creator, that is, consciousness, intelligence, love, wisdom, power, individuality, etc., and the mechanism necessary to function in the form in which life is expressing itself. We see life as ever renewing itself, ever unfolding itself, ever present, no matter in what state, from the smallest to the greatest. The Master said, I am the life. He recognized that He was life, and this we must do also before we can gain the significance of the term life. The term ether, known as the ether of space, is universal. No one has ever seen ether. No one has ever felt or tasted it. Science has postulated ether to account for the presence of matter. We are told that it is the basis of all matter, that matter is ether modified, become visible. Yet in its natural state, it is the medium through which we are all connected by thoughts of love, hate, etc. It conveys your love equally as it conveys your hate. If you love a friend, that love will reach him or her as if you were clasped in each other's arms. Ether carries all vibration, for modern science has proved that at the same place and the same time there may be an infinite variety of different vibrations or etheric waves of different length without any one of them interfering with each other. Not only does this ether convey such vibration created by us, but from the planets and stars vibrations are flowing to us continually. You can go out at night and absorb the vibration of the moon by night. Some of you be careful that it is not full moon. Or you can just go out and absorb the vibrations from the sun by day. This is a subject of great interest, which I will deal with later on. Ether, as I said before to you in a previous lecture, is the unparticled sea of divine mind in which we all live. Angels, men, and women, we all exist in this sea of divine mind. In it we become particled and formed both invisible and visible, from the invisible to the visible. As Paul said, things seen are not made out of things already made, but out of the unseen. We are all linked together and can commune with each other through the ether. All we have to do is to understand the modus operandi. The term matter is a very confusing one because we see it, feel it, taste it, but even then we do not know what it is. The term matter conveys to our mind what we see and feel with our physical sense. Yet science has proved to us that matter separate from energy does not exist, and the only meaning we can come to is that matter is a result of an intelligent energy producing vibrations of such a nature as to be distinguished by the senses. I am only sorry that time is not available to go into further details and findings of science in regard to this subject. but there is plenty of data available in the libraries and is well worth the time spent in studying the subject. The term form applies to what we see created in matter, yet there are forms invisible to our senses existing in the invisible or etheric spiritual state. What we see in the concrete exists in the invisible and is the basis of that which is recognized in the concrete. Every element that makes up our bodies is held in solution in the atmosphere invisible. Form is the combination of the forces of nature brought into the concrete. There is no original form existing which is not a manifestation of God or Spirit. Objective and subjective, these terms are often substituted for conscious and subconscious. What is meant here is that we are conscious of through our senses is the objective, and the subjective is the receptive apparatus which receives these impressions. Some call this memory, others call it the unconscious, and others subconscious or subjective. Nevertheless, the fact remains we have a mechanism that recognizes and then receives the impressions, good, bad, or indifferent. These remain with according to the intensity of our awareness of them. This is a subject for a whole lecture, but as a lecture is merely to explain the meaning of the terms, we will make this suffice for the present. The term infinite is stupendous, and as I've already explained this in the previous lecture, you will have to refer to them for the explanation. The term spirit is synonymous with life or God. When we say spirit, we do not mean a spirit, but spirit. As Jesus said to the woman at the well, God is spirit, and you must worship him in spirit and reality, meaning that God is life, and you must worship him as real, not as an image, but as a living reality. I hope now that I have cleared away some of the misconceptions you have had with reference to terms. Perhaps you'll read books with many similar terms, and you will quickly note if the writers know the inner meaning of the words by what the writer says about them. In Proverbs 17 and 18 we read, "Even a fool may pass for wise if he says nothing. With closed lips he may be counted sensible. A fool is sure that his own way is right. Sensible men will listen to advice. A fool shows instantly that he is angry. A prudent man ignores an insult. A reckless tongue wounds like a sword, but there is healing in thoughtful words. Truth told endures forever. Fraud is the aim of the evil-minded, but those who plan the good of others prosper." Proverbs. So mote it be. End of lecture. Chapter 10. The Intelligence in Action. In our last lecture, we dealt with a few of the terms used in our study of the truth or life. We have by no means exhausted these terms used in this vast and comprehensive subject of reality, and as I feel you've been helped greatly by the explanation given, we will deal with more of these terms later on. The unfamiliar terms used in this lecture will be explained briefly as we proceed. In this lecture, I want to dwell upon some of the important aspects in relation to our activities in acquiring a greater understanding of the truth, as it affects ourselves personally. First of all, we have to recognize that what we see with our eyes must be and is but the expression of an idea that exists in the mind, either in the mind of God or in the mind of man. In other words, that which we see with the eye in the objective world is but the effect of the cause that exists in the invisible. For nothing can become objectified except it first existed in the invisible or subjective. This truth must be grasped, otherwise you will not gain the true understanding that is necessary for us to use the powers that are at our disposal now. Visualization is an activity of the mind of the individual. It is a form of picturization and is upheld by the law of the creative power within us. Visualization is an action in the mind where an idea becomes a central pivot upon which our visualization moves until we see the completed form in the mind. This completed form now exists in the invisible, and if we are faithful to our ideal, our visualization will appear in the objective. This is a law that is immutably fixed in ourselves by virtue of the creative power inherent in our consciousness. Visualization, further defined, is when the consciousness is concentrated on a particular idea. We call this a form of concentrated imagination by which we form or impress on the mind. And if we will take time to think, we will see what we are doing is that what we are creating in the inner world. the invisible, the realm of cause, that which will be externalized in the realm of effects in the form we visualize. We are a combination of spiritual and physical, or mental and material, or inner and the outer, all terms that mean the same thing, of which the two different manifestations are but one and cannot be separated. Successful results are obtained when we understand this, so that we know what we are doing. Then, as spiritual and material are but two aspects of the same thing, the latter must be the expression of the former. When we understand this law is in operation, we set about to create the conditions we desire. The Creator and the created are one. Matter is spirit made manifest, or in other words, mind materialized. Feeling is a sense that can only be explained by the experience of it in oneself. It is difficult to define, yet it is the motive power behind the thought or idea. And visualization helps to bring the power of feeling into operation. It creates the conscious energy behind the idea. Thought and feeling is the invisible combination. The more the thought is defined and the feeling intense, the more perfect and rapid is the manifestation. You will now see that the form of manifestation is but a result of thought and feeling, and according to the accuracy of the thought or the intensity of the feeling behind it, so will it be impelled into the outer exactly as it is held in the inner. This law is infallible, and the more we begin to realize it, the sooner will we make better use of our creative faculties. The imagination should not be allowed to run riot. It must be trained so as to make it a good instrument. It is a good servant but a bad master. We can let it run into avenues which will reverse what we actually want, avenues of fear, doubt, envy, jealousy, hate, etc. To guard against mental chaos, every idea should be subjected to a searching analysis based upon a true understanding that every idea is a blueprint of what is seen on the external. Then everything we do will be crowned with success because we will know what we are doing from the beginning. You cannot base your knowledge upon your external impressions alone, nor can you base your lives upon the experience of others, for this is the cause of most errors in one's life. The Christ in you is the Father manifesting in all His glory. This is the Son that rests upon the Father's breast. This is the wisdom that is able to see the errors and dissolve it, knowing that it has no power of its own, as ignorance alone is the Creator. Ignorance is but the absence of understanding, just as darkness is the absence of light. The fact still remains true that darkness disappears when light appears, so does ignorance disappear when wisdom appears. The secret of the success in all undertaking is the insight into the law inherent in our own being. This alone gives us the torch to light the way. The knowledge of this law of the higher forces makes all the futile efforts we see in our midst fade into insignificance. The mental strata of the majority of people in this world is clearly seen by the confusion of thought that exists in practically every field of endeavor. In worship, we worship a God of love in theory, but in practice make graven images of wealth, power, custom, convention, and fashion. We fall down before them and worship them. In the intellectual field, we will not let go of that which we have proved to be useless. We go on trying to excuse ourselves for our stupidity by becoming more intellectual, while the very thing that would release us from our self-imposed bondage is to investigate the law of being. But this is never considered because it is not according to the orthodox practice. All that orthodoxy has done for us is to perpetuate our ignorance from one generation to another. The germ that gave rise to the Christian religion has been submerged in sanctimonious formalities and is no longer visible as a guide to humanity as intended by the man who taught it, and so the world is still worshiping something that it does not know. We are accustomed to look upon the world through our physical senses, and from these experiences conceptions are created. But true conceptions are secured only by spiritual insight, the understanding of the law operating within ourselves. And to obtain this understanding, the consciousness must be directed to the kingdom of heaven within. There we will find we are made in the image and likeness of God, realizing that His attributes are also ours. It only remains for us to use them. In concentrating upon an ideal, we have to make it so clear that the mental action becomes a form of contention. That is an automatic action that takes place in the inner or subjective, or otherwise known as the subconscious. The universal mind is always pressing forward through the individual, and in fact, we can only think in the universal, not out of it, as we appear to do or think we do. We find that we have in our minds a mechanism that tends to work upon any subject or object we give attention to. It seems to attract all the material around the central point or idea concentrated upon and works along in perfect sequence, bringing facts together that are allied and dissecting other information for further attention. So accurate is this mechanism, it can work out a problem in a fraction of the time that we spend upon it consciously. All we have to do is to consciously give it attention in all its phases and let the inner man do the rest. The inner or subjective is the universal wherein is that predetermined knowing how to bring things about. As I told you in my last lecture, the intelligence in action is that predetermined knowing that is behind the manifestation of all thought or ideas held in the consciousness. What the consciousness is aware of, the intelligence, the knowing how brings it about. That is why we should lose sight of the personal self when steeped in the idea. The personal self is always a hindrance to the expression of the universal. When the personal self is too much aware of itself, either in the form of egoism, fear, both are equally frustrating. A musician, actor, or orator, to be great must be lost in his art so as to be linked up with the universal from whence all genius comes, drawing from it insight and knowledge and feeling impossible of attainment in any other way. We draw from the universal intelligence, that knowing how, insight, and knowledge necessary for the expression of the idea that we hold in our minds. All ideas that are so held by contention attract the substance to manifest in the physical expression. Therefore, by this rule you can wrest the secrets from heaven and earth, for knowledge is essentially drawn to the mind that is trained in this way. As we translate into character and circumstance the ideas held in the mind that knows no opposition, we thus grow out of our limited state into that glorious expression of that which we are in reality, one with the cause of all things. When we realize great thoughts, we shall experience the feeling that corresponds with great thoughts. We will then appreciate the value of divine thinking when we see the intelligence in action, in outpicturing our thoughts and form in exact correspondence to that which we created within. The fact that we can think and meditate upon the great intelligence is proof that the intelligence is expressing itself through us. And the more we realize and recognize this intelligence, the more it will manifest in and through us in our affairs. It is this great predetermined all-knowing that makes us aware of itself, because nothing can exist to us except by the fact that we become aware of it. When our consciousness can be centered upon or identified with the object of its attention, it absorbs the object of its attention as the body absorbs food. Thus we become aware, and as we understand that the physical is but the expression of the spiritual, we become aware of the omnipotence of thought, and by this means we are able to harness all natural resources. We shall see through our own experiences that concentration leads to contention, and contention leads into intuition, bringing the universal into the individual conscious realm here and now. Intuition often solves problems that are beyond the grasp of the individual reasoning. Conclusions are arrived at without the aid of experience or memory. The problem is worked out in the universal or subjective, which reveals the answer we are looking for. This intuition can be cultivated or developed by confidence and patient practice. When it comes to give it the royal welcome, and it will come again and again, but if ignored or neglected, it will make its visit few and far between. Intuition is best developed by the convincing proof that all is infinite, and there can be nothing else. And as we identify ourselves logically and faithfully with the Source, we develop a silence that is continually active. I cannot put into better words, and if you can catch the meaning, you will soon experience a silence that is ever active, ever aware of itself. It is so vast that the human mind cannot comprehend it fully, but it can merge with it. A mind that is not capable of entering into this silence is one that is full of movements antagonistic to itself for that which is antagonistic in oneself, must be reversing the process of the divine nature in itself. This weakness shows itself in lack of self-control when the mind is primarily engulfed in fears, hatred, envy, jealousies, and antagonisms of all kind. There is a type of person that is antagonistic to everything. The idea, as it were, no matter what government, I am against the government. If you find that you cannot be alone with yourself, there is a deep-rooted error that must be rooted out. If you have phobias, fears, envies, jealousies, hatreds, which are antagonistic to your divine nature, you can never enter into this silence. You will always be seeking some outside attraction, and they become the net into which you are caught up, and in this way you are trying to escape from your confusion. But if you become aware that you are trying to escape, and why you are doing so, and discern your thoughts and emotions, you will dissolve them, and thus be free from their entanglements. The truth will then establish itself in the mind that is free from conflict and confusion. There is no other way of explaining this. It may seem deep to you at first, but as you begin to see clearly, you will find the means and method to suit yourself, and thus free yourself from your self-imposed prison which you have created. You will find every obstacle conquered, every victory gained, gives you more faith, more power, greater ability, and your success will be determined by your mental attitude. It is easy for the mind that is freed by the truth to seek this silence in union where the divine for truth dissolves the error. It is good to remember this, that a definite purpose sets in motion the invisible world to find the material to serve that purpose. Aim to give service instead of seeking reward or possession. Premature success cannot be maintained unless it is earned. We get only what we give. The law of compensation eventually brings about an exact equilibrium to those who try and give without giving. We must find a true source of power, which is the source of our own being, not the symbols of power such as wealth, position, etc. When the true source is known, we are no longer interested in shams and pretension. Seek ye first the kingdom within, and all other things shall be added unto you. On the outside rages the clash of arms and the din of social problems, the world of effects mainly from man's ignorance. We do not close our eyes to these, but see them in their true light, for they also can be changed from within and not from without. With this understanding we can commune with our higher self, the God of power, the God of love, the God of wisdom. This is the practical application of the adept and the way to freedom, individually and collectively. Bend your ears, listen to wise words, study to understand their charm. Ever keep them in mind, all ready for your lips. I am still teaching you my truth, that you may rely on the eternal. But have I not written them for you already, instructions about knowledge, that you might understand them for yourselves, and answer all inquirers? Proverbs 22:17-21. So mote it be. End of lecture. Chapter 11. We have been given dominion. The great difficulty with most people in this world is that they have not got a true understanding of things as they really are. They live in the illusion that matter and mind are two separate things. Consequently, they are forever trying to solve their difficulties through the physical, while not recognizing the fact that mind and matter, or the spiritual and physical, are ingredients of one single system. This is the great truth that we have proved in these lectures, and when we have fully realized it, we will recognize at once that this truth is not the product of our imagination, but a living reality. Not only have we proved this through our studies in these classes, but also it has been proved along well-known scientific lines. There is no longer any room for the dualism that has haunted philosophy throughout the centuries. It was Jesus who saw this truth so clearly, and he demonstrated it. Although philosophers have been philosophizing for centuries on the teaching of the Master, few have really grasped the great significance of the materializing power of the thought power Jesus used. It is only through the understanding acquired through these teachings that we can grasp fully the magnificent realization that dawns upon us with such force that we are almost spellbound when we fully recognize what it means to ourselves here and now. The mistaken dualism of mind and matter has confused so many mental scientists and truth students, including Christian scientists, when they try to prove that matter does not exist. Healing can never be truly accomplished by denying matter or conditions that may exist. We must see that the condition, which may cause us mental anxiety is created by a belief, otherwise by thoughts that become active in the inner realm as a result of our belief, or that which we react to in the external, thus supporting the phenomena or condition which we believe to be true. It is not the denial of matter or the denial of a condition that heals. This is just blind ignorance, which may or may not give us temporary relief. It is through the understanding of the fundamental truth that we can consciously act upon matter and change or dissolve or create a condition that gives us power over matter or any condition that may exist. In the Bible it tells us that we have been given dominion over all things, and although this has been little understood, it still remains a fundamental truth that can be proved by anyone who applies the law. When you see that an error exists in any calculation, you do not accept that error. You know that there is an error, and you set about correcting it. Yet the extraordinary thing is that we accept an error that exists in the human mind, body, or circumstance to be a reality. You are the perfect expression of the law of God, as the correct sum is the expression of the law of mathematics. I want you to see this clearly, so that you will no longer be confused in your mind in regard to the phenomena you see before you. When you understand the law of life as you understand the law of electricity or mathematics, you can practice a system that enables you to control matter through the natural law of the consciousness that exists in everyone. Everything is the result of this natural law, whether you create a condition that is foreign to your true nature, or whether you allow the natural law of God to operate for your benefit by recognizing this law to be in yourself. That is, what you are conscious of tends to manifest whether you fear it or whether you have faith in it. But if you are caught up in your fears or caught up in your faith, you are still not free. Freedom only comes when the true state is realized. This is the scientific basis upon which we can truly free ourselves from all conditions that hamper us. No matter how much you like to philosophize or try other means, you will fail if you are unaware of this law. The reason why most people cannot understand is because they think that matter is fundamental, and the effects which they see expressed are permanent. There is nothing permanent in matter. All is in a continual flux or change, and change is the only thing that seems permanent. And this change originated in the inner world of our thought action. There is no use in denying the effects we see. We must find the cause behind the effect. You cannot change an effect by ignorantly denying it. You must discern it and know it. Then and only then can you correct the error that is externalized in an effort by correcting it in the thought world or consciousness. An idea in the mind of God has the predetermined knowing, or the intelligence behind it. This predetermined knowing knows the end, because the end is in the beginning. But with man, he seldom realizes that this same law exists in himself. Although he is unaware of the ways and means of this predetermined knowing, yet it exists as the universal law of life. Whatever the consciousness is aware of, the intelligence will fulfill. While God's ideas are perfect, man's ideas are more often imperfect. Yet this should not alarm us, for only through experience can we learn to operate this law of life as we operate the law of electricity or the law of mathematics. These discoveries are only natural and inevitable to those who understand the significance of the facts which the Master Jesus revealed to the world in his teaching. Through his parables and his works, even those with medium intellect can comprehend his teaching when freed from dogma and fear. And as we become more acquainted with his great scientific mind, so will we realize that he is still the world's greatest leader in modern thought. Modern science and modern thinking today reveal this truth all too plainly, to the consternation of those who are still stuck to the antiquated and erroneous fiction of the unscientific and the belief of a devil and hell as depicted in Dante's Inferno. We only play a part in the great scheme of the evolution according to nature and intention of the infinite creative principle. Through the instrument of mind and action, divine thought, operating through man as a means of bringing about the direct expression of the infinite. And there can be no other mind but his, and no power but his, and no direction but his. We are assured that the ultimate result must be perfection. Man may for a time please himself, but in the end he can only please God. Thus he finds through action and experience. For the law relentlessly brings upon him what he sows, so does he reap. And ultimately there is no other way but to please God, and we find the way through the man of Galilee. For the Infinite did express himself through one so that all could follow in his footsteps, and this way is the way for all. For Jesus was an international figure. It is only ignorant man that has made sectional denominations out of his teaching by making claims that have no basis of truth in them. The various beliefs create only confusion and separation, and are therefore entirely false. The statement, "The kingdom of heaven is within us," is proof that only within can we find this pearl of great price, and not through any outside organization or system. So we learn by experience as we play our part, consciously or unconsciously, producing health or sickness, success or failure, according to the nature of ideas. In fact, ideas are the impelling force behind our conduct. They cause us to act in accordance with the idea that dominates the mind. Thus we outpicture our ideas into life. When we get lost in our ideal, we express ourselves through our ideal, and we become our ideal. Therefore it is necessary to discern our ideal and the motive behind it. Then we are not caught up in the net of our ideal, but are free to watch our ideal take shape according to the law of which we have become aware. Whatever the consciousness is aware of, the intelligence, the predetermined knowing, exists in the universal mind will bring it about. God himself, while differentiated, still remains undifferentiated. Although God becomes the things he makes, he still remains the Creator, eternal and ever-present. To claim all that the Creator has in store for us, we must practice what Jesus said in similar words to these. We must love the Lord our God with all our hearts, with all our mind, and with all our strength, and we must love our neighbor as ourselves. For surely our neighbor is ourselves in the light of the truth that God alone lives, and there is only one. The infinite, to be infinite, there must be the only one, and all must be the infinite. Therefore, we prove to ourselves the simple law of love your neighbors is the true expression of God in us. No matter in what capacity we are engaged, this great law gives us the perfect life because it is in accordance with the divine expression, the only reality. In our experience, we find that when ideas are created through ignorantly reacting to outside destructive conditions, they tend to outpicture themselves in us. If our reaction is to hate, we create this in ourselves. If our reaction is anger, so we create this in ourselves. If our reaction is jealousy, we create this in ourselves. Our freedom again lies in what Jesus said. Love your enemies, return good for evil, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them who despitefully use you and persecute you, so that you may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. What clearer statement can you have of the law than this? This is not a code of ethics, but the law of life itself. In this we see what is meant. Instead of being molded to this world, have your mind renewed and so transformed in nature, able to make out what the will of God is, what is good and acceptable to him and perfect. The belief in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth is as out of date as the belief that the earth is flat. We see then how important it is for us to watch carefully and discern what our thoughts and reactions. Are they molded to the outside world, or are they molded to that which is true? When we realize that the inner self is identified with the great infinite self which is behind all creation, and see this externalized in ourselves, we recognize an unlimited, inexhaustible power guided by love and wisdom. And as we dwell upon this instead on the outer, we are able to change the outer in accordance with what is true. Thus we gain for ourselves health, success, and happiness as a natural sequence. For no eyes have yet seen or ears heard of all the good things that God has prepared for those who love him. As our thought world changes, so much all outward conditions change accordingly. Let us see clearly the external world is an exact replica of the inside world. And there is no power on earth that can alter this law. It is the supreme law that exists throughout the whole universe, from the highest to the lowest. Our subjective self is the universal self, the only difference being in degree. They differ only as a drop of water differs from the ocean. When the drop is in the ocean, it is the ocean. They are the same in kind and quality, while the universal self produces the individual self in the natural form out of the universal substance. So does the individual self produce his or her own condition and circumstance out of the same substance. Perhaps you have not yet realized the full significance of this law, yet day by day you practice and experience this law. Only when the great revealing power of this law becomes a reality to us do we wake out of our dream state and truly live. It is the recognition of this tremendous fact that places us in touch with the omnipotent and omniscient qualities of the universal self in ourselves. With this understanding, we can create ideas in the mind in which no limit can be placed upon its activities. When we understand prayer in the true sense, we will see that the results are the exact operation of the law, and that there is nothing religious or mysterious about it. True prayer is the creating of an idea in the inner world with the understanding that it will be produced in the outer. But before your prayer is answered, the method must be known and understood. We must close our mind to the outer, so that nothing from the outside can interfere with the creation of the idea as we hold our relationship to the creative principle. Jesus said, in other words, go into your closet and close the door to the senses that react to the outside world. When we deliberately begin to realize and recognize the tremendous power we have within ourselves, we will know that we are made in the image and likeness of God. The Spirit, or real power, is the power of manifestation, for God is Spirit, and has bestowed upon us all His attributes, so that we might have abundance of health, happiness, wisdom, and love. And all things that we ask we shall receive, provided we do not ask amiss. Now we have received the Spirit, not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit that comes from God, that we may understand what God bestows upon us. 1 Corinthians 2:12. So mote it be. End of lecture. Chapter 12. Life Everlasting. Truly I tell you, he who listens to my word and believes him who sent me has eternal life. He has already passed from death across to life. For the Father hath life in himself, so he too granted the Son to have life in himself. Here I wish to speak to you upon this all-inspiring truth. God is life, and life is God. There is no other living being. It is God who lives in us, and he makes us alive, not only here upon earth, but grants us eternal life in himself. Man believed that death was the end, but the barrier was created by man himself through his ignorance of the truth of life. Now the Master said, I tell you truly, he who listens to my word and believes him who sent me has eternal life. How significant these words are to us. The cloud of ignorance was broken by Jesus returning to show himself. He showed that there was no death. Death was but man's ignorance of the truth of eternal life. Ignorance dies hard, and still millions of people have not yet grasped the great truth that life can never die or fade away. Life is continually unfolding into greater expression of itself and creates the forms for this purpose, and the greatest of these forms upon earth is the human body. By now we have all grasped the fact that material substance is a modified form of invisible substance that underlies and supports and interpenetrates it. Life has individualized itself in the human form. The individualized spirit is eternal, and this is what Jesus came to prove and did prove. And since then it has been proven millions of times by the passing of every human being from the earth plane. Jesus took upon himself the burden of our greatest sin, our unbelief. Yet there is some excuse for man's unbelief because he had been born into a world ignorant of the truth of the eternal life. So man would not believe what he could not see. But what he did see was the effect of an inner cause. Yet man had not grown sufficiently to understand this, so he lost himself in his ignorance, which was his greatest sin, and which brought him his greatest misery. Jesus told us the great truth, for as the Father hath life in himself, so too he granted the Son to have life in himself. Here we see that the Son is the child of God. Now a child of the living God can never die, for we are that life coming from its source, that eternal source. So this life becomes a spirit, the spirit that is consciousness and grows out of the body glorious and immortal. This spirit is birthless and deathless, and I am that spirit. We are all that spirit, for we can be nothing else. If we were not, then God could not be infinite. The Eternal formed me first of his creation, first of all his works. I was fashioned in the earliest ages, from the very first when earth began. I was born when there were no abysses, when there were no fountains full of water. He sunk the bases of the mountains, ere the hills existed before I was born, when earth and fields were not created, nor the very first clods of the world. When he set the heavens up, I was there, when he drew the vault over the abyss, when he made the clouds firm overhead, when he fixed the fountains of the deep, when he set the boundaries of the sea, when he laid the foundations for the earth. I was with him then, his foster child. I was his delight day after day, playing in his presence constantly, playing here and there over his world, finding my delight in humankind. Proverbs 8:22-31. I am the Eternal One, birthless, deathless, and you are one with me. God is the one consciousness permeating the whole of humanity. Our consciousness goes beyond all creation into the realm of immortality. When we become aware of this divine truth, we see beyond this world and behind all of its effects. The Bible is a statement of universal law of that which is in the realm of the invisible, as well as that which is in the realm of the visible. It deals with facts of the spiritual nature, as well as facts of the physical nature. It shows how the spirit is involved, and this involution precedes evolution. The perpetual urge onward of the spirit through the form it creates for this purpose. Therefore, God has involved himself through all of his creation, including man. The beginning is not separated from the end. The beginning is God. The end is God. For there is only one spirit involved, and evolving out of the form it is created for its own self-expression. The great truth that we must become aware of is that God infinite, the Eternal One, timeless, birthless, deathless, limitless, ageless, the one and only cause, has individualized himself, and we are that individualization. The one spirit passing into greater expression of itself. Therefore we realize that it is the infinite life expressing itself now. And this now is the eternal now, not separate but individualizing itself by itself and through itself. The form in which the expression takes place dissolves into the substance from which it comes, while the essence, the spirit, remains for further expression into a higher level. God formed man in his own image and likeness. In this passage in Genesis, it is not the form or body that is spoken of, but the spirit, the first creative cause that is behind all creation, the animating life that is within the outer or material form. This is the only conscious reality, the thinking entity with power to create. The fact is that we are the individualization of the Father, Mother, God, and Jesus again makes this plain to the woman at the well. God is spirit, and again makes it plain by saying, the kingdom of heaven is within you, meaning that the kingdom of the innermost, or spiritual, is within, the earthly body is the outer. Therefore we see that the spirit, the innermost, is the real self, God, who preceded the stupendous work of creation and will remain after the visible creation dissolves away, which includes the physical body. Life alone lives, and this is the all-important truth for the conception of ourselves as being separate from the divine life is the root of all our misery, our unbelief. Jesus again makes it plain when he said, He who believes in my words and in him who sent me has already passed from death to life, meaning that death is but the illusion of the mortal sense, and life is the truth of the everlasting. There is the universal psychic medium which makes up the soul, and which is the nucleus of the form to become consolidated on the plane of the concrete or material. This psychic substance obeys the movements of divine thought. This soul substance is the realm of potential forms to be, and is the connecting link between spirit and matter, and is the vehicle through which the individualized spirit expresses itself. This cosmic element is referred to in the Bible as water. It is the distributive medium in which the individualized life produces the human form in the outer or visible plane. Emerson said, "The body the soul doth make." Therefore, life creates the form for its own self-expression. Life alone lives, thus proving our oneness with life. When the individualized life withdraws from the outer, it still manifests in the inner or soul substance, while the outer or physical form dissolves into the substance from which it came. Therefore, as we think and act in the soul, we take with us our memories and experiences gained upon earth. Again, I will repeat some words of the Master to make this plan more plain to you. God is spirit. I and the Father are one. He who has seen me has seen the Father. It is the Spirit within that doeth the work. The kingdom of heaven is within you. I am the life. All this goes to prove that the consciousness that is life in us and is us is ever unfolding into more glorious expression of itself, consciousness expanding as it recedes into the inner, into the greater world. The earth was without form and void. In this state, cause alone existed. Then cause operated, and the effects began to take form. The same operation pertains to mankind, and man will always have a form coinciding with the plane of substance in which he is manifesting. And as his senses are attuned to this substance and plane of manifestation, so will his reactions be. Yet that which receives these impressions is eternal, and ever expanding into that which it really is, infinite spirit. Therefore the beginning and the end are one. The inner substance is called mind stuff, out of which the soul and other forms are created. The one is but a complement of the other, spirit, soul, and body. The Master, when instructing Nicodemus, pointed out that the new birth results from the interaction of spirit and water, water symbolizing the psychic or soul substance, especially emphasizing the fact that the flesh had no share in the operation. The flesh, the outer, had no say. The Master stressed the weakness of the flesh, the nothingness of it, and the essentialness of water, the soul substance, the inner world. Here are the Master's words. What is born of the flesh is flesh, and what is born of the spirit is spirit. Do not wonder at my telling you, you must all be born from above. The wind blows where it will, you can hear the sound, but you never know where it cometh or where it goeth. It is the same with everyone who is born of the Spirit. Recognize no one as your Father upon earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven. Our Father who art in heaven. Again showing how the recognition of the Spirit becomes the only reality. This was always uppermost in the Master's mind, for he knew this to be a fact. Born of the Spirit means eternal life, and we are all born of the Spirit. But few can grasp this mighty truth, because blind orthodoxy has not yet fully realized the truth of the Master's words that man is immortal. The inner light symbolizes the Spirit, and this was the light of man. I am the light of the world. This light of man can never be extinguished. It is the expression of infinite love, wisdom, and power, and comes forth in greater glory as it recedes into the inner, from where it first came. When mankind realizes this, the whole world will change, for the world will know that there is no death in the eternal life. The source of our being is God, and once we become aware, we know that our Father is the eternal, infinite God. Thus the consciousness of man becomes aware that it is the consciousness of God, the Christ, that has risen. The man Adam is the earth man, the body of flesh that has no power. It does not limit the spirit of man, except when man believeth he is but flesh, and this is the illusion of the mortal senses. Until we pierce behind the veil of outward appearances and see the living Christ, the divine creative spirit as our real self, we will always suffer sorrow in our ignorance. But when the great truth is realized, then there is great joy, and our selfish sorrow is no more. I can remember well when I loved dearly was about to pass, she asked me to repeat the hymn, "Lead, kindly light, amid the encircling gloom, lead thou me on. I do not wish to see one step enough for me, lead me on." As I was repeating it, a serene, lovely smile covered her face. The agony of pain had gone, and I knew she had left her earthly tenement for a lovelier abode. And since then, I have seen her and spoken to her many times. Her words are always these: "It is glorious here, glorious. Thou art the ocean, I am the wave. Thou art the fire, I am the flame. Thou art the father, I am the child. Thou art the beloved, I am the lover. Thou art the lover, I am the beloved. Thou art the music, I am the song. Thou art the spirit, and I am one with thee. Now I know I will always be." Murdo, MacDonald, Bayne. So mote it be. End of lesson. Chapter 13. The Creative Principle. The creative principle is behind all creation, including mankind. When we mention the creative principle, it may seem to be something far off, something that is nebulous. But when we begin to think about the creative principle and ask ourselves the pertinent question, what are the possibilities of this creative power, our minds encompass the universe and all the mighty power behind it, and all the intelligence that is operating through it. And when we dwell upon the impression it makes on our minds, and then let our minds accept the great possibilities that the creative principle means to us, we establish something in the consciousness that was not there before. We have already seen that the creative principle must be inherent in us for the simple reason that there cannot be anything else that can possibly create. When our minds have grasped this great significant fact, let us use this creative power in our own lives, not haphazardly, but with true understanding, for it is this that makes all things possible. When we dwell upon this great truth, we begin to develop ourselves. What we gaze upon comes forth. When we dwell upon the unlimited possibilities of the creative principle, the wisdom, the power, and affection expressed by it, we begin to weave these into our minds. Now let us look at what is the habitual state of our minds. We weave into our minds the impression that come from without. Our reactions in fear and envy and jealousy, and all the emotions and fears that arise in our daily life in regard to our economic and social existence. This is the pattern of our minds, is it not? And it is this pattern that holds us in subjection to the material world and makes us slave to our mortal senses. We all know by now that thought is creative. We create in the inner world of ours by the power of our thoughts and emotions. And the natural sequence of the law must produce in the outer what we create in the inner. If then we weave into our minds the pattern of the possibilities of the creative principles, this will produce for us according to the nature of our realization. When we recognize the nature of our creative faculties completely with the vision of our real spiritual state, with this understanding we can overcome the limitations of our mortal senses through the raising of our individual experiences, thus not only raising our own standards, but the whole social structure of the world. Most people are continually blaming their conditions upon someone else. We must learn that the abundant life is not gained through the result of man's physical efforts, but by man's direction of thought and the power that creates all things. And we must learn how to use it effectively and efficiently. By the rising tide of our conscious aspiration, the level will be reached which will bring peace and prosperity to the whole world, as well as solving our own immediate problems. Civilization has been built up more or less through the unconscious application of the creative laws. Is it not then reasonable to assume that the conscious application of the law by each individual who is awakened to the latent creative power within will lead to a higher order of living, and a desired condition will be established in the individual life? Jesus discovered that the ability to use the creative principle was to associate himself with the creative principle. When we read the biography of some of the great men and women of the world, we come across the same quality, which enables us to identify ourselves with the creative principle that is behind all creation. People like Voltaire, Disraeli, Lincoln, Edison, and others also find in the power of thought lies hidden the source of cause and effect. By this means they lifted themselves above the common level of the masses, and revealing in their own experience to the world that the individual is capable of creating a life more abundant. They not only enriched their own lives, but enriched all others as well. Our creative power depends upon our realization of the power of the Spirit, and we must clearly understand our relation to it. All things were made by Him, and without Him was not anything made that was made. Here we see the clear description of the fact that matter is mind materialized. The matter perceived this fundamental truth and used it. We can also discover the methods by which our needs are supplied, by which wisdom is obtained, by which error is dissolved away, and by which a healthy and successful life can be accomplished. These possibilities are inherent within all individuals. Their use is determined by the degree of understanding. In the beginning, we do not see clearly how to put in operation the creative power, but through practice and experience, we gain a greater understanding of the law. Want, limitation, failure, and unhappiness are the evidence of the misuse of the law of the creative principle. Yet the proper application of the law is simple. Those that wait upon the law shall inherit the earth. Psalm 37. Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established. Whosoever trusteth in the Lord, happy is he. Proverbs 16. Wonderful possibilities are opened to us through the understanding of the Master. Jesus said, It is not I that doeth the work, but the Father who liveth in me. He doeth the work. We must take the exact same position. This is complying with the law of the all-originating mind, which brings about results. For it is impossible for us to think outside the all-originating mind. For when we create the ideas, the intelligence of the mind will flow to fulfill what we consciously hold before it. We see that there is no need to struggle. Struggle always results from our reaction to conditions. We struggle to overcome the pattern they weave in our minds. Struggle is frustration, for we only create more and more of the condition we struggle against. Our personal effort must turn into pure action, pure thought, thought that is not subject to lack of faith or full of fear. The double-minded creature need not think that he will get anything from the Lord. Pure thought does not rise from reaction. Pure thought is the result of the awareness of our oneness with the creative principle, knowing that this creative principle is active in us. The Lord is with you, while ye be with him. 2 Corinthians 15. Pure thought is like pure love. It does not demand an object for its expression. It is always there, and when an object presents itself, it goes out towards it. Love is life, and life is creative, even when it is not necessarily expressing itself in form. But to understand this, you must understand what form is, and the source of its being, and first go through the personal effort to arrive at pure action and pure thought, coming from the creative principle of life within, and not from the conditions that are without. We must not be caught up in the opinions of what life is. We must approach it with the knowledge that it is, not what it is. In this way, the individual consciousness becomes wider. So will the presence, the life, express itself through the consciousness that knows that there is no beginning and no ending, but that life is complete in itself. For this is the source of pure thought. Life, the presence, is creation. You cannot define it with words such as happiness, unhappiness, success or failure, lack or plenty, health or ill health. In life, the presence, the creative principle, is creation, is movement, and in it there is manifestation and non-manifestation. The creative principle, the presence, the life, remains complete irrespective of manifestation or differentiation. The finite is the expression of the infinite. The infinite is formless, yet the infinite is within and beyond all form, and is the creator of all form. This same principle is the creative power in us, and the power we create with in all planes of existence. Life is consciousness, and when individualized, becomes the consciousness of the individual, making the individual self-conscious. When the individual has become aware of the presence in himself as the all-creative principle, he has bridged the gap between himself and the omnipresence. This is the purpose of life. Everything that is manifestation conceals the creative principle in itself, and when this creative principle has become concentrated in the individual consciousness, then nature has fulfilled itself. This is not a theory, but a living reality, and neither is it an opinion or a product of the imagination. The proof of your living is the reality of it. I am speaking from a knowledge of life's operation beyond the material plane. These words are from the Spirit who is speaking to me. The whole destiny of the presence, the life, is to create individual expression of itself in the self-consciousness entity who becomes aware of himself or herself as a life. Life itself becomes self-conscious in the developed, awakened, concentrated individual. There can be no separation between you and the life itself, between